Hello and welcome to Trial TV Live. I am the Squeegee of Justice. Thank you so much for joining us. We are picking up on South Carolina versus Zachary Hughes, Day 7. And what a day yesterday was for those that watched with us. Hello and welcome to Trial TV excuse me one moment. Okay. Had multiple windows open, multiple places. Let the games begin. I love the vest. Yes. Thank you, Pammy. I am it's a vest kind of day. It's chilly here. I know it's cold where you guys are. Because when it's cold here, I know it's cold where you are. Let the games begin. Yes. Who is with us? Joanne, Jedi Platypus, good morning to you. Ken Rosenberg, Shirley Roth, Fala, how are you? Great to see you guys. Julie, therapist you know. I hope things are going better for you. Just shows to go ya. How you doing, Lily Wayne? Thank you for joining us. Britt, good morning to you. Pammy, good to see you. Butterfly Dana, thank you for joining us. Everybody's settling in. Mel Stiller, thank you. Great to see you. Elizabeth G, good morning to you. I have my sidekick here next to me. I'll show you guys in a moment. Dream Landry, Yorkie, good morning. Little Miss, thank you for joining us. Good to see you. All right. Everybody's Irish Amy. Everybody's settling in. Great to see you guys. Thank you so much. Kathy Smith, Carol O'Neill. Awesome. Thank you so much for joining us. OnlyFan. And Leslie, OnlyFan. Yeah, you missed quite a show yesterday. That is for sure. Hellcat, hello to you. Thank you. Kathy Smith. Christine Bear, thank you for joining us. Sandra, awesome. Thank you for joining us. Did I miss anybody? I hope not. Let me just scroll back real quick. There was, let's see. There's one person that's new. Oh, there you are. Couldn't Karen less. Thank you for joining us. Here's my trusty little sidekick. Super Ball. Oh, doing a stretchy. Oh, she's tucked in. She's tucked in and ready to go. Tucked in and ready to go. Why is here. You know what? I need to do this. Let me just angle myself over a little bit. There we go. All right. So, Kelly White, good morning to you. David Robinson, good to see you. Thank you. Couldn't Karen less. I love that name. That's a great name. Himsa, how are you? Little pink nose. Yeah, she's all hunkered down, ready for today. So, all right. So for those that were with us yesterday, it was unbelievable. Just absolutely crazy, right? So just to kind of recap, because we have time, we have a few things to show. They're a half-hour delayed, so they're starting at 10:30 Eastern, which means 11 o'clock. We won't get it, so we still have 40 minutes or so. So they broke after so Zachary Hughes, who's the defendant, he was on the stand, right? And he was just going through everything, and he described in detail the deletion of Christina. So they ended it where he felt he left the house. He felt an enormous amount of relief because the daughter would be safe from the essay of her mother, who was perpetrating it on her, and the state is hiding it from you. And the state went crazy. They're like, compel him to stop talking, objection, right? So then, because we were following Pretty Lies and Alibis Gigi on her Twitter account, and she said court is done for the day. So we thought, okay, the only thing we're going to miss is the judge saying, go home, give them the admonition, and that was it. But actually, they did come back. So we're going to pick up on that first. And then John Melo was arrested at 1:30 yesterday. So in the midst of all this, John Melo was arrested. So we have a little clip on that. So let's get to those two things first. All right, so this is the end of day 6, which was yesterday. So we're gonna catch it. We're gonna jump in on this. This is the end. So there was a little bit of testimony, I think. I'm not sure actually, but let's check it out.
Thank you all for your patience as we go about this trial. I want to instruct you to disregard the last comments that you heard. I also want to just remind you, as I've stated from the outset of this trial, that I'm the sole judge of the law in this case, and while you, the jury, sit as the sole judge of the facts, and part of my role is to make determinations about what evidence can and cannot be admitted and presented to you, the jury, and that gatekeeping role rests solely with me, the judge on the law. And I want to instruct you that you're not to consider any testimony that I have instructed you to disregard, and furthermore, you should not even mention or discuss any testimony that I have instructed you to disregard. And I instruct you not to discuss any topics that have been ruled improper when you deliberate. Thank you. Mr. Moore.
Zach, just got a few more questions. So, after you left Canebrake, isn't it true that you rode your bike back to your truck, which was parked within the vicinity? Isn't that true?
Yes.
And then you drove your truck back to the mountain house. Isn't that true?
That's true.
After you got to the mountain house, isn't it true that you disposed of the gun and the knife in a nearby lake? Isn't that true?
Yes, that is true.
And isn't it true that the clothes you were wearing, that you burned those clothes in a fire pit at the mountain house? Isn't that true?
Yes.
I want to talk about towards the end of October, beginning of November. Isn't it true that at the very beginning of November 2021, you had obtained a plane ticket to fly overseas? Isn't that true?
Yes, that's true.
And you were going to go overseas departing from Detroit. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
And while you were in Detroit, isn't it true that you received a phone call making you aware that there were warrants pending for your arrest?
That is true.
And after you were notified of the pending warrants, isn't it true that you rented a car, drove back in the middle of the night to Greenville, and ultimately turned yourself in? Isn't that true?
Yes, that is true.
One second. I don't have anything else.
Okay. At this moment, well, can I see Counsel? Mr. Hughes, you can sit down.
I understand.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to break for the day, and I'm going to ask that y'all return at 10:30 tomorrow morning. I'm hoping that we're not going to have bad weather, but just potentially that will give a little extra time, and also for me to take up a few things that I need to do with the attorneys. I want to again thank you on behalf of the state of South Carolina and Greenville County for your service. I am so grateful for your attentiveness and abiding by all my admonitions to you. And again, I just remind you, do not watch anything on this. Do not discuss this. Do not begin deliberating until I tell you. Okay? I hope you all have a wonderful evening. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so that was the end of yesterday. So if you guys are wondering, confused, whatever, that was the end of day 6, which was yesterday. So we stopped it thinking we were following Gigi, Pretty Lies and Alibis, on her Twitter account, and she said after he had that outburst and said the state's not telling you what's going on, we thought they were done for the day, and we thought, oh, it would just be the judge, saying so long to the jury. When in fact there was a little bit. And let's give a shout out to Aaron and the thumbnail, right? Is that not a cool thumbnail, you guys? I think that's a very cool thumbnail. So kudos to Aaron for that one. Okay, so yes, yarn work. Gigi did get to the bond hearing. So let's see. Yes, Gigi did get to the bond hearing, and we're not going to play that though, because we don't want to. We're just not going to play that. But there's a news report that that Aaron found. So let's see. And Melo was arrested at 1:30. So let us get to. Let us get to the news on his arrest.
10 o'clock, no bond.
Okay, hold on. Let me just cue this up. Yes, thumbnail is amazing. She did a great job. Okay, so this is a news report from yesterday.
Denied bond about only 15 minutes ago right here at the Greenville County Detention Center. One of the people in attendance at tonight's bond court hearing was Christina Parcell's sister, and she brought with her Christina Parcell's ashes, telling us that her sister deserved to be here this evening. Also in attendance tonight is John Melo's and Christina Parcell's daughter's former ward who took care of her a little while back, as well as a friend of Christina Parcell's sister. Now, during tonight's bond court hearing, I can tell you that John Melo was looking very calm when he was listening to the judge as the judge read him his rights, while Christina's sister was holding back tears the entire time. Now, his charge of accessory before the fact to a felony is considered a violent crime, so he was denied bond. Because of that, he'll see a circuit court judge in the next 30 days. Tina Parcell, Christina Parcell's sister, again, who I said was there, also took to speaking to John Melo, and she had a very passionate speech. Take a listen.
With my family, with your family. You did this to your family. Your child has to know that you did this to her family. I don't know where I will be when you go to trial, but I assure you, if I am at all capable, I will be there every day. When you are convicted, I will be there at every parole hearing. Everyone. You will never get rid of me.
Now, all of this started after Zachary Hughes took to the stand and delivered his testimony earlier today. And it was around 1:30 that John Melo was arrested from his home along Blake Street in Greenville. Soon after Zachary Hughes' testimony, a deputy was seen removing items from his house. I was able to speak with a couple of neighbors who say they were shocked to learn about Melo's arrest.
It's so crazy. I mean, we walk by that house all the time, almost every day. So it's a little scary, kind of crazy.
It's shocking. It really goes to show you never really know who your neighbors are. Like she said, we walk by there every day. It looks pretty ominous. It's a pretty quiet neighborhood for the most part. And then, I mean, every once in a while something like this happens, but I don't think we're any immune to it like anyone else. So, I mean, getting crazy.
Yeah, but we definitely didn't know. We weren't keeping up close enough to know that he was only a couple houses down from us.
Other neighbors telling me throughout the day that they had no idea John Melo actually lived on Blake Street. So it came as a shock to a lot of people in this very quiet, small neighborhood. Coming out from here, I do want to say there was a lot of emotion inside of this bond hearing as it was going on. I was actually standing right next to Tina Parcell. Again, this is Christina Parcell's sister, and you could really feel that energy as she was holding back that tears, waiting to give that very passionate speech that you heard a clip of just moments ago. I'm going to bring you the latest as it comes in, but for now, reporting
All right, so that was that. Interesting stuff. And then here's, okay, so Aaron also found this. Let's see. Okay, hold on. Where did it go? All right, just give me a second. So, where is it? Why can't I find this? Hold on a sec, guys. Let me do this. Okay, here it is. All right, hold on. Oh, this is going to be so small. This might be too small to show, but let's see. All right, so here's this potentially we think this is a reply. We're not 100% sure. So here's a reply to a video. This really makes me upset. Why did no one try to find me to testify against him? This family is the worst, and I wish I never said yes to being adopted. Me leaving, I thought it would make life better for my siblings, but instead they found me and told me that it got worse for them when I left. Zach, you blaming me is so pathetic when you were so upset that your parents brought us and had to give us more care and attention due to our trauma. You need help, and I will never forget what you put me through. You watched your parents neglect us, hurt us, especially me, as I was more rebellious, but I just needed some therapy, which your dumb parents didn't believe in. I called the attorney office, and I hope they let me testify because I want everyone to know what all of you did to me, but also to my siblings. I have had a really hard life after your parents gave up their rights to me and grew up in foster care. I have so many health issues now that could have been, and so on and so forth. So we think that's Grace. It says Elena loves, but we think that might be Grace or someone claiming to be Grace. If I was the state, I'd be calling her on rebuttal, right? If I was the state, why not call her on rebuttal, right? Yes, Irish Amy, Aaron found this as well. Yep, Aaron found this as well. We think it's from Grace or somebody claiming to be Grace. So we'll see. I guess it's from Grace. She sounds lucid. Lily Wayne. Rachel B. Yes, Grace, speak if it's her. Right? Heather Marie 123. Erin needs to be on the FBI as lead detective. She finds so many hidden gems. So Erin says the name is Grace Helena Hughes. Not on the comment, but she claimed to be Grace. No, Lil Miss, the sister is Tina. Grace is, that's Christina's sister. Grace is the half-sister to Zachary. Aaron says, Butterfly Dana says, thank you again, Aaron. Kelly White, Aaron is awesome. Curviel, kudos, Aaron, slaying it. Mel Stiller, I would love to hear what she has to say. Oh, I sure would. I sure would. Shirley Roth, she was going by her Russian name, Elena. Yeah, that's right. So, yeah, they renamed them Faith and Grace and Faith. Those were the two names that we heard. Therapist, you know, what platform is that post on? I think it's from, it looks like it's commenting to whatever, I'm not sure which. Is that Law and Crime or Court TV? I'm not sure which. It's one of those two, right? Look at the top graphic there. I think that's Court TV. I can't quite tell. Here, let me see. Let me blow it up a little bit. That's Court TV. Yeah. So that's, yeah, Court TV. So that's her replying on Court TV. So. Carol O'Neill, wow, call Grace for sure. She has spoken. I would love to hear from Grace, right? Yeah, it looks like YouTube. Yeah, it's a Court TV comment from YouTube. And yes, Shirley Roth, Grace was the oldest. And yes, Dreamer Landry, Aaron is the best. Pammy says her true name is Yelena. The name says Elena, so very close. Yeah. I mean, if you're claiming to be her, why say that? And then if somebody calls you out, you're going to look like an idiot, right? Yeah, Elena loves. But again, if you're, I mean, all it takes is a quick, hey, let's talk. And if you're the prosecutor and you chat with them, they're gonna find out pretty quickly if you're telling the truth or not, I would think, The
Justin Baldoni Blake.
Sorry. All right, I just want to bounce over here real quick, guys. Just give me a moment. I just want to get the feed set up here so that we are ready when it rolls, so we don't miss it. Okay. We'll come back here. Irish Amy, has anyone actually heard evidence the daughter was in CSAM with Christina? There's people in our chat yesterday that were saying that there's civil lawsuits going on against, I guess there was another person involved, another child involved, so it's their parents that are suing the estate of Christina and Brad. So I haven't seen anything. I think we're really going to find out when Post goes to trial. That's really what's going to happen. I mean, that's really where we're going to find out. You know, rubber's going to hit the road, if you will. Lily Wayne, she would be pretty angry about all the terrible things he said about her. We need to find out the truth, right? Shirley Roth, they should put her on the stand. I agree. Oh, yeah, Gordon, you'll have to go back. Missed the start of the testimony yesterday. All right, so just real quick. Grace was the oldest. She was 10 years old. And then Grace was removed due to physical danger. He discovered a diary stating parents' eyes would be gouged out, and she would assume the role as rightful queen of the country. Grace stole, sucker punched her siblings, recruited her siblings to do things, trained and recruited siblings to do things. Mom would go get the mail, and Grace would go tell her siblings, go into the bedroom and steal her jewelry, or go get food from the kitchen. She was a vampire, sucking the goodness out of you. She was intelligent, she was dead inside, then she would kill you. This is how she was a psychopath. Grace was the most evil human being I ever met in my life. She was amoral, had no sense of right or wrong. She was dead inside. She was like a shark. She would say absurd, crazy, crude stories just to get a reaction. She was like a vampire trying to suck the goodness out of people. She would look at you with shark eyes. So that's what he described Grace as, Gordon. That's just a quick little tidbit. Just shows to go, you special last-minute witness and rebuttal. Yeah, that would be, I would love, actually, love. Oh, Julie BME, Gigi met Zach in 2020. Ooh, I didn't know that. Let's see, speaking of, we should just check in on Gigi just to make sure there's nothing weird going on. So John Melo's first appearance is going to be on April 25th. So let's write that down, April 25th. His first appearance is going to be April 25th. Let's see. So Gigi's not really posting anything other than the judges on the bench. Both sides are arguing jury instructions. So it doesn't look like they're going to start on time. That's a shame. Let's see. All right, so they were supposed to start at 10:30, but Gigi's saying they're just talking jury instructions now, so it doesn't look like there's an actual live feed. But we'll keep our eyes out. Victoria George, if they're doing jury instructions, I'm thinking that the prosecution is not going to ask any questions, and then we'll go right into closings. Yeah, we could definitely have a verdict today. You know, if they do closings, jury instruction. Their openings were really short, you guys. Their openings were very short. So, all right, I'm going to take a quick comfort break. I will be back in a moment. All right. So, Kristen found this. Okay, let me see what this is. All right, let's screenshot this. Therapist did some digging, and she found something that we are. Well, it's the comment, but it's the whole thing. So let's check this out. So good job on that, Therapist All right, so let's check this out. So this came from Therapist All right, so this is the entire thing. Let me try and blow this up. Okay, so this really made me so upset. Why did no one try to find me to testify against him? This family is the worst, and I wish I never said yes to being adopted. Me leaving, I thought it would make life better for my siblings, but instead they found me and told me that it got worse for them when I left. Zach, you blaming me is so pathetic when you were so upset that your parents brought us and had to give us more care and attention due to our trauma. You need help, and I will never forget what you put me through. You watched your parents neglect us, especially me. So I was more rebellious, but I just needed some therapy, which your dumb parents didn't believe in. I called the attorney office, and I hope they let me testify because I want everyone to know what all of you did to me, but also to my siblings. I've had a really hard life after your parents gave up their rights to me and grew up in foster care. I have so many health issues now that could have been prevented if I had got the right doctors to see me when I came to this country, but I never hurt someone. I had to survive out here over and over again as I never was informed of any type of help until I was in my 20s. But I worked hard, and I have I have a wonderful support system now. And I work hard for everything in my life. Shame on you. This deserves a DP. Christina didn't deserve to be stabbed 35 times because you were scared of me. 4'10", 140-pound sick me. The parents just standing by him claiming to be Christians is absolutely hypocritical. I am Grace Helena Hughes, and I will help District Attorney put you behind bars. So there. What do you guys think about that? Yeah, Capri Law. I say bring her in for rebuttal. Absolutely. Hey, Taylor, the state did rest. They can do a rebuttal, though. She could be called in for punishment phase as well. But, yeah, the state has the opportunity. I'm pretty sure they can do rebuttal. So, yeah, Kelly White, state can rebut. They can do a rebuttal. Mel Stiller, oh, yes, Grace needs to testify for the state. Just shows to go. Yeah, hope she then reached out to the prosecution. It seems like she did. Right? It seems like she did. Irish Amy says, I read that the state could retry Hughes if he causes a mistrial through manifest necessity. Do you guys know anything about that? I do not. Nunya Bitness, I can't get over Melo talking about Post's age when he's only 4 years older. I know, right? Dream of Landry, bring her in, please. I agree. Butterfly Dana, glad she responded and saying her truth. Brenda Meyer, she tells it as it was. Nunya Bitness, I want to see Grace take the stand. Absolutely. TP, I looked all over to see if there was a doctor that commented about Zach's mentality. I know they can't do a diagnosis, but their opinion would be interesting. Julie BME, sounds like the state fumbled this big time. Oh, by not bringing her in? Lily Wayne, aren't a couple of Grace's siblings in the courtroom? Yes, one of his sisters is. Yes. All right, hold on to that thought. Yes, I've taken screenshots of the gallery. So that woman in the white and the woman in the gray, those two have been in the courtroom. Every time they show the gallery, those two have been in the courtroom. So, which one looks like she's from Russia? And who is that? Which one is that? I can't imagine if that's Grace, she'd be there, smiling and whatnot. So there's that photo. There's that screenshot. Then there's this one. So here's another one. So there's the woman with the dark hair and the white sweater, and then in front of them, guy with the dark suit, and then there's that kind of blonde, strawberry blonde woman. So there you go, therapist, Which one looks more Russian? I'm going to go with the blonde. So it's one of those two. TP said, doubt it's Grace, and she said, why didn't they find me? Yeah. Julie D. Gigi is from Pretty Lies and Alibis. She has a YouTube channel. She reports for Law and Crime. She's on Twitter. We've reached out to her and asked her to come on our show or come do a show after this trial. So she has expressed interest in that. So we're hoping that, and she's in the courtroom right now. So we're hoping to have her come on and talk with us about this trial. So that's Gigi. So I think it's the strawberry blonde. To me, she looks more Russian, but that's what I think. Nunny Bitness, he only has the biological sibling. It's a brother. That is correct. Irish Amy, do we know that two older people are? The one in the mask? I don't know. Let me pull them up. Because they're there. Let me see if I can. Yeah, I don't know. Oh, maybe those are the Winds. Those might be the Winds. His friends? That could be the Winds. I bet you the Winds are in there. They're either the couple with the gray hair with the mask, or they could be in front, sitting in the front. I'm guessing those are the Winds. I'm only guessing. I have no idea. Brad Colwell says, I saw a picture on Instagram with that handle. There are pictures of her with a name tag with the name Helena Hughes. Rachel B., you feel like I could be Russian? Mel Stiller, Zach Hughes is the textbook definition of an insecure person who tries too hard to impress. Yep. Daniel Barber, gray shirt in that picture. So she's the blonde. Is that what we're? I'm thinking that's her. I think she's the blonde. Julie, oh yeah, Julie BME, the bearded one could be his brother. Could be. Ken Rosenberg. I'm only guessing. So this is Zach's. I'm sorry. This is the other side. This is the state side. So there's the sister there, bottom right. That's the sister. Tina. Jenny says, I wonder if he has any fans from his concerts there. I'm sure. Could be Comcast. Could be. Could have reset. Right now we're okay, but it could have been. Carol O'Neill asked, does it seem like there will be no cross of Hughes? We really have no idea. I'm only going off of what Gigi posted on Twitter. She's not really posting anything. So she's not... the last thing she posted was an hour ago. The judge is on the bench and both sides are arguing jury instructions. I don't know if they're going to show that. This judge does not like to show if it's outside the presence of the jury. They don't show it, which is a shame. I really wish they would. Yeah, I really wish they. I wish that they would show. I wish they would show that. The feed is now saying another 20 minutes. Well, let me see here. Hold on. Let me go here. Yeah, now they're saying a half hour. The live feed is saying another half hour. Because don't forget they're a half hour behind. So we have a half hour or so. All right, what else can we play in the meantime? Let me think for a second. Let me think for a second. Let's see what. So what do you guys think was the, let's see, what was the most, what do you guys think about, what was the most interesting part of this trial so far? I mean, I think it's Zach Hughes for sure. Yes, Summer D. Gigi showed Melo's booking last night. Yep, we were going to show that, but I don't want to step on any toes. We showed a news clip of Tina yelling at him, of yelling at Melo. Mel Stiller, but I can understand why the judge doesn't show what's not in the presence of the jury. After all, the jury is representative of the public at large. So many courts show everything, and I missed that. I missed when the jury's out, the judge, you know, they show arguments, they show jury instructions. I like seeing jury instructions. I like that. Therapist, you know, could have been. Hey, Groovy Cheryl, how are you? Yep, Zach, he is the uncommon denominator. Ken Rosenberg, Hughes constantly challenging the judge has to be the highlight. Fala, more and more lately, though, all sidebars are at bench and we don't hear them anyway. Sidebars are one thing. I get that. Sidebars we're not going to hear. But a lot of times, you know, a lot of cases we watch, a lot of trials we watch, they get the jury out and then they argue and then you get to hear that. And jury instructions, yeah, we definitely have. We've seen jury instructions. I want to see those. Joanne, Jedi Platypus, perfectly pompous, precious Hughes. Mel Stiller, Zach Hughes' testimony was judiciously unique. Absolutely. Beach Bum, I'm going to go with that. Beach Bum, my daughter is 2 years younger than Hughes. Her grandmother's name was Hughes, and they lived in Greer. My daughter is an oboist. Cool. Butterfly Dana, Zach's testimony and John Melo being arrested again. Nunya Bitness, it's unconscionable. There will be no cross. I agree. Yeah, Beach Bum, we are definitely going to watch that. If they stream it, I hope they stream it. Victoria George, Zach's, yep. Irish Amy, definitely Hughes' testimony, but this whole trial has been very interesting and snappy compared to Monica. Absolutely. TP, what is the strategy for the DA not cross-examining Zach? That's a great question. Why would there be no cross? What could they possibly gain? You know? What could they possibly gain by not crossing Hughes? I mean, go after him. Show what a... Just eviscerate him. I don't understand. Groovy Cheryl, I believe Zach 100% and am fully in support of overriding a judge's attempt to keep a defendant silent while he gets carted off to jail. Claire View, I do love the attorney oral arguments. That would be wild in this trial for sure. Oh, they would be wild. I know, right? Maybe because in Florida there's sunshine laws and you get to, we get to see them. I do wish that they would show them. Brat says, I'd rather hear whatever someone in the gallery could hear. It does have the upside of preventing the jury from seeing those bits. Robin says, Zach saying CSA so many times was wild, but the craziest was his last phrase, there's things the prosecutions aren't telling you. I don't know how a jury forgets that. Yeah, what did he say? Completely freaking out. And this was after he's describing, deleting, all the times he was stabbing Christina. He got on his bike. He drove back to his mountain house. He was completely freaking out and felt surreal. As soon as I left the house, I felt an enormous amount of relief because the daughter would be safe from SA. Her mother was perpetrating on her, and the state is hiding from you. And then the state's like, compelled to silence or basically make him shut up. Oh, thank you. Capri Law, appreciate that. Thank you very much for your Venmo. We appreciate that. Give a little shout out to Capri Law. Thank you. Appreciate that. Appreciate you. Beach Bum, did defense attorney face sanctions? Not that I know of. Haven't seen any reports on that. Julie BME, maybe Zach knew doing his shenanigans on the stand would forego cross. Fala, but if you think about it, what can the prosecution ask? I know, right? Well, let's have that conversation. What Ken says, did someone say they aren't going to cross? That seems iffy. Well, Ken, I'm only going off of what Gigi posted on her Twitter account. She hasn't posted anything. Oh, forget what I just said. Boink. Okay, 1 minute. They started a minute ago, so that means about a half hour from now. So 1 minute ago, Gigi did post. So an hour ago, she said the judge is on the bench and both sides are arguing jury instructions. So I just assumed, that's my bad, I assumed that they were, defense had rested, but of course they'd have to have the jury in front to say that they rested. But in fact, cross is going on right now of Zachary David Hughes. So there is, that was a minute ago, so we expect about a half hour from now. We got about a half hour. So there will be a cross. There will be a cross. Irish Amy, if there is no cross, I will literally cry. No need to do that. There is a cross. There is a cross. Pammy, oh, well, crud, I'm packing up the car for my trip to Austin to see 2 of my grands. I'll be listening. I'll be good. Aw, have fun. Drive safe. I know it's probably cold and all that stuff. Little Miss, I wonder if the judge admonished Zach. Found him in contempt of court. Gave him 6 months. We did not see it, but that's what we hear. Loretta Powell, good morning to you. Thank you for joining us. Okay, Aaron found the charging documents for Brad, so let's pull him up. Mr. Post. All right, so Aaron found this. I cannot wait. I hope that they stream his trial. I absolutely want to see his trial, because that will really, really, really tell a lot. Oh, Aaron did not find them. No charging docks. So what are these? Okay. So Aaron did not find these. Sorry. Okay. Let me just open this up a little bit more. Yeah, I hope they stream Brad Post's hearing and trial. All right, so this is he was denied bail. Let's see, motion discovery, proof of service. Okay, so checklist filings. Okay, so he was. Oh, maybe it's this one. Is this it? Is this the one I should have grabbed? Okay, no, that's not it. That's just the docket. All right, so Brad Post. The charges are buggery. Buggery is a charge. It's a criminal charge for activity between people and animals that is considered abominable. The Buggery Act of 1533 was a law that made this activity a crime. That's in England. I'm assuming the U.S. carried it over here. He also has exploitation of a minor, 8 times, first degree 8 times. So these are just some of his motions. Those are his motions. All right, so that's what that is. Yeah, oh man, I cannot wait. I hope they stream his trial, because so much will come out, right? We will see, well, we won't see him, but they'll talk about the pictures, they'll talk about the videos. Okay, show the other one. All right, let me grab this one. Okay. Okay, so this is, wait, is this the docket? This is the docket. Yeah, this is just a docket. Pending criminal, okay. All right. Yeah, I cannot wait. I hope they stream Brad's hearing. I think that's going to be. OnlyFan, I predict Cross might backfire on state. Why? Why? Oh yes, to get back to the questions that we were talking about. Why would the feed is up? Okay, let me double check that. Okay. All right, just give me a moment here, guys. Yep. I know. I am trying to get there. Okay. Okay, we have a live feed. Let's see what this brings us. Let's see. Okay. Post could very well go federal if pics went through internet and cross state lines. Yeah, I agree to that. Groovy Cheryl, did anyone see any of the piano playing on YouTube? He's legit pretty good. Oh, he's Juilliard trained. He's like top 7% of his class. He was chosen to go play in Japan. Yeah, he's definitely legit good. We played his one of his videos and we got copyright strike. It's Beethoven, for crying out loud, but yeah. All right, hold on a sec. Nope, don't want to do that. Just give me a moment. I got to come over here. All right. Here's the question. How would you cross Zach? How would you cross Zach? Yeah, let's have that conversation. How would we cross him? I don't know. How would we cross him? So, okay. Hey, Gina Farley, good morning to you. First to right, then first to right cross, then a left cross. Want to make him mad. Hey, Dwayne, how are you? Thank you for joining us. Good to see you. Cesar says, very carefully and methodically, can he claim the fifth on anything now that he's on the stand admitting to everything? I don't think so. Once you admit it, right? Once you admit it, that's it. Ken Rosenberg says, you could also do a cookie cutter cross on his story in the house, make him tell it again, but that has less value when he's admitting what happened. But what if his story changes? Okay, here's what I think. I would go with attacking why did he feel the need to defend this 9-year-old person? Why did he feel that need to defend her? What in his mind said that was right? Meaning everything his gut was saying, he was having anxiety, he was shaking, he felt like he had to throw up. Okay, then why didn't you just follow that instinct? Why did you let your mind take over? And why did you feel this burning desire to defend this 9-year-old when you could have gone to the police? He says he's gone to DSS. Go to them again. Go to them again. Go to them again. Go to the police. Go to the police. Show images. Show the images. Why didn't you show the images to the police? Did they ever show images to the police? They had this idea. They had this feeling. Where was their evidence? So I think that's where I would take it. What do you guys think? Shirley Roth discrediting him about his sister, saying that was the reason. Father, he called her his friend yesterday. That is when I said you are a grown man and not friends with a 9-year-old. Groovy Cheryl, I'm pretty sure the sister story is credible, so they won't go there. Is it though? Groovy Cheryl, now that we've heard from Grace, well, we think it's Grace. Grace posted and she's like, no, you're a liar. But that's outside. Yeah, I wonder if there are pictures. Aaron says, I wonder if there's pictures. Go after him in the pictures. How did you know this was happening? What proof did you have that this was happening? I think I would go there. Irish Amy, amen. That is exactly what I keep thinking. Why wouldn't you keep going back and reporting it over and over with evidence? Groovy Cheryl, why plan to go after her instead of other measures? Absolutely. Facts, not in evidence. Little Miss, what defense could he use? They will need to attack those in cross. Well, his defense was that he was doing it to rescue this 9-year-old, and that he saw Christina in Grace and then the daughter was going to grow up to be Grace as well. So I would be all over that. I'm like, what evidence do you have? Sarcasm, where can I find Grace's post? If you scroll back, we showed it. If you go back 30 minutes, scroll back 30 minutes and you'll see it. We read through it. So if you scroll back 30 minutes, you'll see it. And it's on a YouTube. She posted, she commented on I think it's, who is it? Court TV. I think she replied to a Court TV airing. But if you scroll back 30 minutes from now, you'll see it. Elizabeth G. When he called DSS, he reported verbal and physical abuse, not SA. Yes, that is true. I think. Let me rethink that. There's Groovy Cheryl. There's a picture of the two of them involved. So where is that picture? Where is that picture? There's a lot of rumor and innuendo, but does it actually exist? Is my question. And if it does, why not bring that in? Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I can't wait for Brad. So Brad Post's trial is going to really tie the bow around it, if you will. Let's see. He called. Let me see if I can find that. He called. Shoot. He said that he called, but he lied. He lied to the police. He said that she was being physically. Let me think for a second. And don't forget, he kept saying Melo told him this, Melo told him that. You know, Melo told him all these things. He never once said, I don't think he ever said, oh, I saw a picture of her being SA'd. He never once said that yesterday. He just said, Melo told him this, Melo told him that. So he never once said. So that's another thing I'd cross. Did you ever actually see a picture? Did you ever actually see a picture? Brad says, in another context, not in front of the jury, I'd love to have someone ask him whether his belief in that came only from Melo. I think so. I don't think there was no proof. TP, how did Zach and John know about Brad Post before the M when they took his phone? That's a great question, and that's what I would cross him on. That's what I would cross him on. I would be. I would cross him on that. How did you know? Other than Melo saying he was, his daughter was looking pale, she was looking not right. I know that this is going on. How did Melo know? How did he know that? So he called, he said he was a neighbor, and the daughter was verbally and physically being attacked, if you will. Made it up. So he did say she was being physically aggressed upon. So he did say that. Mel Stiller, Melo played Hughes like a finely tuned violin. That he did. Nunya Bitness, he seemed obsessed with that little girl. He described her mature beyond her age, something I've heard a lot. Yeah. I agree. Butterfly Dana, also remember some of the stuff Melo presented to Zach was not true. Excuse me, he made up the website that allegedly Christina was a escort. That was lies. But then there was that affidavit of Alex Fields we heard yesterday. The affidavit of that Christina propositioned Alex Fields, who was a Marine, on the city street, and she said she offered him a night And then she offered him narcotics. So then there's that. If you guys, right, if we believe that. But it was an affidavit, so. All right, so we got about 15 more minutes. Before kicks in. Remember, we're on a half-hour delay. Yeah, I would go after him as to why did you feel, what made you feel like you were judge, jury, and executioner? Like why'd you do that? And what proof did you have other than John Melo telling you? What proof? Did you actually see photos? Did you actually talk to the daughter? Did you actually see any videos? Did you see anything other than what Melo told you? What did you? What proof did you have? None you bitness. The same Melo that faked photos, or Zach did. You have Melo gave Zach the photos yesterday. It came out that Zach actually put the ad together. So it was him that put it together. Elizabeth G., how did Alex get involved? How did you know how to make a statement? That's a really good question. Let me see if... They took DNA swabs of him. So they just, okay, so he didn't say how, they just introduced that affidavit yesterday as evidence. That was it. So that's all they did. So the state collected Sparkman, who made the arrest yesterday of Melo. He collected DNA from Fields. And then, Fields was not, I'm not sure where and how he fits into this. State won't ask. Kathy says state won't ask him. They can't. Why not? Right? He brought it all up. Why can't they say, where did you get that evidence of her being aggressed upon? Why? Why? Joanne says, I think Alex got involved after Craigslist post. Yes, you are right. You're right. Melo put an ad in. Thank you, Joanne. Melo put an ad in Craigslist, and Alex replied to it. That is correct. You are correct on that. Thank you for reminding me. Yes. There's so much that happens, right? How did Melo find out about this? Posted on Craigslist. And then they read the affidavit. Thank you. Yep. And it was right underneath my thing. Okay, there it is. Yep. So yeah. Melo posted on Craigslist, and I think I actually have that. And then Fields replied to the Craigslist. Fala, because the judge keeps telling them to ignore all of it, would be wrong for them to turn around and ask about it. All right, fair enough. Julie BME, look up the court records or watch Pretty Lies and Alibis of the records. So she talks about, what is this in reference to again? The essay? Kathy Smith, they don't want all that in the trial. It's all about Christina. That's true, because they argued to keep Post out of it. Remember at the beginning, before this whole trial started, they didn't want even Brad Post to come in at all. They didn't want to talk at all, because that would give the defense an opportunity to say, hey, it wasn't my guy. It was Post that did this, or Melo that did this. But now that Hughes has admitted it, doesn't that change? Change the ground rules? Groovy Show, correct. No questions about any of that will be allowed. Yeah. Elizabeth G. If Melo was willing to pay to delete Christina, he'd probably pay for a false affidavit. That's true. Robin, Hughes wasn't a Marine, though he didn't finish. Alex was a firefighter, so he could have been a former Marine. It says that he was, and he passed away, right? A motorcycle accident. He was like 26 or something. It says that he was a Marine. I think they have him in his uniform and everything. I'm pretty sure we found that. Yeah, there's a picture of him in his outfit. I thought there was a news thing about him. Read the obituary. I think I have to log in. Anyway, yeah, he was 26. Yeah, he was a United States and Marine Corps veteran, former firefighter, had 2 kids. So that's Alex Fields. He passed away last year, October 7th of 2024. Sarcasm. Did anyone find Hughes' voice and tone creepy yesterday? Yeah, I think, right, Batman? Weren't we getting Batman vibes? We were kind of getting Batman vibes out of him. All right, I'm going to go get some more water before they start. I'll be back in a second. All right, so they should be coming on any minute. So All right, there they are.
And it states Exhibit 66 up there on the overhead. Mr. Hughes, when you dragged Christina Parcell across the floor of the front room where you killed her, did you drag her by her arm or by her ankle?
I don't remember for certain, but I think by the ankle.
That's all the questions I need to ask this, Your Honor.
Any limited redirect?
No redirect, Your Honor.
Should you should start. Any other witness? Defense going to call any other witnesses?
Your Honor,
And I am aware that you wanted to put additional proffer, but
yes, not at this time.
okay. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to ask you to go back to your jury room, and I'm going to be taking up a few matters, hopefully very quickly, and we'll be back with you.
And that's all we get. Jesus. Oy, oy, oy. All right, so cross examination. One question: did you drag her by the arms or by her ankle? Zach says, "I don't remember for certain, but I believe by her ankle." That explains the big schmear. Brat says, reminded the jury about his treating her the way he did without opening up him going into why. Yep, Julie says that explains the big smear. Groovy Cheryl, one question about dragging. The state is losing this. I don't know. Carol O'Neill, disappointing cross. Drunky the Bear, maybe to highlight that he eliminated the threat but then dragged her after she was gone. Brat, my next question, rebuttal case. Yep, Irish Amy, did you drag her by her arms or by her ankle? Did you drag her by her arms, right? Arms, wrist, ankle. All right, none you bitness. That cross didn't combat any damage Hughes direct caused. It's all good, Irish Amy. Same difference, right? Arm, wrist, hand. Right, it's all the same. Excuse me. Sarcasm. He stated he dragged her so she couldn't be seen through a window. Yep. Also, he remembers every single detail yesterday, but doesn't remember how he dragged her. Good point. Groovy Cheryl. If he had continued to respond the way he did yesterday, they could have just cut off questioning and it would have been a feather in their cap. I know. I don't get it. I don't get it. OnlyFans, just to drive home the depravity, they still need to prove the malice. Yeah. He had an angry heart. That's what they said in the opening. He had an angry heart. But then the state, I'm sorry, that was the state's opening. Then the defense's opening was deleting someone with malice and foresight. They're saying malice is the key part to this case. It's the definition. And he's saying, the state is saying deleting someone with malice and foresight, which he definitely had foresight. The malice might be because he was saying he was like trying to hit her, but he kept pulling back and kept pulling back. But then the defense is saying without just cause or excuse. So they're saying he had just cause. He had an excuse. I don't know. I'm not buying it. So let's see. Brat says malice doesn't have to be personal. Getting rid of someone because they witnessed a crime or to inherit money is malice, even if you like the person. Oh, and they're back.
Welcome back. Just be patient. patient and understand there are procedures that have to go in, and I'm sorry that I have to send y'all in and out, okay? All right, anything further?
Nothing further. The defense rests.
Defense rest. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, you can go back to the jury room.
And with that, the defense rests. Dwayne, you wanted to have Super Ball? There she is. She's taking a bath right now. Super Ball is taking a bath. Once she settles in, I'll. All right, so I think they're breaking for lunch. I'm looking at Gigi, so. Looks like they I guess they broke for lunch. All right, we're going to stay here for about till noon. And then it does say that they're on lunch break. So we'll stay here till noon just in case something else comes up, and then we're going to take our lunch break. Yes, it is 10 to high noon here, Mel Stiller. Ken Rosenberg, we'll do our own jury instructions. Lily Wayne, I figured state didn't want to risk him outbursting about CSAM again. Hey, Debbie Blair, you are late but made it. I will catch up later. Hope everyone is doing well. You didn't miss much. There was one question from Cross, and that was it. Groovy Cheryl, I think this could be a hung jury. Could be a few days to find out. Aw. No problem, Dwayne. I'm waiting for her to settle in. She's, I'll wait till she's like settled in. Kathy Smith, I am so confused. Was that defense rests? Yep, the defense has rested. Closing's at 2. All right. So it seems like we're going to be, well, we'll see what happens. It seems like there might not be a rebuttal. None you bitness. Why no rebuttal? Arg, this trial is driving me nuts. I know, it really is. Carol O'Neill, what time does Monica start? For us, it's going to start after this trial is over. If you want to watch it somewhere else, probably 12:30. But we will pick up on Monica Cementili as soon as this trial is done. Whatever, the last 2 days we've been lucky because they've ended at like 3 or 4, and then we've put in a whole day on Monica. But whenever this trial ends for the day, we will jump over to Monica. Ken Rosenberg says, the other thing about the short cross is that it might have been a bit of a gentleman's agreement between the lawyer and judge to get that dude off the stand quick. Could be. Drunky the Bear, I think the jury is going to be out for less than an hour. Oh, hey, let's do a poll. While we wait, let's do poll. Poll time. Poll time. Start a poll. Let's do a poll. At this point, oh, come on. Let's see. Let's do a poll. All right, chat, there's a new poll for you to consider. I'll also put it here. So there's a new poll. Kathy Smith, so they could still do a rebuttal, right? They could. It's still out there. We don't want to give any spoilers away, but yeah, theoretically, the state could do a rebuttal. Debbie Blair, didn't he admit to unaliving her? Yes. But they could still find him not guilty because he didn't have malice in his heart, I guess. I don't know. Just going with that. I guess that's probably not the best of polls. Hey, young black economist, how are you? Thank you for joining us. You've missed a heck of a morning. We've been on for 2 hours and all we've seen is one question. The one question you missed was cross. Did you drag her by her arms or by her ankle? Zach says, I don't remember for certain, but I believe by her ankle. There you go. You're all caught up. So did I do the poll right? I don't know. Technically, Dreama Landry, it could still happen. Technically, it could still happen. Sarcasms, I have to catch up on Monica's case. Yeah, go. There's, 13 days? I think, what are we in today? Let me see. With her, we're in day 14. So yeah, there's 13 days of Monica if you want to go catch up on her. Carol O'Neill is staying here. Very good. Groovy Shell, right? Only about 10 more minutes than closing arguments. Follow easy there, Squeegee. This is a family show. Poll time is after hours. Oh gosh, I'm way behind. Okay. Brat says they got that image of him dragging a body across the floor into the jury's mind to give the jury the image they want them to have of his heart. I agree with that. Cajun Butterfly, I hope there's a rebuttal. I hope so too. OnlyFan, are you giving away spoilers? Are you dropping spoilers in our chat? Sarcasm, seriously, I haven't seen a trial that long in a long time. It's really funny because yesterday the judge said, this is going on longer than I expected it. And at this rate, I'll see you, we'll be here, or I'll see you Christmas of 2026. So that was pretty good. None you bitness, although if rebuttal was as disappointing as cross, perhaps no. I would hope they would bring Grace. I thought that would have been a really good thing to rebut. Let's see. Oh, right next to my. See, just shows you how much I pay attention to what's on screen. So, yep. So no rebuttal. Touche, OnlyFan. Touche. Yeah.
Closing argument started too.
Yep. So. That just shows you how much I pay attention to what's on the screen. All right, let's see what Gigi is saying. Yep, on break until 1:30, so that means they won't be back here until 2. All right, you know what? I'm not ready to take a break yet. Let's play. You know what? Let's play yesterday's a little bit. So since we know they're coming back at 2, let's play. All right, hold on. Let's just play a little bit of his. All right, we're going bonus time here.
Trial, I am the sole judge of the law in the case, while you, the jury, sit as the judge of the facts. And part of my role is to make determinations about what evidence can and cannot be admitted and presented to you, the jury. The gatekeeping role rests solely with me, the judge on the law, and I want to instruct you that you're not to consider any testimony that I have instructed you to disregard. Furthermore, you should not even mention or discuss any testimony that I've instructed you to disregard, and I instruct you not to discuss any topics that have been ruled improper when you go to do your deliberation room, okay? All right, please continue, Mr. Mormon.
Well, incorporates. Zach, before we broke for lunch, we were in the time period of end of September, beginning of October of 2021. You remember that?
Yes.
And Zach, you testified before lunch about 2 offers John had made you to kill Christina Parcell. Do you remember that?
I remember.
And do you remember, after the second offer, telling John something to the effect of, you would never do that for money, you would only do that if you believed it was necessary to rescue Aida?
And if I believed there was no other way.
At the end of September, beginning of October 2021, did you conclude that you had to rescue Aida and there was no other way?
Yes, I did.
Let's talk about what's happening in your life in the beginning of October 2021. And specifically, I want to talk about the status of the music project you had been engaged with Tom Strange in the Seagull Museum. I also want to talk about other employment opportunities. So tell the jury what was going on in your life on that front at the beginning of October.
At the beginning of October, I was just coming off finishing the project at the museum. We finished in September at some point, and as I mentioned before, my birthday is October 2nd, so I had arranged to play a private home recital at the Wynn's home, where I would play the last 3 piano sonatas of Beethoven on my birthday. So these are very, very difficult pieces of music, and some of the greatest pieces of music ever written, so I was very preoccupied trying to give my best to these pieces. And shortly after that, a friend of mine reached out who had done some work performing on cruise ships. There's an organization called Lincoln Center Stage that recruits conservatory-trained musicians to form either a piano quartet or a piano quintet to play classical concerts on cruise ships. And they had a pianist drop out at the last minute, and long story short, I interviewed for this job and got this job, I think on October 12th, but it was about that time, maybe a little earlier.
Where were the Wynns on October 12th and 13th?
They were in Europe.
And ultimately, did you take Christina Parcell's life on October the 13th?
Yes, because I believed it was absolutely necessary to save Aida, and I was right.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained. I ask you to disregard the testimony that you just heard.
I want to talk about the timing. You've alluded to it a little bit, but I want to be more specific. October the 13th. Describe for the jury why you felt that was the time, why you believed it, or why it was necessary to do it on October the 13th, specifically, or in this period of time.
I had been wrestling with this since June. As I previously stated, since the end of June, I believed Aida was in complete and grave danger every moment of her life that she was living with her mother. And the other things that I had tried to do to save her from that were not working. So I was having this incredible wrestling match within myself for these months, feeling that I needed to do something to save her, and yet feeling this incredible reluctance to do the one thing that I knew would save her, because of how terrible I knew it would be to do it, even though I believed it would be right. So by the time October 13th rolled around, I had been grappling with this for a long time, and I was experiencing a tremendous amount of guilt that I had waited as long as I did, because I should have acted sooner, and I didn't do that. So I had come to the realization that I had gotten this offer to go on this cruise ship, and I would have been leaving the country for a long time. Essentially, it was now or never. I had an opportunity to save her from a danger that I knew she was in, and that I knew was not going to cease. And I just couldn't go on with my life and leave her to drown. I mean, I had a great life. I had everything. I made money doing what I loved. I was going to be going to the South Pacific to play concerts for rich people on cruise ships. I mean, but how could I go and enjoy that and know that I was leaving a kid to her fate, a kid who thought that I was her friend? I would never have been able to look at myself in the mirror again if I had done that. So, specific to October 13th, I believed that there would be a period of time at the house when Christina Parcell would be alone. And I wanted to make sure that absolutely no one was there. Not Aida, not Lutina, not Brad Post. Because again, this was not about revenge or retribution or anything. I wasn't angry. The only thing I was feeling that day was pity. And I wanted to make sure that no bystander or no one else would be involved in this, which could have happened if someone else was there.
Zach, let's talk about that. So, once you concluded, believed absolutely this was what you had to do, did you go about planning?
Yes, I planned very carefully to make sure, one, like I said, that no one else would be involved in this. And two, I knew that if I tried to do this and failed, it would only be worse for Aida.
And consistent with the court's instructions, why did you believe it'd be worse for Aida?
Because I believed that if I was discovered doing this, it would connect me to John Melo. And I believed, and I still believe, that he's a great father and he is Aida's best shot at having a happy and safe childhood.
Let's talk about the planning. Did you get a gun?
Yes.
At the time, were you also carrying your own firearm?
Yes, I had a concealed weapons permit at the time, so I generally would always be carrying a 9mm concealed weapon on my person for personal protection.
Did you get another firearm for this?
Yes, I did.
What type of firearm did you get?
It was a .22 caliber revolver.
Where did you get it?
At a gun show.
Where was the gun show?
It was here in Greenville.
How long before October 13th did you get the .22?
Maybe a month or month and a half earlier.
Did you also get a knife?
Yes, I did.
Where did you get the knife?
At the gun show.
At about the same time?
It was the same day.
Let's talk about what else, what other planning you did. Did you obtain gloves?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Do you remember where you got the gloves?
No, I don't.
Did you obtain any chemicals?
Yes, I bought some paint thinner because, again, I didn't want to be connected to this because I wanted to make sure this would actually do something to save Aida. So in case a glove had broken or I had left a fingerprint or something, I wanted to be able to clean it with the paint thinner.
Zach, let's talk about your bike and what you did to become familiar with the area of Canebrake leading up to October the 13th.
I had looked at a route I would be able to take from the mountain house that I was staying at on back roads to avoid traffic cameras. So maybe a few days beforehand, I looked at Google Maps and I figured out how this route would lead.
Let's talk about October the 12th. Did you originally plan to do this on October the 12th?
Yes.
Zach, consistent with the court's instructions, describe to the jury why you didn't do it on October the 12th.
I woke up that day and I just felt such reluctance, and something in my gut told me it wasn't the right day. And I waited one more day.
Let's go to October the 13th. You testified earlier that you wanted a plan in part to prevent or minimize danger to others. Remember that?
Yes, I do.
Did you have information about where people would be on October the 13th?
To a degree, yes.
How did you get that information?
From John Melo.
What did he tell you?
He told me when Aida would be at school, and he told me that he believed Christina had a job interview at some point that morning.
So let's talk about that morning. The evening of October the 12th, where did you spend the night?
At the Mountain House.
You woke up on the morning of October 13th and you left the Mountain House, is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Do you remember approximately when you left the Mountain House?
It was much later than I meant to. I think it was about 8 or 8:15 in the morning.
When you left the Mountain House, in which vehicle did you leave?
In my Ford Ranger.
What was in the back of the Ford Ranger?
My bike.
That bike right there?
Yes.
And just for the clarity of the record, this is a state's exhibit. I don't have the number that was introduced. What else did you put in your pickup truck in addition to the bike?
I brought the gloves, and I put this in a backpack. I brought the paint thinner and the gun I described, the .22. I brought a knife, and I brought a box that was made to look like a gift wrapped box, and a bunch of roses that I had bought the day before.
Talking about the roses in a minute. When you left the Mountain House, where did you go?
I drove to a road that runs parallel very close to Canebrake.
When you got to that location, well, before we go further, describe for this jury the ride in your truck from the Mountain House to this location, what you were thinking, what you were feeling, what was going through your mind.
Like I said, I had wrestled with this for months. I had come to the point where rationally I knew that the only way Aida was going to be saved from what she was enduring was for me to take this route. I knew that. But there's another element, a human element, which is just so reluctant and revulsed by the idea of taking a human life. So I had prayed a great deal about this, I had prayed like I'd never prayed before, because even knowing that logically this was the right thing to do, it didn't satisfy that emotional and human aspect where I felt that I needed permission to do this. And I was so terrified that somehow I might be doing the wrong thing. Like, I knew that it was right logically, but there's the emotional aspect was just reeling against this idea. And more so because she was a woman. I was raised to always protect my sisters and mother, and I opened doors for women growing up. So this idea was just repugnant to me, even though I believed it was necessary to save a child. So on that morning, I had prayed earlier, a few days earlier, and I had felt that this was the right thing to do, no matter how terrible and difficult it was going to be. So like I said, I didn't feel anger. I felt pity, because I realized that this was just the only way to save a child. And it felt like a foregone conclusion, because I knew that I had a duty to do this to save a child. So physically driving my truck there, I was experiencing a level of anxiety and physical illness that I had just never experienced due to stress before. My hands were shaking, I was in a cold sweat, and I was fighting the urge to vomit before I even got close there. A few times I thought I was going to have to pull off to the side of the road because I could hardly keep my truck straight. My hands were shaking so badly. But the whole time I was just thinking, if I don't do this, if I turn back, then I'm consigning Aida to her fate, when I know that I could have done something to stop what was happening. So I just tried to take my mind off of it, and I tried to just go and drive a little bit farther and a little bit farther and not think about what I was going to have to do when I got there. And when I finally got to the point where I parked my truck, this feeling only increased. I knew the plan, but I was having so much difficulty going through with it. So I took my bike out of the truck, and I had a mask on and clothing that's been described already. And I just tried to focus on putting one foot in front of the other on my bike. And it felt like some runs or rucks I had been on where all I could do was focus on putting one foot in front of the other, because it was so difficult to keep going. And I just kept seeing Aida's face and reminding myself that if I don't do this, no one's going to come to save her. And I kept pedaling, and eventually I arrived in front of 122 Canebrake.
Zach, we're going to talk about what happened when you got to 122 Canebrake in just a second. You described having a gun and having a knife. Initially, were you going to use the gun?
Yes.
Did you ultimately decide to use the gun?
No.
Why not?
I was very concerned about using a gun because of how loud it would be, and I didn't want to alert a neighbor or a bystander who might come to investigate and get involved. So I tried to suppress the gun by making a makeshift suppressor. And in movies, these things are made out to be like it's very easy, and a suppressed gun is just very silent, and that's not the case. So ultimately, I test fired the gun and I had bought some subsonic ammunition, which is supposed to be quieter, but I didn't realize that on a revolver, a suppressor doesn't work because the end of the cylinder is open. And I realized just a day or two beforehand that I couldn't use a gun because it could potentially involve someone else in this if someone heard a gunshot and came to investigate.
If you had had a choice, would you have rather used a gun?
I would have rather not had to have done it at all, but if I had to, yes, I would have chosen a gun.
Why is that?
Because it would have been quicker and more humane.
All right, let's talk about, you arrive at the house in 122 Cambridge. Do you remember about what time you arrived there?
I think it was a little after 9 in the morning.
And you arrived there on your bike? Is that how you did it?
Yes.
And you testified about this a little bit, but tell the jury what you're wearing.
I had on black pants and a black thermal and a gray shirt over that. I had on a black beanie and a white medical mask, and I had on black gloves and a black backpack.
Do you remember how many vehicles were parked in the driveway when you got there?
One.
When you arrived at the house and you got off your bike, what did you do?
I laid my bike down in the driveway, and I took my backpack off, and I took out the box that had been gift wrapped that had an end open, and I put the .22 revolver in that box. And I put the backpack back on my back, and I took a bunch of roses, and I walked up to the door and I rang the doorbell. And I was shaking and freaking out at this point because there was nowhere I wanted to be less than at that house on that morning. And when I rang the doorbell, the door opened and a woman came to the front. And I thought it was Christina Parcell, but I wanted to make sure. And I also wanted to make sure that no one else was home. So I told her that while I was holding the box and the roses, that I had a delivery for Lutina Parcell, her sister. And she told me that Lutina wasn't home. So at this point I realized that Christina was at the house alone. And I handed her the roses, and I took the revolver out of the box and I pointed it at her, and I told her to be quiet and to go back into the house, which she did. And I followed her into the house and I shut the door. And I was experiencing such anxiety that my body wasn't really doing what I was telling it to do anymore. Like when I realized that I couldn't use the gun, which was unloaded at this point, my plan had been to try to knock her unconscious because I didn't want to cause her or anyone any pain. That wasn't my intention. I just wanted to save Aida and to make sure that no one else who was a bystander would be involved in this or could be endangered in any way. So I tried, while she was holding the roses, to strike her on the head and knock her unconscious. But my body was fighting me because even though I knew who she was and what she was doing and the danger that was putting Aida in, I was still looking at her and I was seeing a sympathetic figure. I was seeing a woman, and I had always been taught never to hurt a woman, to always protect women and children. So when I went to strike her with the gun, my hand didn't really do what I was trying to tell it to. I essentially pulled my strike. It felt like a time I had been cliff jumping with friends. I have a big fear of heights, and there was a 30-foot face that you could jump off and jump into a deep pool of water, and when I would run up to the edge, I would try to get a running start and jump off the edge, and I just couldn't. Like, my body would stop me against my will. And I had to try to do this 10 or 15 or 20 times before I could actually get myself to go over the edge. So when I struck her on the head with the pistol, that's what happened. It didn't knock her unconscious, and I hardly struck her at all, to be honest. So I tried again, and the same thing happened. I just couldn't bring myself to strike her. And at this point, she realized that I was hesitating, and she began to try to move herself and to get away and to fight back. And during this period of time, the roses had dropped, and the petals and stems had scattered. And as I was hesitating, I realized that the situation was quickly getting out of control. And if I didn't pull myself together and act soon, this was all going to end up terribly for Aida, because what was happening to her would never be uncovered.
Zach, I'm sorry, just a quick question. You heard testimony that at this time, Christina weighed 163 pounds. How much did you weigh on October the 13th?
About 160.
Go ahead.
So I realized that I was going to have to somehow force myself to do this at any cost. So I pulled out the knife I was wearing. And even though I knew I wasn't going to be able to strike her with any amount of force, I still tried. So I started striking her, though my strikes were pulled. And I think the knife made contact with her, but it wasn't stopping her, and it wasn't inflicting anything that could be a fatal blow. And she started to fight back. She realized I was hesitating, and it became a struggle. And in this struggle, all I could do was try to overcome this resistance I had towards doing this thing. Even though I knew it was right, I still had this physical and emotional resistance to doing it. So I just kept striking her until finally we fell on the floor. And at this point, I had just tried to take my mind out of it and just try to get through this and finish it as quickly as possible, because I realized that it was only becoming prolonged, and I had to do this in order to save Aida. So I don't remember how many times I struck her. I just remember that when it finished, we were on the ground, and I stopped striking her when she stopped struggling. And at this point, I stood up, and I was still freaking out, and I was in kind of a daze. And I was just trying to pull myself together and figure out what I needed to do to leave the house. And again, I wanted to make sure that I didn't leave anything behind that would connect me to it, because then I believe John would be connected to it, and it would only further put Aida in danger because I didn't know if Christina Parcell was the only person involved in what was happening to Aida. And she wasn't. So I quickly looked around to make sure I hadn't left a mask or a glove, and I started to pick up the rose petals and realized that I just didn't have time to do that. Again, I was concerned that a neighbor might have heard the commotion and that a neighbor might come by to investigate, and I didn't want that. So I drew the blinds and I moved her body away from the door, which had windows, because I didn't want someone to come to the door and see her. And I put my things back in the backpack, and I looked in a mirror before I left to make sure everything was in order, and I saw that she had scratched my face in the struggle. And of course I realized that this could leave DNA. So I used the paint thinner to try to clean her hands. And then I changed my mask and I took off my outer shirt because there was blood on it. And I put it in the backpack. And at this point, I was really worried that someone, that Lutina might come back to the house, or Brad Post might come to the house, or a neighbor might come over. So I was trying to leave the house as quickly as possible. And before I left, when I realized that I had probably left my DNA there, despite my effort not to, I prayed again and just said that I believe that what I've done is the right thing, and I believe that I did it for the right reason. But if it's your will that I be connected to this, then I will turn myself in and I will own up to what I've done, and I'll take responsibility for it because I believed that it was the right thing. And then I left. I exited out through the door, and I got back on my bike, and I pedaled my bike back to the truck, and I drove back to the mountain house. And I was still completely freaking out, and it felt entirely surreal. But there is a big difference in how I felt, in that as soon as I left the house, I felt the most enormous wave of relief wash over me, because I knew from that moment on Aida would be safe. Aida would be safe from the sexual abuse that her mother was perpetrating on her. And there is proof to that the state is hiding from you.
Your Honor, instruct him to be quiet.
Okay, you need to stop talking. The jury. Have been ruled improper. Disregard to you the jury case, and while you to disregard. Thank you all for your patience as we go about this trial. I want to instruct you to disregard the last comments that you heard. I also want to just remind you, as I've stated from the outset of this trial, that I'm the sole judge of the law in this case, and while you, the jury, sit as the sole judge of the facts, and part of my role is to make determinations about what evidence can and cannot be admitted and presented to you, the jury, and that gatekeeping role rests solely with me, the judge on the law. And I want to instruct you that you're not to consider any testimony that I have instructed you to disregard, and furthermore, you should not even mention or discuss any testimony that I have instructed you to disregard. And I instruct you not to discuss any topics that have been ruled improper when you deliberate. Thank you.
Zach, just got a few more questions. So, after you left Canebrake, isn't it true that you rode your bike back to your truck, which was parked within the vicinity. Isn't that true?
Yes.
And then you drove your truck back to the mountain house. Isn't that true?
That's true.
After you got to the mountain house, isn't it true that you disposed of the gun and the knife in a nearby lake? Isn't that true?
Yes, that is true.
And isn't it true that the clothes you were wearing, that you burned those clothes in a fire pit at the mountain house? Isn't that true?
Yes.
I want to talk about towards the end of October, beginning of November. Isn't it true that at the very beginning of November 2021, you had obtained a plane ticket to fly overseas? Isn't that true?
Yes, that's true.
And you were going to go overseas departing from Detroit. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
And while you were in Detroit, isn't it true that you received a phone call making you aware that there were warrants pending for your arrest?
That is true.
And after you were notified of the pending warrants, isn't it true that you rented a car, drove back in the middle of the night to Greenville, and ultimately turned yourself in? Isn't that true?
Yes, that is true.
One second, Conor. I don't have anything else.
Okay. At this moment, well, can I see Counselor?
All right, so that was yesterday's testimony. Not all of it, but good, about a half hour or so, 40 minutes of it. I wanted to replay that, A, because, we have to wait until 2, and B, I just wanted you guys to hear him describe the moment again, and I wanted to focus on him because yesterday I was just typing, getting all of his comments. But like this time I actually want to watch him and see his mannerisms. And you guys are right. I mean, he's so like, yes, that is true. Yes, that is true. I mean, he's like so robotic, He's just so robotic. Debbie Blair, Melo did not testify. Melo did not testify. No testifying for Melo in this case. He did not testify. Nunya Bitness, hubby is from Detroit. We've got Lil Miss and Dwayne. They're from Detroit. So he was going to the South Pacific. He got offered to play on a cruise line, piano on a cruise line. So I guess that was flying out of Detroit. I think he was going to go to Europe first, or I'm not sure what the flight plan was, but he had to go to Detroit to get to this cruise line. And we knew that already. We knew that he was in Detroit. He got the search or the arrest warrant, and he came back. He volunteered. We knew that already, doing our research at the beginning. No, here. I got to show you pants. Super Ball, she's being all crazy girl. Crazy kitty. She's being all silly kitty. So we knew that already. But then we heard it from his, from his mouth, if you will. So, all right. So we're off until they come back. They're coming back at 1:30, but it's a half hour delay, so they won't go on until 2. So I'm going to break. I'm going to have some lunch now. Mel Stiller, his blank expression is frightening. Yeah. Hey, Debbie Blair, Michigan is your home state. Moved to Florida to get away from the snow many, many years ago. Not bad. Justice Obsessed. Oh my God, so late, so far behind. You really didn't miss anything. To be quite honest, Justice, there was cross of Hughes, and I won't ruin it for you, but you didn't miss anything. That's all. Mel is saying, hello, beautiful Super Bowl. None you bitness, hubby is from Warren, although I turned him into a hillbilly. Oh, wait, I want to pull this one up. Therapist, the hands not shaking and voice being so resolute is more proof to me that he strongly believes every word he's saying. Yeah, I mean, 100%. I would, absolutely. I mean, I 100% believe he 100% believes he was justified, that what he did was right. I mean, how many of us have done something and we justify it, maybe even though we know it's wrong or not 100% right, but we still justify it in our minds, especially over time. You justify saying that thing to your friend, or you justify cutting that person off in the car, or you justify, I don't know. Yeah, I can totally see that he 100% believes that he was justified in doing this. Green-eyed cat. Hey, good to see you. I didn't think of that, Brat. He didn't call in a tip or anything. Wow, he wasn't worried that she would be the one to find the body. Yeah, Brat, you brought that up. What was he thinking about? He didn't think that far in advance. Where who's going to find Christina? The sister? Brad? Aida? Oh, sorry, the child? Who's going to find this horror show that you left behind? I mean, you guys have seen the pictures. We'll bring them up again for those that haven't. This is what he left. That's what he left. Can you imagine if Aida walked into that and saw her mom? Mel Stiller, by justifying we can live with the decisions we make. Yeah, 100%. Otherwise, you feel guilty, and then that causes cancer. That eats away at you and will just gnaw at you. So you have to justify and say, oh, I was correct in my actions. So yeah, can you imagine poor little 9-year-old coming home to that? I'm sure she had, I guess, probably Tina picked her up. Somebody picked her up. I don't think a 9-year-old came home by herself. But can you imagine a 9-year-old walking into that and seeing her mom? Just terrible, right? Hey, tennis girl. Awesome. Been lurking, popping in to say hello. Oh, hello, tennis girl. Say hello to you. Always great to see you. Thank you for your support and listening and watch hours and eyeballs and all that good stuff. Thank you. The back door was unlocked. Well, Tina talked about that when they first. So it was during COVID, and they bought this house, but there was something tied up legally, so they couldn't actually buy it, so they had to rent it before they bought it. So they only had one key, which was to the front. So they would leave the door unlocked when they were home, but when they left, they would lock it. But Brad Post said that he knew the door was a lot of times was unlocked, so the door was unlocked. So he comes in the front door, does what he does. I guess he locks the front door and then goes out the back door, right? So let's see. Yeah, Kathy Smith, if she took the school bus home. I think Tina drove her that day because there was video of two cars in the driveway, and then Tina leaves, and then Christina leaves at 8:30. So Tina leaves, I think, first. So I don't think she took the bus there. She may have taken the bus home. I'm not sure about that, but I don't think she took. I don't think she took the bus. I don't think she took the bus there. Little miss, go eat lunch. We'll be fine. Yeah, I'm gonna break pretty soon. Yep, I am going to break soon, and let me see. I'll put you guys back here. I can get rid of the scroll. Actually, the scroll is now, court is at lunch. Okay. Court is at lunch and will return soon. Why does it do that? Why doesn't it? All right, I'll do that. All right, court is at lunch and will return soon. Sarcasm. They walked to school in the morning, and I believe Tina picked her up in the afternoon. Yeah, 2 p.m. The stream, yeah, we're a half hour delayed, so they're coming back at 1:30, but they won't be back until 2. So yes, 2 o'clock, 2 p.m. 2 p.m. is correct. So let's see. And that's 2 Eastern, chat. 2 Eastern. All right. So I will see you guys in a little bit. I'm going to leave you with some music, though. All right. See you guys in, I'll probably be back in about a half hour to 45 minutes. All right. We'll see you guys later. Hello and welcome back from lunch, everybody. I have a new poll that I just posted for you guys. New poll for the chat. What will the jury do? Guilty, not guilty, or hung? What do you guys think? And as the defense rested, I said, at this point, what would your verdict be? 89% of you said guilty, 10% said not guilty. So what will the jury do? Guilty, not guilty, hung. What do you guys think? Yes, Fala. Poll time. Irish Amy, poll time. Time for a poll, guys. How was your lunch? Everybody take a lunch, such as it is. Irish Amy, tricky. I know what I want them to do, but I'm concerned about the impact of a lack of cross after hearing the state is hiding things. Well, you have to take into account the witness that says it, right? That's always a part of the judge. He always says you have to look at, you know, do you believe the witness? You know, look at their credibility is the word I'm looking for. Look at the credibility. Took your lunch yesterday? Yes. How was it? How was your lunch yesterday? Irish Amy, I clicked the only option I didn't think by mistake. Sneaky! Well, hello there. Let me say hello to you. How is the Sneaky doing these days? How's it going? Irish Amy, I meant to click guilty or hung, but was going for guilty and pressed not guilty by mistake. Are you serious? They're back? Hold on.
Okay. Thank you again for your attentiveness. We are about to begin closing arguments. Stay.
Thank you, Arne. Please record. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This is the moment where myself and the defense have an opportunity to speak to you directly. It's called our closing statement, our closing arguments. All the evidence that you're going to hear in this case, you've already heard it. It's either sitting right here or it's through testimony that you've already heard. And so my goal here is to just talk a little bit about this case with you and sort of explain the state's perspective and how we have proven beyond a reasonable doubt that Zach Hughes did in fact commit the crimes that he's alleged to have committed. And I'm going to go through those crimes a little bit, and we'll talk a little bit about that. And then I'm going to go briefly through the evidence, and explain my perspective on those things. I will give you a bit of a caveat that this is a little bit of a unique case in that you rarely have the defendant testifying and admitting to the entire crime during the trial. So in that respect, my closing argument may be a little different or maybe a little abnormal than our normal way we do things, but I'm going to do my best. I first want to thank you for your service. It's been a long 2 weeks. Y'all have been extremely attentive. You've paid attention. You've listened to the judge. And to be frankly, I couldn't ask for a better jury, and I appreciate your service. On behalf of my co-counsel, Mr. Jake Hofreth, Investigator Jared Sparkman, and Master Deputy Blake Wolf, we thank you for your service. Now, I told you in my opening statements that once you see and hear all the testimony in this trial, and I did not know that the defendant was going to testify, you're going to find that Zach Hughes, I don't know if you remember what I said, is a cold-blooded killer. And I submit that the state, and along with the testimony of Zach Hughes, we did in fact prove all of that beyond a reasonable doubt. Zach Hughes is a cold-blooded killer. Zach Hughes is an admitted cold-blooded killer. And keep in mind, he solved John Melo's problems. So the judge is going to instruct you on the law, and just as we're going to abide by his rulings, you must abide by his instructions. Remember I told you he's the referee, he calls balls and strikes, and he also tells us what the rules are, what the law is. Y'all took an oath way long ago than you can probably remember, back in last week on Monday, a week ago. And you said you would take an oath, you would adhere to his instructions, you would do your duty as jurors, and I have no doubt in my mind that you will absolutely do that. Now, before Zach Hughes admitted to the murder of Christina Parcell, the state called approximately 32 witnesses. We submitted close to 200 exhibits. If you put all this on a hard drive, it's a little over 4 terabytes of information. And all of that taken together, it's a lot of evidence to digest. Now, with the admission of Zach Hughes to a lot of the state's case, the questions you were presented with at the beginning of the case really are answered. Regardless of what he may believe in his head, his actions are what matter in this courtroom. Actions speak louder than words. And boy, do we have a lot of cold, calculated, horrific actions in this case. Now, ladies and gentlemen, you must find the facts based on the evidence in this trial and solely based on the evidence presented at this trial inside this courtroom. And it is undisputed that Zach Hughes planned, he lay and waited, he broke into Christina Parcell's home with a .22 and a knife, some roses. She had just returned home from an interview, from her last interview with Vet Tech. Zach Hughes, a person she had never met, she had never met him, beat her with a gun, brutally stabbed her 35 times, severing her jugular vein and her carotid artery. Now, as we go through the evidence and we look at some of the different things, I'm going to ask you to keep in mind of the charges that you're actually looking at. So the first charge I'm going to explain is the harassment charge. And there's 2 harassment. There's harassment and there's conspiracy to commit harassment. The only difference is that conspiracy requires 2 or more people joining in to commit the harassment. So harassment is just a pattern of intentional, substantial, and unreasonable intrusion into the private life of a targeted person that serves no legitimate purpose and cause that person, and would cause a reasonable person in his position, to suffer mental or emotional distress. That's related to all those photos and those documents that you saw mailed out think there's 7 envelopes full of photos and other documents. You heard testimony about what was in those. Some of them are in evidence, some were just described, because those were pictures of Christina Parcell without any clothes on. So we didn't introduce those so as not to embarrass her or her family. Burglary first. A person is guilty of burglary first if he enters a dwelling without consent and with the intent to commit a crime. And I remind you, the judge is going to tell you the law is, what it is. I'm just trying to give you an outline so you can keep that in mind as we're going through this evidence. And they enter without consent and are armed with a deadly weapon or cause physical injury. Well, those things all already appeared in this case. Zach Hughes went in under a ruse of roses according to his own testimony, but he went in directly with the intent to commit harm, and he had weapons on him. And then you've got murder. You also have possession of the weapon during the commission of a violent crime. That is, if you used a weapon and you murder somebody, that is the possession of the weapon during that commission of a violent crime. But you have murder, which is the killing of any person with malice aforethought. Malice aforethought. And you're going to hear those words a lot in the judge's instructions. But malice is ill will towards another person, the intentional doing of a wrong act with the intent to inflict injury. And I think I said early on, ladies and gentlemen, it was a depraved heart, an angry heart, with the intent to harm somebody. And there's also express malice, meaning it's expressed, it's right there in front of you. And it's shown when there are words of hatred or when someone prepares to do the act. They prepare to go in there. It's called premeditation, is what you'll hear the judge charge. Premeditation is preparing to go and harm somebody, like lying in wait, like buying weapons beforehand, by concealing your identity going in there. Those kinds of things are premeditation, things that you do in preparation of the violent act. And if you find those things, and you find the state proved those beyond a reasonable doubt, then you can find the defendant guilty. So, before we get in, let's start with a little background now. You know the players, you know everybody involved in here, you know the victim. You've heard a lot about the victim, Christina Parcell. You've heard a lot about John Melo. You've heard a lot about Zach Hughes. And you've heard a lot about Christina Parcell and John Melo's daughter. So, the background, and we're talking the time frame from 2020, October 2020-ish, to October 13th, 2021. So we're roughly a time span of 1 year. And what happens throughout that year that leads up to the murder of Christina Parcell? Zach Hughes never talked to Christina Parcell. He didn't know Christina Parcell. He never met Christina Parcell. And everything he knew about Christina Parcell, even according to his own testimony, was told to him by John Melo or shown to him in certain evidence. John Melo was in a nasty custody battle with Christina Parcell. We all know that. He was on his 4th round of custody disputes with Christina Parcell. Keep in mind, and according to the guardian ad litem, the prior 3 were just as nasty, but they'd always been settled where John Melo would have significant custody of their daughter. But in April of 2021, that changed. The tide changed for John Melo because he took Aida out of the country in violation of that order, according to the Italian courts. And he took her to Italy. And Christina Parcell didn't even know about that until she saw a social media post where she realizes, my daughter's out of the country, I can't see her or talk to her, and she's with her father. Thus the continuation of this nasty child custody dispute. And then from October to April, Aida was living in Italy with little or no contact with Christina. So what did Christina do? She did what any mother would do, is she tried to get the return of her daughter. So she went through this process, and it was explained by Christina's sister, Tina Parcell, as well as the guardian ad litem, Vanessa Cormelo. She filed under what's called the Hague Convention, and she asked to have her daughter returned to her. She actually flew to Italy twice to have these hearings in Italy. And she was successful. She won that particular battle in this myriad of battles of child custody that have been going on between these two individuals. And so in April of 2021, that really set off John Melo. He was unhappy. And we know the things, and we're going to talk about the things that he did starting that day, through the WhatsApps, through the harassment letters, everything else, to solve that custody dispute problem. And that's where this case really, really began. That is when things turned, not in favor of Christina Parcell. She lost her life as a result. So, what is the relationship between Zach Hughes and John Melo? All right. So, where did they all come into this mass of characters? Well, according to Zach, he met John on the streets of Greenville about August of 2020, and he was with Aida, and Zach played a very likable classical music piece that John Melo and Aida liked. And that's how they met. So they met that one time. And that was one of the few times that Zach Hughes actually met Aida Melo. And he talked about, they went on about 4 or 5, maybe 6 occasions where they were hanging out. They got some tacos one night. They saw a museum. But Aida Melo didn't know Zach Hughes. She didn't know who he was. She's a 9-year-old little girl who heard him play a piano piece, who's a friend of her dad's. And that's all the time they ever spent together. That's it. In August until October, John Melo left for Italy. And with him went Aida. So Zach Hughes never spent any more time with Aida, what little time he did during that small time, ever, never again. Now, he may have seen her on a FaceTime while he's talking to her dad. Or he may have seen her or seen videos of that, which he testified to. But Zach acted on this stand as if he could see into her soul. He could see into her eyes. He knew how she was feeling. He could tell that she gained weight and why she gained weight at a certain particular time in her life, in her adolescent life. He is drawing those conclusions on a little bit of information and nothing but whatever John Melo is feeding him. So, what's their first thing? Aida's back with her mother. She, in May, begins living at Canebrake with her aunt, Tina Parcell, and that's where they're living there. John Melo's in Italy, and Zach Hughes and John Melo decide, well, you know what we're going to do? Let's embarrass Christina Parcell. Let's make her life look bad. Let's make her look like a prostitute. That'll help me get custody of her. That'll help me with the guardian ad litem. And so John Melo, according to Detective Bevel, who testified, had photos, and according to the evidence right here, he had photos of Christina Parcell. And those photos were taken when she was much younger. And those photos are taken between two consensual adults engaging in what acts that two consensual adults can do. And that's it. And then he took those photos and he used them as a weapon. And he tried to make her look like a prostitute. Because that's what John Melo continually told Zach Hughes, according to his own testimony, Alex Field's affidavit. Let's make her look like a prostitute, and let's send them around to a neighborhood. Well, they sent them to a neighborhood where Brad Post lived. They didn't even send them to Canebrake. And we know this because in these WhatsApps, they talk about it specifically. They talk about, may I present to you my daughter's mother, Christina, Caroline Warren, escort. And we know there's a bunch of attachments that we can't see because Zach Hughes deleted these on October 13th. And when we retrieve them from WhatsApp, they're deleted. So you have to see us, investigator Sparkman, manipulating these WhatsApps And then they sent them that way, and then Zach Hughes receives them. He gets them, and he sees an email that was sent to him as well. This email is very important. And he prepares all these packages to Brad Post, to Mr. Bradley Post. These are all his P.O. Box. Brad Post. Cigar bar, where Brad Post hangs out. Misspells Mr. Post one time in the WhatsApps. Misspells it here, P-O-A-S-T, which is why we know it. But Zach Hughes admitted it. But this email here purports to come from Mullen Investigations. Mullen Investigations at protonmail.com. And it's cut out. And you've got this photo of Christina Parcell, and you've got another photo of Christina Parcell back there, which is the same ones that are in here. But there's no URL with Bella Dongion right here. And this is the escort site, and it says Caroline Warren. She became a member, Caroline Warren, in 2009. Well, this is 2021. And apparently this Mullen Investigations on May 16th found these photos attached to this website. Except the photos don't have anything attached to the website. It's just a square of an escort site of Caroline Warren. Well, I don't know who that is. I know this. I know Caroline Warren. I know Mullen Investigations. John Melo. Vanessa Carmelo testified to it. She received emails from Mullen Investigations, and she received lots of emails from people purporting to be John Melo. So Zach Hughes went to the trouble of preparing all these envelopes, manipulating all the items, the photos, the escort, and putting it together, and he wanted to make sure we knew it was her, and so we would add a cover letter. You can see the cover letter that he would do. He had to add a cover letter to make sure you knew exactly who that was, that it was Christina Parcell that was engaging in prostitution. And he sent them out to shame her, to make fun of her. There's WhatsApps in there saying, we're going to ruin her day. And Zach Hughes did it the same way he committed this murder. He used his bike, he avoided cameras, tried to find a location, and he didn't know that we could track his phone. And so we know he was in Greenville when he mailed those, in June and July, and he was in Tennessee when the other two were mailed. So we know he did all that. But the big point of the harassment is not that that's bad to do somebody. It's really what Tina Parcell referred to as revenge porn. South Carolina does not have a statute for revenge porn. We have harassment. And that's exactly what that is. But he's really doing it, one, to make her look bad, to make her look like a prostitute. But he's also trying to do it to gain a strategic advantage in this custody battle. And it doesn't work. He even sends one to the guardian ad litem. What does the guardian ad litem do? She investigates everything. But Brad Post put a lot of work in. Zach Hughes put a lot of work into that. It's a lot of work finding all those envelopes. To somebody he doesn't even know. He's never met, never talked to. Now, John Melo, I would say he's pretty much a liar. He dated Christina back in 05 and 06 and had their daughter in 2012, and of course this custody battle. And if you want to look about the character and who John Melo is, I refer you back to Vanessa Carmelo's testimony. She testified that John Melo would do horrific things in relation to this custody battle. To her, to a lawyer who's representing a little girl as a guardian ad litem who's practicing law for 26 years, he would accuse her of horrific things, according to her. He would accuse her of trafficking children in Spartanburg. He would post things on social media ridiculing her. And that's how John Melo operated. That's how he operated. He used deceit by using fake emails. He used threats to try to get what he wanted. Mullen investigation. He sent those to Vanessa Carmelo. He sent an email pertaining to be a lawyer named Sophia Carlucci, according to Vanessa Carmelo. And she knew it was John Melo writing it because she's read so many emails from him, they matched up. So he's trying to gain a strategic advantage. John Melo and Zach Hughes were trying to harm Christina because John Melo had a custody problem. And the only way to solve it was murder. So Zach visits John for 3 weeks in June in Italy. So he met him for 5 times between August and October of 2020. They're having lots of conversations on the WhatsApp, and he's in 3 weeks in June in Italy. And it was a pretty important moment when Zach Hughes said, John Melo offered me $5,000 to kill Christina Parcell. John Melo offered me $10,000 to kill Christina Parcell. Now, of course, Zach said he wouldn't take that money. He would just do it for free. Because killing Christina Parcell is the right thing to do. So I submit that's when the plot to murder Christina Parcell began. That's kind of when this evolved. And I think they started with the photos, which were in June and July, but that wasn't going to carry any weight with anything. Interesting that a struggling pianist turned down $10,000 to do it for free. Especially of a person he's never met on behalf of a little girl he barely knows. Now, much of what Zach Hughes said, I believe, on that stand was true. I think a lot of it was a bunch of self-serving, narcissistic junk. Zach Hughes is trying to portray himself on that stand as a hero instead of the cold-blooded killer that he is. Ladies and gentlemen, we judge the defendant by their actions, not by their excuses or their words. Actions speak much louder than any self-serving lies from a sadistic, pathological killer like Zach Hughes. He murdered Christina Parcell, mother to Aida, sister to Tina Parcell, and daughter to Erica and Tim Parcell. Now, I've talked a lot about Vanessa Carmelo because she's a key witness, because that is the dispute that we're having, the custody battle. And she's in charge of making recommendations about who should get custody. Her job is to investigate the custodians. She stated that she investigated every allegation which were at Christina, which was involved in prostitution and drugs. She stated she would investigate every allegation, hire private investigators, put trackers on cars, meet with potential custodians, have home visits, and talk with the child constantly. So she's doing everything that she can possibly do. She even had allegations like Alex Fields. There's an affidavit that the defense submitted on Alex Fields, where he says that he was propositioned by Christina Parcell for sex and offered to sell him drugs, and he put in an affidavit. This was after John Melo put on Craigslist, "You have any information about Christina Parcell that I know about? I'd like to know anything about." Who responds to a Craigslist ad about somebody and then sets an example of what they did at a bar? And for what purpose? Maybe it's true. Maybe it's not true. I have no idea. That's what Alex Fields says. really doesn't matter. While the defense wants to impugn the integrity of Christina Parcell as a justification for committing murder, so be it. If doing bad things means anyone can break into my house and stab me 35 times without retribution, then two things will happen. There'll be a lot of people stabbed to death, and I'll be out of a job, because all we'll have is vigilante justice in our system. But again, these are allegations that John Melo is making. He's looking for any dirt on Christina Parcell. Again, these are all allegations. Well, let's come to October. Vanessa Cormelo was getting close to making her decision. Who's going to get custody? Her investigation revealed that before Christina's murder, she would write a favorable report for Christina Parcell and a bad one. That's what Vanessa Cormelo said. In addition, it was almost 6 months since Aida had come home, and that's important. 6 months. Someone can file to terminate the parental rights of another. We were about to be 6 months. Zach Hughes said October was the time that he felt it was the time to kill her. Just felt it in his heart and his mind. And he tried on the 12th, did it on the 13th. That is important because it was getting close. John Melo's getting a bad report, and things aren't going to go his way, so he's got a problem. Now, if Christina Parcell is no longer around, he's the last man standing. He's going to get custody. So, Zach admittedly decides to murder Christina Parcell. That was his intent. He bought a gun and a knife about a month before. It was weighing on his soul. His custody dispute's not going well. And so he entered into a lot of planning going into this murder. A ton of planning. And the state presented all of this evidence to you before he testified. But we know that Zach Hughes on the 12th was up at the Mountain House because his phone showed that he was up there. And while up there, he had his truck. And we know he put his bike in the back of the truck. And we know he parked it somewhere. And we know that he decided to park somewhere near canebrake and ride his bike in there. And we didn't know, but we know, that he knew the schedule of Christina Parcell that day. Because he said John Melo told him. So he gets in his truck, and I would submit he arrives around 7:42-ish to somewhere wherever he parked. We never learned exactly where he parked near canebrake, but we know he parked somewhere there, and he rode his bike. Because at 7:42, we know from his phone that he plugs it in and unlocks it. And that's the last activity on his phone at that time. So he parks, maybe he plans, he thinks, and he gets on his bike and he drives in. And we know he drives in because he passes Donna Gorman's house. And Donna Gorman was an early witness from the state. And she did an identification of Zach Hughes from that witness stand. The state was not expecting that. We had never shown her a photo lineup. We'd shown her a photo of the bike, of Zach on the bike from the ring cameras. But she had never seen Zach in person. And so we just left it. Now, we did wait until about 3 years after the murder before Donna Gorman told us that information. That is true. Riley Stokes talked to her that day, and he didn't have a copy of it. Master Deputy Wolf talked to her on the 19th, and he didn't show her a copy of the person on the bike. And so there was so much chaos going on, so many officers moving in so many directions, trying to find the evidence to solve this murder. It was just overlooked. And so when we went and talked to her, this was her testimony. And that's what we presented to this jury. She was right. She was right. The DNA proved it. Zach Hughes proved it. So Donna Gorman sees him, and she says it's around 8:15-ish when he goes by. And then he goes to Christina Parcell's house. And my opinion is that he went and he hid under the bottom of the house. His testimony was different. He says different. He says that he got there and went straight in, dropped his bike, and went to the front door. We have a difference. Maybe he's telling the truth. Maybe I'm wrong. At the end of the day, it doesn't really matter. But I submit that he went and he waited. He had an hour to wait. Of course, he had an hour drive from the mountain house all the way to Canebrake. And you know what he could have done? He could have turned around. He could have done anything he wanted. He could have gone to the QT. He could have changed his mind. Had many opportunities to do that. He was committed. And so he went and he lied and he waited. And he waited for a time because he knew her schedule and he knew her car. He knew her address. That's in evidence. And he went and decided to walk in the front door with roses as a ruse, according to his testimony, with a gun and a knife and a backpack, paint thinner so he could clean up afterwards, and he kills her. So let's see the moments before Christina Parcell is murdered. Zach Hughes, dressed as he said he was, gray sweatshirt, backpack, black pants, walks directly into that house. I can't see if he's carrying flowers. I know he was. I know he had flowers on him. And he walks in and he surprises Christina Parcell. Points a gun at her and hits her in the head with the gun. And then he stabs, and he begins to stab, and he begins to slash, and he begins to slash, and he begins to stab, and slash. Now think of the force needed to stab someone in the chest, stab them in the back, all over the head. And finally, and through all the fighting and the stabbing and the pushing, while Christina is fighting for her life, he finds the vulnerable spots, stabs her in the jugular and the carotid artery, causing her to bleed out. With blunt force trauma to the head, she has to be on the ground. Blood is everywhere, pulling around her dropped phone and the couch. But that's not enough. He drags her through her own blood to cover up the crime as he closes the curtains and locks the front door so he's not detected as droplets of blood fall from his blood-soaked clothes. She remains laying on that floor in her own blood with nothing but her blood-soaked scrubs and her wedding band that Brad Post gave her. But but his sadistic actions are not over. I submit, ladies and gentlemen, those rose petals had a dual purpose. He may have used them as a ruse to get in and get inside the house so he could surprise Christina and gain that strategic advantage to murder her. But he also sprinkled them around. He sprinkled them around the house, on her purse, around, as some sort of sadistic, artistic sign that he thought was necessary. And then he had to keep in line with the allegations: prostitution and drugs. Put a bag of cocaine under a couch, under a chair, right down from her body. Killing her wasn't enough. Shaming her was the goal too. This was not to save Aida. This was to help John Melo win his custody case. He never told us about the drugs either. Never mentioned those. So then the cover-up. So then, after you effectuate the crime, you commit it, then you got to clean up. You got to cover up. So, he first had to cover up the scene. He had to worry about that DNA under her fingers. That DNA is key to this case. He had to wipe her fingers down with that paint thinner. He did not want to get caught. Pre-planned, and then really good exit strategy, cover up. Then he went back to the mountain house. Of course, we know he's there because his phone puts him there around 1:17. He connects to the Wind Wi-Fi. The Winds have a mountain house. He has access to it. Remember, it's real remote. I think Master Deputy Wool said it's so remote you could walk around naked. Nobody would see you. Perfect place to clean up a crime scene like that. Can you imagine how soaked in blood his clothes were? Can you imagine how soaked in blood his car was? Can you imagine how soaked in blood his bike was? And he did. And he admitted it. Burned his clothes, ditched the knife and the gun in some pond, cleaned up everything, and he went back to Tyndall about his daily life. And that's what he said. Now, I've mentioned Zach Hughes' testimony a lot. And I'm sorry that you had the unfortunate privilege of hearing the specific testimony of the killing of Christina Parcell by a cold-blooded, cold stone-faced killer trying to portray himself as a hero instead of the cold-blooded, calculating killer that he actually is. Only a person with a severely diminished sense of heroism, with a heart that is cold as ice, can portray that. The absurdity of many of his words and I'll reference a couple. I wanted to make her death quick and painless. This is what he said. When I was listening to that, it was hard for me to comprehend that someone is actually saying that at their trial to a jury. Do we say thank you? I appreciate it. Thank you for taking my pain into consideration as you murder me? What does that even mean? Well, I'll ask you this. Was it quick and painless when he hit her in the head with a gun? Was it quick and painless when he stabbed her the first time so quick and painless when he stabbed her the second time? How about the 5th? The 10th? Maybe the 20th? He was being considerate. Maybe the 30th? How about the final 35th blow? And then, of course, I asked him one question. How'd you drag her body across the room? And he said, I don't really recall, but I think it was by her ankles. And he looked me in the eyes in a stone-cold-faced way. Told me the answer. Like he was proud of it. He said, I do not want anyone else to be involved. I waited till everyone was gone. Thanks. Appreciate that. Talking like he's doing us a favor. I wonder what would happen if a neighbor did come over. I wonder what would happen if Brad Post had showed up. I wonder what would happen if Tina Parcell had showed up. Would it be a double homicide? So we could escape and escape detection? And of course, he was so calculated, he got her schedule that day from John Melo. And then he said, I didn't want to get caught because they would connect me to John Melo. Oh, okay. So if you didn't get caught, you've solved the custody problem. But if I did get caught, then I didn't solve the custody problem, because then they would connect me to John Melo and he wouldn't get custody. Then he comes in here, testifies, connects John Melo. Doesn't make any sense. Now, he talked a good bit about his background. My understanding, he's a fantastic pianist, highly trained. But he went through his resume with an ego, letting you all know how great he really was. Military service. Playing these really difficult sonatas by Beethoven. I'm going to play all 16, never been done. But he described his sister Grace in great detail as well, for some reason. He said she was a horrific person when confronted with irrefutable evidence. She would go cold, stone-faced. She would manipulate and recruit others to do a terrible deed. If you trust Grace, you're only going to get hurt again. She was a vampire and would suck the blood right out of you. Maybe he's describing himself. He said, I feel pity for her. He felt pity for Christina Parcell. How is that even possible? Of a human being. His heart is so mean, so depraved, that he viewed someone he'd never met and discussed the specific details of killing her, treating her like she was an elderly dog being sent to the vet to be euthanized. It doesn't get any meaner than that. Christina Parcell didn't have to die. Zach Hughes had a million opportunities to not do this. And if he did it to save Aida, million ways to handle that. Vigilante justice is not allowed in this state. Vigilante justice isn't allowed anywhere. Regardless of what Zach Hughes had in his mind or what he thinks he had into his heart, he's lying to himself. Because all he had was hate and meanness, coldness. He brutally murdered Christina Parcell. So, ladies and gentlemen, it's been a long 2 weeks. I thank you for your service, and I thank you for listening to me. The evidence is absolutely overwhelming. I'm going to ask you to go back there and deliberate. I'm going to ask you to find Zach Hughes guilty of harassment, of burglary, of possession of a weapon during the commission of a violent crime, and murder. Thank you.
Mr. Moore. May I please report? I'm going to get a little bit more. Okay. I want to start with something that Mr. Wilkins said towards the beginning of his comments to you. He said, Zach Hughes solved John Melo's problems. Yesterday, Zach Hughes told you he solved Aida Melo's problems. That's what he told you yesterday. Ladies and gentlemen, you got to watch the state. You got to watch the evidence. Zach Hughes yesterday came in here and told you under oath that he killed Christina Parcell on October the 13th, 2021. He told you that. But contrary to what Mr. Wilkins just told you, killing somebody in and of itself is not a crime. Mr. Wilkins told you that he confessed to committing the crime. That is not the case. Yesterday, Zach Hughes told you that he killed Christina Parcell, but in doing that, he did not tell you or confess to any crime. And let me be clear, and let me tell you why I say that. Every crime, and the judge is going to tell you this in the instructions, every crime has two parts in general terms. The actus reus, which is the action, and the mens rea, which is what's in your mind, the intent, that the state has to prove beyond a reasonable doubt. So it's very important that you understand this from the get-go. He did not confess to a crime yesterday. He confessed to killing Christina Parcell. But that in and of itself does not make him guilty of murder. That's very important. Okay? The first part of, or Mr. Wilkins had talked about how this case is unique. It is unique. And one of the unique parts about this case is that first part that I talked about, the actus reus, the action that's involved, there's very little dispute, if any. Zach admitted that he killed Christina Parcell, right? Where the dispute is, where the heart of this case is the evidence as to what was in Zach's heart, what was in Zach's mind, that the state must prove to you beyond a reasonable doubt. It must be evidence that leaves you firmly convinced. It must be evidence that would cause you not to hesitate to act. Right? That's what they have to do. So the heart of this whole case, Mr. Wilkinson can talk about the blood, he can talk about the scene, he can talk about all these things. But the heart of this case is the intent, is the mens rea. What have they proven about Zach's intent? All right? Now, let's talk more about what the judge is going to charge on the law and what they have to prove about intent, about the mental side of this. All right? Zach has been charged with murder. The state must prove beyond a reasonable doubt malice. That is the intent, the knowledge, the mental part of murder. The state must also prove burglary in the first degree, that when he entered that home, he intended to commit a crime. In this case, murder. He intended to commit the crime, which means there was a crime he committed. For harassment, the state must prove that he sent those mailers, which he admitted to doing, he sent those mailers without a legitimate purpose. And for the conspiracy, the state must prove that he formed an agreement to do something illegal. That is the mental component to this. And again, that's the heart of the case. And Mr. Wilkins, in his opening statement, said, we have to prove the state, beyond a reasonable doubt, an angry heart. That Zach was mad. That's where the heart of this case is. What was Zach thinking? What has the state been able to prove beyond a reasonable doubt about what was in his heart and what was in his mind? Now, you're going to hear, the judge is going to talk to you about different types of evidence you can consider. He's going to talk to you about circumstantial evidence, which is evidence that an arrangement of facts, when put together, that lead to other facts or conclusions. That's circumstantial evidence. The judge is also going to tell you about direct evidence. Direct evidence is evidence that comes from people who perceived what happened, who with their senses derived knowledge about what happened. Right? That is direct evidence. The state has the burden of proof on the mental element, and the state is going to use circumstantial evidence. That's what they're going to use. We have no burden of proof whatsoever. We entered and are going to use both direct evidence and circumstantial evidence to explain what Zach's state of mind was on October the 13th, 2021. Now, what is the state going to do to try to prove what was in here? To try to establish the burden of the mental side. Again, it's more than just the acts. That's critically important. But what's the state going to use to prove the mental component to this? They're going to use the acts. And they're going to say, they're going to use the stab wounds, the photos. They're going to use all the actions that Zach testified to yesterday. That in and of itself is not a crime. And Mr. Wilkins, he talks about stab, and I wrote this down, stab, 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 slash. Right? Gotta watch. Gotta be careful, right? This is a tragic case. Bottom line, someone died. The last thing I ever want to do is minimize the tragedy in this case. Not gonna do it. Alright? But when we come to talk to you about what happened, you have to have faith that what we are saying is balanced. Think about what Zach testified to and what Claire Rose testified to about Christina Parcell and what happened that day. All right? Stab, 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 slash, slash, slash. Claire Rose testified Christina Parcell was 163 pounds. Zach testified that he was 160 pounds. Claire Rose testified that there were, of the 35 wounds, the vast majority were incised wounds. Superficial wounds, wounds that would have been consistent with a struggle. Zach told you that when he went inside, there was a struggle. He told you that they fell to the floor. He told you that when he got inside, his body would not do what he was telling it to do. Because he didn't want to do it. He did not want to have to do it. So let's talk about the circumstantial evidence that the state has offered as evidence to try to get you to understand what was in Zach's mind. The state talks about, in determining how much weight to give to their representations about their conclusions on the circumstantial evidence, just think about this. Donna Gorman testified that 3 years after this happened, having never been shown a photo lineup, with Zach's face all over the television and the internet, that she says that she saw Zach. Now, here's what is most troublesome about this whole thing. She testified that she saw Zach at 8:15. That's what she testified to. She testified she saw Zach through 2 trees in her house, that he was wearing a hoodie. No evidence other than what she said about a hoodie. In fact, Zach said that he was wearing a hat, or a smaller hat. There is no way that she could have seen Zach Hughes at 8:15. Because by the state's own evidence, with the Ring cameras, with investigator Sparkman, the state's own evidence, Zach didn't even get there until after 9 o'clock. So when he says, Donna Gorman, she saw him, it's impossible that she saw him the way she said. Because she said 8:15, by their own admission, by their own evidence, Zach didn't even get there until after 9 o'clock. Think about that. In determining how much weight to give to their spin on the circumstantial evidence, think about investigator Sparkman, right? Called him as a witness and showed him reams of WhatsApp messages. These messages were garbled, but he had a unique skill. I don't know if he went to WhatsApp school, but he spoke fluent WhatsApp, right? And he was asked to decode all of these messages for you as though you couldn't have done it yourself. But what's the most interesting thing about what he said in the WhatsApp messages, there was one message that he was not able to decode, coincidentally. The message that had the words Aida and doomed. That was the only message he could not uncode for some reason. Think about that. In trying to determine how much weight to assign to the state's conclusions or their spin on the evidence, think about Vanessa Cormelo and what she testified to. Mr. Wilkins talked about how she was doing everything she could during this period to uncover it. Really interesting, and the judge is going to tell you this. You can determine or decide how much weight to give to testimony. You can give it a lot of weight, you can give it a little weight, you can give it no weight. I want you to think about how much weight to assign to the state's conclusions and that testimony, because I want to take you to one specific exchange between Jake Hofferth and Vanessa Cormelo. Jake Hofferth asked Ms. Cormelo, prior to October the 13th, 2021, and he said this, and they've said this throughout this entire case, prior to the murder of Christina Parcell, which is for you to decide and you to decide alone. Prior to October 13th, 2021, did you have a recommendation as to where Aida Melo should live? In other words, would you have had a recommendation as to whether or not she lived with her mother? And what was Vanessa Cormelo's answer to that? And you can hear this for yourself. At the time, I would have recommended the mom. At the time. There was no follow-up to talk about other times. Can you trust that evidence? Very important. That's the circumstantial evidence. Now, let's talk about the direct evidence that you received from Zach himself as to why he did what he did. He got on that stand, he told you. Let's talk about the direct evidence. He talked about what he knew. what he knew, what he was told by John Melo. That was part of it. He talked about that. But contrary to what Mr. Wilkins said, he had a lot of other information besides just what John Melo told him. He had a deposition that Christina Parcell gave under oath in July of 2016. And you remember I asked him, after you read that deposition, what did you believe about Christina Parcell? What did you believe? He said he believed that she was engaged in prostitution. He said he believed that she had participated in a pornographic movie. He said that he believed that she had used drugs after reading that deposition. Another document that Zach got, Alex Fields' affidavit. Now, this is very important to consider about this. This entire case, the state has worked very hard to distance Christina Parcell from the escort website. And they've made these conclusions just because they want to. Despite the fact that there are website addresses on those photographs, they have insisted that those photographs were private photographs, were taken by John Melo and then somehow put on the internet by John Melo, that she had nothing to do with that. Right? Think about this. And this is an evidence for you to consider. The Alex Fields affidavit, it has one page on the front, which is what he said, that they met randomly at Hall's in 2018, that she propositioned him for sex and drugs in exchange for money. He turned that down. But in the second page of the affidavit for Alex Fields, John Melo, in that advertisement, said, if you know this woman, her name is Christina Parcell, and then he puts the Caroline Warren alias in that ad. Right? Here's the question for you to consider. If he didn't think that she really and truly went by Caroline Warren online, why would he put Caroline Warren's name in an ad for people to respond to? Why would he include that if he did not think that may trigger someone who had seen her site? Why would he do that? I would submit to you, he put her name on that ad because she was Caroline Warren, and he was hopeful that someone who had seen the ad or used the ad would recognize the picture and contact him. That's the only reason why that makes sense. Let's talk about the other evidence, and let's talk about the elephant in the room. Let's just talk about it that Mr. Wilkins discussed. The planning. Right? Let's talk about that. Zach was very honest when he testified about the planning. He told you in detail what he did. In a lot of cases, planning can be good evidence. In a lot of cases. As Mr. Wilkins said, this is a very unique case. And probably one of the most unique aspects about this case is that the person who Zach believed posed the danger was the mother to her own child. Think about that. This isn't where you're home and an intruder comes in, you don't know, and it's a spur of the moment. This isn't a random interaction or difficulty. This is what Zach believed. This is a mother. The person who's charged with caring for your child. Most importantly, the person of all on the whole planet who is supposed to be the most nurturing. This is the person who is doing this to the child. The person who lives with the child, the evidence was the person who shared a room with the child, the person who's with the child all the time. So in a situation like that, where you have a belief that's grounded on documents, that's grounded on information shared with you over many, many months, when you have that belief, how do you alleviate that threat, the threat from the mom, without thinking through how to do it? do you do that? And so I would submit to you, ladies and gentlemen, that the planning in this case, unlike most any other case, doesn't show malice because the mom was the threat. The mom was the one who posed the danger. Mr. Wilkins talked a lot about this was just interjecting in the custody, just get John custody, get him custody, all right? If this was all about the custody, why would Zach have waited so long to do it? Right? Part of it, he was in a process. Part of it, he was working on this music project. But the other part is, Aida and John were separated for half a year. Right? If Zach wanted to fix it to solve John's problem, he would have done it much sooner. But the reason why it took so long is that Zach agonized over it. What do I do? Over time, he continued to get information. What do I do? He didn't want to do it. If he wanted to do it, he would have done it right away. And he told you that when he testified. He told you in detail about that day. He told you about it. About when he woke up, he drove to that location and he thought he was going to throw up. He told you about his hand shaking. He told you about when he got out and got on his bike, it was one pedal in front of the other, just trying to make it there. He told you about this. And you saw him testify. He's, contrary to what Mr. Wilkins said, he doesn't think he's a hero. He's never asked that. He did what he believed he had to do to save an innocent child. That's what he did. That's why it's more than just the action. He hasn't confessed to any crime. He told you what he did. And he told you the truth about what he did. If Mr. Wilkins talked about solving John's problem, right? And he intimated in his closing that an aspiring or starving, I can't remember what word he used, pianist would turn down $10,000. Interesting. As though to say he didn't turn it down. There's no evidence anywhere that John Melo ever paid him a dime to do this. None. Gotta watch the state, ladies and gentlemen. Lot of in the state's closing, lot of moral indignation. That, what do you mean try to be humane? Who can say that? How does that even mean, right? I was not in Zach's shoes. Nobody was in Zach's shoes but Zach. Nobody was. None of us has been in a circumstance where we have reason to believe an innocent child is being abused by her own mother, where her father is out of the country, the evidence is shown, with a warrant pending, can't come back. When you write an affidavit to try to put the authorities on notice as to what you believe is happening, when you call DSS and DSS does nothing, none of us have been presented with that circumstance. Mr. Wilkins said, we can't condone vigilante justice. That's what he said. He said, if you find him not guilty, I'm going to be out of a job. Right? It's really interesting. The state wants you to be a legislature and make decisions for the people of the state in law and order. But they don't want you to be a jury when it comes to deciding how the law applies to the facts. Because they just want you to assume he's already confessed to it, He's guilty of a crime. They use the word murder throughout, which is a legal phrase, which is an offense that you have to find. So they want you to speak for the people of the whole state, but they don't want you to really look at the evidence. And that's what we're asking for. That's just what we're asking for. Mr. Wilkins said he could have done other things. This didn't have to happen. Okay? The judge will not instruct you that Zach Hughes had a burden to exhaust all remedies, to try everything he could to do. He tried a lot. He wrote the affidavit, went to DSS, did a lot of different things. But there's absolutely no requirement. We have no burden whatsoever. Just to continue to remind you that. We have no burden whatsoever. The burden is on the state. And there's no burden whatsoever for me as Zach Hughes' representative to try to prove to you that he exhausted every remedy. That's just not what the law says, and you don't need to prove. You don't need to even consider that. The evidence is that Zach tried. And when everything failed, that's when he acted to do what he thought was right, and that is, and was, to save Aida Melo. Ladies and gentlemen, the state talked about the mailers, and I don't envy your task. I don't at all. It's a tall task. But I do think the mailers, this piece of the case is a little bit easier for you to resolve, and let me tell you why. The judge is going to tell you that for it to be harassment, a couple things have to happen. First, the person who was the target of the harassment, in this case Christina Parcell, who's alleged in the indictment, the state must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that she actually suffered mental distress, and that a reasonable person would have done so in that circumstance. But there has to be evidence that she actually suffered distress, mental distress. There is almost zero evidence that she actually experienced mental distress in this case. Right? Let me talk more about that in specifics. There were at least 3 people who testified for the state who were with her when she gave the letters, those envelopes to law enforcement. At least 3 people. Brad Post, Dan Bevel, Mike Nicholson. Did any of those people testify that she was remotely upset? Any of those people say that she cried? Any of those people say that she was shaking? Any of those people say that she had made statements that led them to believe she was upset? Zero evidence that shows, or that even comes close to proving, that Christina Parcell was upset. And if anything, the evidence you've seen that has been introduced with nude photos of Christina Parcell online, with Alex Fields' affidavit, I think the evidence shows took a lot to get her upset or be in mental distress. So I would submit to you, ladies and gentlemen, on the harassment charge, that's something that you could go to initially and think about that evidence. And based on your recollection of the evidence, if you find that there's no evidence to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that she was in mental distress, then that's your answer on that charge right there. It's the state's burden of proof on each and every element. Ladies and gentlemen, in conclusion, the state has brought us here, and they've brought the charges that you are to consider. They've decided what to charge, and they have brought us here on these specific charges. And the charges they brought, specifically the charge of murder, is among the most serious charges there is. Doesn't get any more serious than that. Murder the charge of murder, in contrast to what the state's position is, requires more than the act of killing another person. It requires malice. Malice is defined, and the judge is going to define this for you, as evil, as hatred. In his opening statement, Mr. Wilkins told you an angry heart, mad. Ladies and gentlemen, I would submit to you that the evidence in this case has failed to show you that you should be firmly convinced that Zach Hughes had hatred. You can be shown pictures and talked all about the acts, but when it comes to what he was thinking, what the evidence shows that was in his heart, that evidence hasn't come close. Ladies and gentlemen, in hindsight, 3 years after this happened, it's very fair for you to say this didn't happen, or this didn't have to happen, or disagree, I wouldn't have done that. Some of you may say you would have, some of you may say you wouldn't. That's fair. Bottom line. Can't say otherwise. But no matter what your take on what he did, I think it's so important that we rely on your common sense. And that was one of the things that Mr. Wilkins talked about early on, that how important your common sense is that you bring with you. And so in closing, I'm going to ask that you use your common sense that you brought with you to the courthouse and just ask yourself, does a person who kills another person with the intent to save an innocent child, does that person have evil in their heart? Does that person have an angry heart? Ladies and gentlemen, I would suggest to you that your common sense would tell you no. And that person who killed another to save an innocent child is not a murderer. I would ask that you return a not guilty verdict. Thank you very much.
Please, the court. Now the state has an opportunity to rebut, and I promise you, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to be brief, so y'all can get to your deliberations. I do want to address a couple of issues. I want to make very clear, in this record, there is zero evidence of any kind of abuse. Not for a witness, not from any evidence. Mr. Mormon said you got to have some emotional distress from the harassment charges. Christina Parcell had a bunch of neighbors receive pictures of her without clothes on. Private photos between her and John Melo. And so what did she do? Immediately, Brad Post corralled them all up, took some from neighbors so they didn't see them, and she went to the police. Going to the police without emotional distress is not something that you see very often. Mr. Mormon talked about not trying to minimize this case. Minimize the killing of Christina Parcell. Minimizing the heinousness of this crime while trying to impugn her character he talked about malice. And he said that you got to have an angry heart. He kept referring to me. I said, an angry heart, malice. So you're mad at somebody. And I'll leave you with this. Ladies and gentlemen, in regards to an angry heart, just because Zachary Hughes' heart is so cold and so dead that it can't be angry, that is not a defense. You prove it by his actions. Thank you.
Members of the jury, it is now my duty as the trial judge to instruct you on the law applicable to this case, and in that regard, it is your duty as jurors to accept and apply the law as I now state it to you. Furthermore, it is your exclusive duty to decide all the issues of fact in this case and determine the effect, the value, the weight, and the truth of the evidence. All the parties have the right to expect that you will carefully consider and evaluate the evidence and apply the law of the case to it so that in the end, all parties will receive a fair and an impartial trial. I remind you that during this trial, you and I have certain duties to perform. As the trial judge, it is my responsibility to preside over the trial of this case, and I also have the duty to rule on the admissibility of the evidence offered during this trial. You are to consider only the competent evidence before you. If there was any testimony ordered stricken from the record during this trial, you must disregard that testimony, and furthermore, you should not even mention or discuss any testimony that I've instructed you to disregard in the deliberation room. You are to consider only the testimony which has been presented from this witness stand, any exhibits which have been made a part of the record in this case, and any stipulations of counsel. I have the additional duty to charge you the law applicable to this case. As the presiding judge, I am the sole judge of the law of this case, and it is your duty as jurors to accept and apply the law as I now state it to you. If you already have any idea as to what the law is or what the law ought to be, and it does not agree with what I now tell you the law is, you must abandon this idea because you are sworn to accept the law and apply the law exactly as I state it to you. In every case tried in this court before a jury, the jury becomes the sole and exclusive judge of the facts in a case. A trial judge cannot intimate, state, comment on, or make any statement to a trial jury about the facts in a case. Since you, the jury, are the sole judge of the facts in this case, you are not to infer from what I have said during this process or during the progress of this trial in ruling upon the admissibility of evidence or otherwise, or anything that I say now during this course of this instruction to you, that I have any opinion about the facts in this case. The law does not allow me to have an opinion about the facts in this case. This is a matter solely for you, the jury, to determine. And as jurors, it is your duty to determine the effect, the value, the weight, and the truth of the evidence presented during this trial. The defendant is charged with the following: murder, possession of a weapon during the commission of a violent crime, burglary first degree, conspiracy, and harassment first degree. I remind you that the fact the defendant was arrested, charged, and indicted in this case is not evidence in this case and cannot be considered by you as evidence of guilt in this case, nor does it create any presumption or inference of guilt. These documents are simply the formal instruments which contain the charges made against the defendant. It is the formal documents by which this case is brought into this court. The indictments in this case allege several different offenses against the defendant. Each indictment charges a separate and distinct offense, and you must decide each indictment separately on the evidence and the law applicable to it, uninfluenced by your decision as to any other indictment. The defendant may be convicted or acquitted on any or all of the offenses charged. You will be asked to write a separate verdict of guilty or not guilty for each indictment. The defendant has pled not guilty to these indictments, and that plea puts the burden on the state to prove the defendant guilty. A person charged with committing a criminal offense in South Carolina is never required to prove himself innocent. I charge you that it is an important rule of the law that the defendant in a criminal trial, no matter what the seriousness of the charge may be, will always be presumed to be innocent of the crime for which the indictment was issued, unless guilt has been proven by evidence satisfying you of that guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. This presumption of innocence does not end when you begin your deliberations, but it accompanies the defendant throughout the trial until and unless you reach a verdict of guilt based on evidence satisfying you of that guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. The presumption of innocence is not mere legal theory, and it is not just a legal phrase. It is a substantial right to which every defendant is entitled unless you, the jury, are satisfied for the evidence of the defendant's guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. The state has the burden of proving the defendant guilty beyond a reasonable doubt, and some of you may have served as jurors in civil cases where you were told that it is only necessary to prove that a fact is more likely true than not true, such as by the greater weight or preponderance of the evidence. In criminal cases, the state's proof must be more powerful than that. It must be beyond a reasonable doubt. A reasonable doubt is the kind of doubt that would make a reasonable person hesitate to act. Proof beyond a reasonable doubt is proof that leaves you firmly convinced of the defendant's guilt. There are very few things in this world that we know with absolute certainty, and in criminal cases, the law does not require proof that overcomes every possible doubt. If, based on your consideration of the evidence, you're firmly convinced that the defendant is guilty of the crime charged, you must find the defendant guilty. If, on the other hand, you think there's a real possibility that the defendant is not guilty, you must give the defendant the benefit of the doubt and find him not guilty. Facts and circumstance that merely place upon the defendant a grave suspicion of the crime charged, or that merely raise speculation or conjecture of the defendant's guilt, are not sufficient to authorize a conviction of the accused. Facts in issue may be proved either by direct evidence or indirect evidence or circumstantial evidence. It is direct evidence if it proves a fact without an inference, and which in itself, if true, conclusively establishes that fact. Direct evidence is basically evidence you can see, observe, or hear with your senses. Circumstantial evidence means the proof of a chain of facts and circumstances indicating the existence of a fact. In other words, you may infer that a particular event occurred based on proof of circumstances warranting such an inference. It is not something that one observes, but from facts one can draw a conclusion. Crimes may be proven by circumstantial evidence. The law makes no distinction between the weight or value to be given to either direct or circumstantial evidence. However, to the extent the state relies on circumstantial evidence, all of the circumstances must be consistent with each other, and when taken together, point conclusively to the guilt of the accused beyond a reasonable doubt. If these circumstances merely portray the defendant's behavior as suspicious, the proof has failed. The state has the burden of proving the defendant guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. The burden rests with the state, regardless of whether the state relies on direct evidence, circumstantial evidence, or some combination of the two. The following things are not evidence, and you must not consider them as evidence in deciding the facts of this case. 1, statements and arguments of the attorneys. 2, questions and objections of the attorney. And 3, testimony that I instruct you to disregard. While argument of counsel is a beneficial part of every trial, you should remember that the statements made by counsel are not evidence. In presenting arguments, counsel often refer to evidence. However, you should base your verdict on the evidence as you remember it. Therefore, if there are any conflicts between the recollection of counsel about the evidence and your own recollection, you should rely upon your own understanding of the evidence. Necessarily, you must determine the credibility of witnesses who have testified in this case. Credibility simply means believability. It becomes your duty as jurors to analyze and to evaluate the evidence and determine which evidence convinces you of its truth. In determining the believability of witnesses who have testified in this case, you may believe one witness over several witnesses or several witnesses over one witness. You may believe a part of the testimony of a witness and reject the remaining part of the testimony of that same witness. You may believe the testimony of a witness in its entirety or reject the testimony of a witness in its entirety. You may consider whether any witness has exhibited to you any interest, any bias, prejudice, or other motive in this case. You may also consider the appearance and manner of a witness while on the witness stand. The rules of evidence ordinarily do not permit witnesses to testify to opinions or conclusions, and an exception to this rule exists for witnesses we call expert witnesses. A witness who by education and experience has become expert in some art, science, profession, or calling may state an opinion as to relevant and material matter in which the witness claims to be an expert, and may also state the reasons for the opinion. You should consider any expert opinion received in evidence in this case, and like any other evidence, give it the weight you think it deserves. If you decide that the opinion of an expert witness is not based on sufficient education and experience, or if you conclude that the reasons given in support of the opinion are not sound, or that the opinion is outweighed by other evidence, you may disregard the opinion entirely. An expert witness's testimony is to be given no greater weight than that of other witnesses simply because the witness is an expert. Further, you are not required to accept an expert's opinion even though it's not contradicted. There's been evidence presented that witnesses have made prior statements which are not consistent with the witness's present testimony. You may use this evidence to decide whether to believe the witness. You may also use evidence of the earlier contradictory statements to determine the truth of those statements. It is up for you to decide whether to believe the earlier statements or the testimony given at trial. If a witness is shown to have knowingly testified untruthfully concerning any material matter, you may consider this in determining whether to trust the witness's testimony as to other matters. You may reject all testimony of that witness or give all or part of the testimony the weight you think it deserves. In order to establish criminal liability, criminal intent is required. For example, the mental state required to be proven by the state for a particular crime might be purpose, intent, knowledge, recklessness, or criminal negligence. Criminal intent must be proven by the state beyond a reasonable doubt, and criminal intent is always a matter that must be determined by the jury from the circumstances surrounding the situation. There's no way to prove intent to a mathematical certainty. There's no way medical science can dissect a person's brain and determine what the person had in mind. So the law says that criminal intent may be inferred from the circumstances shown to have existed. And this is how you make a determination of whether or not the elements requiring intent was present. It is not necessary to establish intent by direct and positive evidence, but intent may be established by inference in the same way as any other fact, by taking into consideration the acts of the parties and all the facts and circumstances of the case. Criminal intent is a mental state, a conscious wrongdoing. It is up to you to determine what the defendant intended to do based on the circumstances shown to have existed. Criminal intent can arise from action or a failure to act. It may arise from negligence, recklessness, or an indifference to duty or to consequences that is considered by the law to be the equivalent of criminal intent. The defendant is charged with murder. The state must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant killed another person with malice aforethought. Malice is hatred, ill will, or hostility towards another person. It is the intentional doing of a wrongful act and with an intent to inflict an injury or under circumstances that the law will infer an evil intent. Malice aforethought does not require that malice exists for any particular length of time before the act is committed, but malice must exist in the mind of the defendant just before and at the time the act is committed. Therefore, there must be a combination of the previous evil intent and the act. Malice aforethought may be either express or inferred, and these terms express and inferred do not mean different kinds of malice, but merely the manner in which malice may be shown to exist. That is either by direct evidence or by inference from the facts and circumstances which are proved. Express malice is shown when a person speaks words which express hatred or ill will for another, or when the person prepared beforehand to do the act which was later accomplished. For example, any acts of preparation going to show that the deed was within the defendant's mind would be express malice. The defendant is charged with possession of a weapon during the commission of a violent crime, and the state must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant was in possession of a firearm or knife during the commission of a violent crime. A firearm means any machine gun, automatic rifle, revolver, pistol, or any weapon which is designed to or may be readily converted to expel a projectile. In order to find the defendant guilty of possession of a weapon during the commission of a violent crime, you must first find the defendant guilty of committing a violent crime. Murder is a violent crime. The state must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the weapon furthered, advanced, or helped in the commission of the crime. The defendant is also charged with first-degree burglary. The state must first prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant entered a dwelling without consent. A dwelling is any building or portion of a building in which a person ordinarily sleeps. A building is a dwelling even if the residents are temporarily absent from the building. In order to prove that the defendant entered the dwelling, the state does not have to show that the defendant's entire body entered the dwelling. The smallest entry is sufficient. It may be any part of the body, such as a hand or foot, or even an instrument, such as a hook or other instrument. In addition, the state does not have to prove that force was used to gain entry. If a person enters a building by using deception, artifice, trick, or misrepresentation to get consent to enter, this is an entry without consent. Next, the state must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant intended to commit a crime, either a felony or a misdemeanor, at the time of the entry. The mere entry into a dwelling without consent is not burglary. If the intent to commit a crime is formed after the entry, it is not burglary. On the other hand, if the defendant intended to commit a crime at the time of the entry, it is a burglary even if the intent was abandoned after the entry. It does not matter that the intended crime was not completed. Intent may be shown by acts and conduct of the defendant and other circumstances from which you may naturally and reasonably infer intent. Finally, the state must prove beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of one of the following aggravating circumstances, such as 1. When entering while in the dwelling or in immediate flight, the defendant or an accomplice caused physical injury to anyone not participating in the crime. Or 2, when entering while in the dwelling or in immediate flight, the defendant or an accomplice used or threatened to use a dangerous object. Or 3, when entering while in the dwelling or in immediate flight, the defendant or an accomplice displayed what was or appeared to be a knife, pistol, revolver, rifle, shotgun, machine gun, or other firearm. Or 4, when entering while in the dwelling or in the immediate flight, the defendant or an accomplice was armed with a deadly weapon or explosive. A deadly weapon is any article, instrument, or substance which is likely to cause death or great bodily harm. Whether an instrument has been used as a deadly weapon depends on the facts and the circumstances of each case. The following are examples of instruments which may be deadly weapons: a pistol, a shotgun, a rifle, a dirk, a dagger, a knife, a slingshot, metal knuckles, a razor, gasoline, a firebomb, Molotov cocktail, and lighter fluid. A gun may be a deadly weapon, even if it is not operating. The defendant is charged with conspiracy. The state must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant combined with one or more persons for the purpose of committing an unlawful act or of committing a lawful act by unlawful means. There must be a mutual understanding, agreement, or common intention and plan. Mere passive knowledge of or consent to the criminal conduct of another is not enough to make a person a conspirator. There must be guilty knowledge and participation. Similarly, the mere fact that the defendant may have associated with another person or met with another person and discussed common aims and interests does not necessarily establish proof of the existence of a conspiracy or that the defendant was involved in a conspiracy. On the other hand, it is not necessary that the agreement be a formal one, that it be in writing, that the person hold a meeting and expressly state in the terms of the common plan, or that the agreement be stated in words between them. The agreement of a criminal conspiracy may come into being through an implied mutual understanding. The willful, intentional, and knowing adoption by two or more persons of a common plan is sufficient. No overt acts need to be shown to establish a conspiracy. A conspiracy may be shown by circumstantial evidence and the conduct of the parties. In order to convict the defendant of conspiracy, the state must prove beyond a reasonable doubt not only that the defendant knew of the unlawful conduct, but that the defendant agreed to combine with the other person for the purpose of accomplishing the unlawful conduct. The defendant is charged with harassment first degree. The state must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant engaged in a pattern of intentional, substantial, and unreasonable intrusion into the private life of a targeted person that served no legitimate purpose and caused the targeted person and would cause a reasonable person in the targeted person's position to suffer mental distress. Intentional means willful, intending the result which actually occurs, not accidentally or involuntary. Intent may be shown by acts and conduct of the defendant and other circumstances from which you may naturally and reasonably infer intent. The state may prove harassment first degree by showing that the defendant engaged in a pattern of 1, following the targeted person as the targeted person moved from location to location, 2, initiating, maintaining, or repeating visual, physical, or verbal contact after the defendant was notified that the contact was unwanted. 3, surveilling or the maintaining a presence near the targeted person's residence, place of work, school, or another place regularly occupied by the targeted person, or 4, committing vandalism and property damage. These are only examples of harassment first degree. You may find that other conduct of the defendant which caused the targeted person mental distress would be harassment first degree. A pattern means 2 or more acts occurring over a period of time, however short, evidencing a continuity of purpose. If you find the defendant not guilty of harassment first degree, you may consider whether the defendant is guilty of harassment second degree. A defendant is guilty of harassment in the second degree if the state proves beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant engaged in a pattern of intentional, substantial, and unreasonable intrusion into the private life of a targeted person that served no legitimate purpose and caused the targeted person and would cause a reasonable person in the targeted person's position to suffer mental distress. Intentional means willful, intending the result which actually occurs, not accidentally or involuntarily. Intent may be shown by acts and conduct of the defendant and other circumstances from which you may naturally and reasonably infer intent. The state may prove harassment second degree by showing that the defendant engaged in a pattern of verbal, written, or electronic contact that is initiated, maintained, or repeated. These are only examples of harassment second degree. You may find that other conduct of the defendant which caused the targeted person mental distress would be harassment second degree. A pattern means 2 or more acts occurring over a period of time, however short, evidencing a continuity of purpose. Electronic contact means any transfer of signs, writings, images, sounds, data, intelligence, or information of any nature transmitted in whole or in part by any device, system, or mechanism, including, but not limited to, a wire, radio, computer, electromagnetic, photoelectric, or photo-optical system. In determining the guilt or innocence of the defendant, you cannot consider any possible penalty for any particular crime. The punishment for the crimes is a matter for me to determine and should never be considered by you in any way whatsoever in arriving at an impartial verdict as to the guilt or innocence of the defendant. Madam Foreperson, and ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I wish to express the hope that each of you will be mindful of the importance of your responsibility. You're not called upon to serve as jurors very often, and the proper performance of the duty requires each of you to reach the height of freeing your mind of all improper influences. As the presiding officer of this court, I am vitally concerned that whatever verdict you find will be the result of your going into the jury room and confining your consideration to the evidence and the law that you have heard in this courtroom, weighing it fairly and impartially, as I have every confidence you will do. Your verdict in this case cannot be based on sympathy, compassion, prejudice, or emotion, or some other consideration not found in the evidence. Remember, your verdict must be unanimous. I will now explain the verdict form and possible verdicts. There are 2 pages to the verdict form, and this will go back with you to your jury room. Once you have received that, you'll be instructed at that point to begin deliberation. There are 2 possible verdicts for each charge, which you may find in this case, and there's no significance whatsoever in the order in which I state these possible verdicts. It is simply that one must be stated first. Ladies and gentlemen, your verdict must be a unanimous one. Madam Foreperson, when the jury agrees on the verdict, you will write the verdict on this verdict form and then sign your name as Foreperson. Then knock on the jury room door and inform the bailiff that you have reached a verdict. At that time, we will receive you back into the courtroom. Madam Foreperson, if the jury has any questions, please write the questions on a piece of paper, not the verdict form, and give to the bailiff. Everyone needs to be present when deliberating. If one of you takes a restroom break, then the rest of you should pause deliberations until said person returns. I ask that you now return to your jury room, but do not begin deliberations until you are told by the clerk or the bailiff to do so. There are matters that I must discuss with the attorneys before you begin your deliberations, and if my 4 alternates will remain in the courtroom.
All right, he said he had to discuss a few things with the attorneys before they can start deliberating, so I'm not going to start the clock just yet. Not going to start the clock just yet. Right? He did say they have a few things they have to discuss with the attorneys. Yeah. There are matters that I must discuss with the attorneys before you begin your deliberations. All right. So we're not starting the clock just yet. There's a poll, you guys. Check out the poll. 64 votes. How long? Oh, they're starting the verdict clock. No, he said they have to discuss before they start deliberating. That's not true. That verdict clock is not true. I'm going to move the logo, but that's not true. I don't think that's true. He said he has to discuss some things. Yes, Julie Schwartz, they are 30 minutes ahead. Yes, they are. Yes, Irish Amy. Tut tut for the clock. You are premature. All right, so maybe now. All right, well, close enough. I mean, it's basically all right. Close enough. We'll go with 3:38. They start. 3:38. $3:38 Eastern. We're going to go with that. 3:38 Eastern. All right, jury starts. Let's see. All right. So that's that. Let's check in on Gigi just to make sure there's nothing spectacular happening. All right. So while that's going on, let me see here. Do something here. We'll go with that. All right, let's recap what happened. So we listened to closing arguments. So the state went first. I'll do a little recap here. State went first. Mr. Wilkins. Let's see, what is Mr. Wilkins' first name? 13th Circuit Solicitor Walter Wilkins. He went first. All right, he was first up for closing arguments. Once you see and hear the evidence, and he's like, we didn't know Hughes was going to testify, you'll come to the conclusion that he is a cold-blooded killer. Zachary Hughes is an admitted cold-blooded deleter. He solved Melo's problems. You must abide by the judge's instructions and rulings. The state called 31 witnesses. He said approximately or whatever. Yeah, they called 31 witnesses and over 200 exhibits. Actions speak louder than words, and we have a lot of cold-blooded actions in this case. He said cold-blooded a lot. I found that he said cold-blooded often. It's undisputed that Hughes planned, waited, and broke into Christina's home with roses. Christina had never met Hughes. He talked about harassment and conspiracy. He said they did not introduce photos so as not to embarrass Christina or her family. Then he talked about the M word and weapon in commission of a violent crime. Talked about malice, forethought, ill will toward another person with the intent to harm someone. Expressed malice. He talked about that. Hughes didn't talk, and he never met Christine. Second time he talked, he mentioned that. Everything was told to him or shown to him by Melo. I wholeheartedly agree to that. There was no evidence that Zachary Hughes actually witnessed this firsthand. This was all through the eyes of Melo. There was a nasty custody battle between Melo and Christina. We knew all of this. There were 4 battles. 3 of them were settled with Melo having custody. Then the daughter was taken to Italy, and Christina didn't even know until she saw a social media post. That's interesting, because you would think if she was talking to her like every day. See, I flagged that one. If Christina, and we're going to go this route, so bear with me. If Christina was such a good mother, how did she not know that her daughter was in Italy until she saw a social media post? And how long a time had gone by? Like, wouldn't you know if you're a mom and you're in this ridiculous custody battle with this guy who you consider is a jerk and whatever? Wouldn't you know within, I don't know, like a day, a half a day? I flagged that one. I don't know. That one, it's kind of odd for me. Why didn't she know that her child was in Italy with this guy who she thought was the Antichrist? Right? Okay, so April 2021, that's what set Hughes off to solve the custody dispute. He talks about meeting the child and that Hughes didn't even know her. He met her once or twice. They went to pizza. I'm sorry. He met Melo five or six times, and the child was with him. See, all right, so that's what I'm going to counter the state's comment on that, because he's talking about Hughes meeting the child, and Hughes didn't even know her. He said they went to pizza, they went to art galleries. He said that he met up with Hughes met up with Melo about 5 or 6 times, and every single time his daughter was with him except one time. And he said they went to pizza and art galleries, things like that. So I do think he knew her. I'm going to counter that. If a juror was taking notes, I'd be like, well, wait a minute. He said that they hung out. So they did hang out. All right. He says he may have seen her on FaceTime or video. Zach acting on the stand that he could see into her soul. Drawing conclusions on whatever Melo is feeding him. Melo and Hughes decide to embarrass Christina, make her look like a prostitute. Photos taken of Christina between 2 consenting adults. Melo continued telling Hughes, let's make her look like a prostitute. His words, not mine. Didn't even send them to Canebrake. He sent them to Post and the cigar bar. He's talking about the images and the envelopes. Mullen Investigations, Proton email was used. That's the from address. There's no URL. Melo is pretty much a liar, and his character via Vanessa's. Okay, yeah, you talk. Yeah, so you go by the family lawyer, Vanessa Cormelo, her testimony. Melo was pretty terrible to her. Did horrific things to her, meaning he doxed her husband. He was going after her kids, saying that she was trafficking children through her office. Then he talks about the money. What would do it for free because deleting Christina is the right thing to do. This is where the plot began and evolved. He says, it's interesting, a struggling pianist turned down $10,000 to do it for free. Turned down $10,000 to do it for free. Then he says, much of what Zach said on the stand is true, but a lot of it is self-serving, narcissistic junk. He's portraying himself as the hero. Knight in shining armor, right? Those are my words. The hero complex, knight in shining armor. You want to rescue, Then he brings in Alex Fields, and what he said, its defense wants to impugn the integrity of Christina. He says, if we have vigilante justice, I'll be out of a job. And then he says, Vanessa is making the decision, and we're reaching the 6-month time limit. So that was kind of interesting. I don't remember her saying anything about that. That was kind of new. That was new to me. Then he Bitness. He said he was only around her 5 or 6 times. I think that's enough to get to know somebody. You have pizza, you go to art gallery. You're going to art gallery, you're not going to just spend 10 minutes. You have pizza, you're going to probably spend at least half an hour. Going to an art gallery, you're probably going to spend an hour or 2 hours. Then you probably have lunch afterwards. I would say that he got to know her in those 5 to 6 times. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, therapist. Melo's trial will be phenomenal. I hope he goes to trial. I hope it's streamed. Same with Post. I hope Post is. Zachary Hughes, Sir Stabalot. He is totally the knight in shining armor. Julie, he was around Melo a lot more than her, yeah. All right, let's get back to this. Donna Gorman identifies Zach from the stand, and she had never seen Zach before. And he's like, we had never shown her a lineup. We weren't, I think that kind of surprised him. She was right. The DNA proved it. Zach Hughes proved it. Donna says that she saw Hughes around 8 to 8:15. He waited. He could have turned around. He goes in with a gun, a knife, paint thinner, roses, and then he deletes her. Then they show the video of Hughes at the front door. Moments before this started or this happened, there he is. He walks in and surprises Christina. Points the gun at her, hits her, stab, slash, stab, stab. He said that a lot. Think of the force to stab someone in the chest and the head. And he stabbed her in the jugular. Then he closed the blinds. He locks the door. His blood, her blood-soaked scrubs, wedding band that Brad Post gave her. He was being very dramatic here. But the sadistic action is not over yet. He takes the rose petals. He may have used them as a ruse to get in. Well, he definitely did. He said that. He sprinkles them around her in some sort of sadistic, artistic sign. Do you think he did that? Do you think he did that, or do you think that was just part of the struggle? I think it was just part of the struggle. But what do you guys think? Do you guys think that he put the rose petals around her, or do you think it was just part of the struggle? What do you guys think? Yeah, Missy, you think it was a struggle? I think so too. Julie, part of the struggle. Kathy thinks that he deliberately put them there. Mel thinks it was part of the struggle. Just shows to go, yeah, struggle. Irish Amy, I think the struggle personally, I looked more that way. It looked more that way. Groovy Show, Petal's accidental. She was holding them and lashing out at him. I think so too. Part of the struggle. Yep. Cajun Butterfly. Tennis Girl thinks he spread him. Carol thinks he scattered him. Struggle. All right. So then let's see, we continue on. He talks about prostitution and drugs. Killing wasn't enough. He needed a shamer too. But Zach never told us about the drugs. What do you guys think about that? And then, then we thought, would the defense bring it up? So there was the only thing was like some amphetamines, prescription style, right? I think it was amphetamines were found in her body. So what do you guys think about that? Struggle, and he liked the way it looked. Yes, Rachel. Take both sides. I'm for that. Julie says, when someone splays out roses for someone they love, it's usually heart-shaped or forming a path to the boudoir. What do you think about Zach didn't say anything about the drugs. Do you think he would have? Do you think he would have said the state, or during his direct, they would have said, did you bring the Coke or not? Yep, beach bum, absolutely. Flowers a common gift after a performance. Absolutely. Agree with that. Rachel B., she had to be hitting him with the flowers or the petals wouldn't be like that. Petals just fall off flowers. Petals don't just fall off flowers that easily. I agree. And there was a stem too, but all right, so let's move on to the next thing. What about the bag? Do you think that was hers, or do you think that was do you think Hughes brought that? What do you think about the baggie? Kathy says, I think it was like spreading the petals on her grave. Irish Amy, I don't think he would admit it. It was part of his narrative that she was a pusher. Well, I think they should have at least asked him, right? Did you bring it? They didn't, during direct, they didn't even ask him, did you bring the bag? And he could have very easily said, no, I didn't. Cajun Butterfly, I think since he wasn't asked, he didn't give reason for the drugs. The question was, why didn't the defense direct ask him, did you bring the bag of Coke, and leave it there? Because nobody really talked about it. Mel Stiller, I think Zach would have talked about the drugs. He would have wanted to humiliate her even further. Irish Amy, agree. They should have asked. Like, nobody even asked. Like, the defense didn't say, did you bring those? And then he could have said no, and then that would have been like, oh, wow. I think that would have been a big moment. If the defense had asked him, did you bring the bag? And he's like, no, of course not. Then it's like, then that hangs over the jury of like, wow, why is there a bag of white powder then? So Elizabeth G., you think he brought them? Only fan, I think it doesn't matter either way. I think that's big, though. I think it's big because I think it would hang over the jury. You think it's a non-issue too? All right. I think it would have hung over the jury that she was this bad mom. What is a mom doing with a bag? Dream of Landry, he brought him. None Bitness, you think he bought it? But why didn't they ask? Why didn't they ask? Groovy Cheryl, I didn't know about it. Yes, they should have asked. Yep, I don't think he had access, but who knows? Right, there was nothing in her system, but that doesn't mean it wasn't hers. I still think that, I think they should have asked him. I think they should have asked him, and then if he had said no, as a juror, that would have been like, in the back of my mind of like, wow. So now you're saying she's an escort, she does drugs. Not that it justifies what he did, but that's just one more layer of, right? Things that make you go, Yeah, no drugs in her system, agreed, but what's a bag of Coke doing in her house? If he didn't bring them, then do you believe him that he didn't bring them, or do you, like, is it her sister's? I mean, this is a 9-year-old living in this house, right? I'm thinking as a juror. What do you think? Yarnwork, yep, she didn't have anything but prescriptions in her system. Yep. None Bitness, I think the drugs were forgotten during his reliving his handiwork. Irish Amy, I agree if he was right about the drugs, what else was right may have been the jury's impression. Brat says, defense wasn't going to ask. It would implicate him in a crime he wasn't charged with. State had no reason to ask unless they were certain. He'd say yes, otherwise it doesn't help. Well, if defense asked and he says, no, I didn't bring it, then to me that, who brought it then? Whose are those? Is it Brad's? The bottom line is there were drugs in a house with a 9-year-old, right? There's a bag of drugs with a 9-year-old. Who brought those? Therapist, it is a question that was brought up that they didn't answer. I'd like to know the answer just for my own brain, but I don't see the answer changing any part of my mind. Yeah, no other mention, OnlyFan, no mention of other drugs in the house. Debbie Blair, but I thought he said he was protecting the child from SA. That is exactly what he said he was doing. None you bitness. I think his testimony and everyone's reaction made the drugs slip his mind, right? Yarn work. They were too worried about controlling his answer. That is true. Kelly White says, I wouldn't believe him even if he said they weren't from him. Brett says, if he would have said no, they must have been hers, then the defense would have asked. If he would have said no, they must have been hers. No, he didn't have to say that. I'm just saying all the defense had to say was, did you bring the bag? And he would have been like, no. Not that they must have been hers. I mean, that's the implication. Or they could have been Brad Post's. I think just bottom line is, did you bring those? And then to me, I would be like, as a juror, wow, mother with a 9-year-old with a bag of Coke. Maybe what they're saying is maybe she is. Maybe what they're saying is true. Again, that doesn't justify what he did, but just thinking as a juror. Types of questions a jury will ask. I know. And I think the flowers were part of struggle and flew everywhere. I think so too. Groovy Cheryl, he never mentioned them when he itemized everything he had on the bike. Yeah, I mean, if the defense, this seems like the defense's whole thing was to make it. Well, let's keep moving on. I'll keep. Let me keep reading here. All right, so he went back. So afterwards, he went back to the mountain house, which was a perfect place to clean up. And this is the state. I'm recapping the state. Recapping the state here. Can you imagine how soaked in blood his clothes were, how soaked in blood his truck was, how soaked in blood his bike was? He was really hitting that hard. He cleaned up and went about his daily life. Was it quick and painless when he hit her in the head with a gun? Was it quick and painless when he stabbed her the first time, the second time, the 5th time, the 20th time, the 30th time, the 35th? I mean, he made his point. I will give him, there were times where Mr. Wilkins, I liked his closing, and there were other times where it is what it is. But that was one moment where I liked that. I liked his delivery there. Mr. Wilkins goes on to say, I asked him one question. I don't really recall, but I think it was her. I asked her one question about how did you drag her, and he says, I don't really recall, but I think it was by her ankles. He looked me in the eye and he told me the answer like he was proud of it. I waited until everyone was gone. Thanks, appreciate that. Talking like he's doing us a favor. Again, those are some good moments. He definitely got in some good zingers, I thought. I wonder what would have happened if a neighbor did show up, like Post or Tina. And Brad, to your point, we were hoping, you said it out loud, but I was hoping the same thing of like, what were you thinking, Hughes? What were you thinking leaving this horror scene, for this 9-year-old that you're supposedly trying to protect? What do you think she's going to see when she comes home? What's she going to do? What's she going to think? But he did not. I was hoping, Brat. He felt pity for Christina, like an elderly dog being sent to the vet to get euthanized. That was another good one. He had a couple good lines. I ended up, I would give him a thumbs up. Me giving him a thumbs up. I would give you a thumbs up for your closing. It doesn't get any meaner than that. He had a million opportunities to not do this. So I thought, all in all, I'd give him a thumbs up. Well, here, let's ask a question. Let's do a poll. All right. Oh, wait, we already have a poll going, so I'm not going to end that. All right. So then the defense. Well, let me ask you this in the chat. What did you think of Mr. Wilkins, Walter Wilkins, solicitor? Walter Wilkins. 13th Circuit Solicitor Walter Wilkins. What did you think of his closing? Did you guys like it? Did it convince you? What would you think? Sarcasm. As an adult, he may have gotten to know her, but more often than not, the two adults spoke more to each other than the child. I'm sure. But I've gone out with people and they've had, 8, 9, 10-year-olds. And especially if you spend 5 or 6 times with them. And going out to dinner is one thing, but going to an art gallery, that's a whole nother thing. I mean, you are spending time with people. You're not just, you're spending time with them. So yes, I agree. They're definitely talking. The adults are talking, but you're interacting at least an hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, depending on what kind of gallery it is, and depending on what her what's it called? Her attention span. What's her attention span? What kind of art gallery did they go to? They could have also just spent 15 minutes too, or half hour. Just shows to go, yeah, you needed to mute the defense. All right, Carol, you'll return when the verdict is announced. No problemo. Dwayne says, Sharon just came up and said, ooh, that's the handsome man with the glasses. I told her, don't come crying to me when his wife come after you. You guys are funny. And thank you, Dwayne, for your generous support. Appreciate you and appreciate that. All right, let's continue on. So then we had the defense. So the defense is defense closing, Chris, not opening, closing. So Hughes solved, so he said the state, you got to watch the state. He said this a couple times, you got to watch the state. Hughes solved the child's problem, not Melo's problem. So deleting someone in and of itself is not a crime. And Brett, you had a great comment about, well, I'll read through a little bit, then I'll bring up your comment. Yesterday, Hughes confessed to deleting Christina, but he didn't confess to any crime. How are those two mutually separate? Deleting somebody, but not necessarily it's a crime? Oh, I guess, self-defense, saving somebody else, defense of another. That only doesn't make him guilty. Not quite sure I wrote that. The heart of this case is the evidence that was in Hughes's mind and heart. The state must prove that beyond a reasonable doubt. The heart of this case is intent. What have they proven about Zach's intent? The mental side of this is malice. And then burglary, intent to commit the crime. Harassment, state must prove he sent those mailers without a legitimate purpose. And then the opening, state said, we will have to prove Zach had an angry heart. He said, this is a tragic case. The last thing I want to do is minimize the tragedy. And then he goes stab, 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 slash, slash, slash. And then they brought this up during the direct. Christina's 163 pounds. Zach is 160. So just because you weigh less than somebody doesn't mean you can't delete them, I guess, in a struggle. I mean, there is muscle mass too. I mean, I'm not saying Christina was whatever, but Zach was in the military. He did have a 294 score out of 300. Oh, state should have brought that up in the rebuttal. Yeah, Christina had 3 pounds on him, but Zach boasted that he got a score of 294 out of 300 in that three-pronged, what was that, fitness test. I'm thinking Zach had some muscle. So, yeah, he was giving up 3 pounds, but he boasted that he had almost a perfect score in that Marine three event. The vast majority of wounds were superficial, which is consistent with the struggle. He didn't want to do it. Oh, Zach didn't even get there until after 9. Detective Sparkman spoke fluent WhatsApp. I thought that was good. Must have gone to WhatsApp school. I thought that was a pretty good one. He got in on Mr. Sparkman. I thought, hey, Sparkman arrested Melo, so he got the last laugh. One message he wasn't able to decode, and that was doomed and the daughter. again, what does that prove? That's Melo saying, oh, my daughter is doomed. What's the proof? Show me the proof. Show me the evidence. And then Vanessa's testimony, how much weight do you give to one conversation? Jake and Vanessa, and then he's like, prior to, and then he does murder, he does air quotes. October 13th, prior to the murder. Did you have a recommendation as to where the child should live? And Vanessa said, at the time, I would have recommended the mom. No follow-up about the other times. Can you trust that evidence? Again, he's just casting reasonable doubt. After you read the deposition, what did you believe? That she was a prostitute, she was in adult films, and she used drugs. Okay. And that deposition, was that the affidavit? Or no, this deposition, I guess, is that where the one where they're saying Christina may have said? Oh, Capri Law, did you send something? Oh, let's look this up. Capri Law may have sent some stuff. Let's see. Yes. All right, where are these? Capri Law sent us some stuff. Brad Post. Okay, Brad Post. Let's call these up. All right, we'll get to that in a second. All right, we'll get to that in a second. Thank you, Capri Law, for sending that. Okay. Melo said, if you know this woman in Caroline, okay, oh yeah, then photos were taken by consenting adults and were taken by Melo and put on the internet. If he truly thought he didn't think she went by that name, why would he do that? He did do that and hope someone would see the ad and contact him. Yeah, that's interesting. Why would he say the Sweet Caroline and then somebody recognized that name? That definitely makes me pause for thought. That makes me pause to think. Yeah, just shows to go, yeah, I wish we had seen or heard from Grace as well. Therapist, you know you're a good air saxophonist? You play the good air saxophone? All right, so the elephant in the room, the planning. Zach was very honest, told you in detail what he did. I mean, this guy's logic, I just didn't understand. The person Zach believed posed the danger was the mother to her own child, and not an intruder coming into your room or a random act. This is what Zach believed. Well, bully for him. That's what every, deleter believes. Mother charged with caring for your child. Yeah, he said your child. It's not your child. It was her child. When you have that belief, how do you alleviate that threat? I don't know. Talk to the police. If it was about custody, why did Zach wait so long? They had been separated for half a year. Zach agonized over it. He did it to save a child. What starving artist would turn down $10,000? There's no evidence that Melo paid Hughes. You got to watch the state, ladies and gentlemen. He said, oh, tricky, tricky, tricky. He didn't say that, but basically that's what he's saying. A lot of moral indignation in the state's closing. He says, we can't condone vigilante justice. Well, thank you, but that's exactly what you're doing because that's what Zach Hughes ultimately became, is a vigilante. The state wants you to be the legislature, but don't want you to be the jury as to how the law applies to the facts. Then he talked about the mailers. This piece of the case is easy to decide. State must prove that she actually suffered mental distress. There's almost zero. First of all, he said there's no evidence. He's like, there's almost zero evidence that she actually suffered. So I guess just suffering 1% is okay. Sure. Let's just suffer 1%, 0.5%. How much suffering do you need to experience? At least 3 people, Brad, Dan Bevel, and Michael Nicholson, not single one of them testified she was shaking or cried. Okay. The state brought us here. Deletion requires malice. It's evil. It's hatred. It's angry heart. It's mad. Pretty sure he had all of that. Then the state's rebuttal. There was no evidence of Child aggression. A bunch of neighbors received the naked photos. So post gathered them up and went to law enforcement. Going to police without emotional distress is not something you see very often. I agree. I think that can be implied. If you get photos of yourself and you know they're going to your neighbors, I think it's implied that that's emotional and mental distress or causing. I think that implies that. Then we took a poll. What will the jury do? 75% guilty, 5% not guilty, and 18% hung. All right. Let me see. Let me pull up this document by Capri Law. All right, let me see, how am I going to do this? Okay, just bear with me for a moment. All right. All right, let's read through this. All right, so this came from Capri Law, so thank you for sending this in. This is awesome. Let me just get rid of that. All right, so this is South Carolina, Eden Rogers as guardian ad litem for the minor child Jane Doe versus Bradley Post and the estate of Christina Parcell. Defendants above, you are hereby summoned and required to answer the complaint in this action, a copy of which is herewith served. Right, hold on a sec. All right, the plaintiff complaining of the defendants named herein would respectfully show unto this court as follows, that the plaintiff, Jane Doe, is a minor child. The plaintiff, Eden Rogers, acting on behalf of Jane Doe, is the mother of the minor child. Both Eden and Jane are citizens of South Carolina. Bradley Post is a resident, and Christina is also, she was a resident at the time of her passing. Upon information and belief, all acts or omissions complained of herein below. 7, facts. Plaintiff incorporates herein by reference each and every allegation set forth herein above as if repeated verbatim. All right, here's where the rubber hits the road. Jane Doe was a friend of Parcell's minor daughter. Jane Doe spent time with Parcell's minor daughter while under the supervision and in the care of Parcell. During the time that Jane Doe spent with Parcell and her minor daughter, Parcell and Post took pictures, videos of, and with Jane Doe in states of undress and in provocative positions. Oh boy. The plaintiff is informed and believes that during the investigation of the deletion of Parcell, a search of Post's cell phone revealed the contents of inappropriate and explicit pictures of Jane Doe taken with and in presence of Parcell.
There was a jury.
All right, Erin has informed me that Rachel informed her. It's like a game of telephone. Okay, there was a jury question. Not sure if we're actually going to see it or not. There was a jury question. Define malice. Is malice related to a deletion charge? All right, so we're not sure if they're going to show that, so.
Are you watching GG?
Yeah.
Okay, since jurors were down in there.
Yeah. All right, so back to this. 11. Yeah, there were explicitly nude pictures of Jane Doe taken in with and in the presence of Parcell. Plaintiff informed that Post was the fiancé of Parcell. The plaintiff is informed and believes, in addition to the photos, videos of Jane Doe found on Post's phone, a search warrant for Post's residence resulted in the seizure of various computers, video cassettes, cameras, cell phone, thumb drives, recording devices, digital storage devices, and tablets. A review of these revealed explicit nude pictures and videos of Jane Doe. At all times that said inappropriate pictures, videos were taken, Jane Doe was and continues to be a minor child. Thus, such videotaping and photographing and videoing of the child could not be consented to by the plaintiff, Jane Doe, and such was not consented to on behalf of Jane Doe by an adult having legal custody guardianship of her. In addition, the pictures reveal that Parcell was present in the images showing Jane Doe in the provocative state of undress. Parcell was entrusted with the care and control of Jane Doe while in her care. 15. While in the presence of the defendants, Jane Doe was photographed and videoed in various stages of undress, including the videotaping, photographing, videotaping of the plaintiff's. I'm not going to say that, but her private areas, her chest and her private areas. Post, with the consent and assistance of Parcell, imported these photographs and videos to his cell phone and computer and saved them in files on his computer and other storage devices, making the plaintiff Jane Doe the object of a child. The plaintiff is informed and believed that the defendants knowingly and intentionally forwarded to others from his, her, their computer and other devices copies of the photographs, videos of Jane Doe as the object of child to other persons and themselves for consumption. Jesus. 17. The defendant, Christina Parcell, aided and abetted and conspired with the plaintiff to take the inappropriate pictures and videos of Jane Doe. the defendant's criminal, willful, reckless, and inappropriate conduct towards Jane Doe, including but not limited to photographing her in various stages of undress and the videotaping of her being nude and sharing said videos was without the consent of the plaintiff as a violation of the plaintiff's privacy. Such photographing and videoing is inappropriate conduct towards the plaintiff and occurred during the time the plaintiff was entrusted in the care of the defendant. The defendant committed 20. The defendants committed acts of inappropriate conduct toward the plaintiff's body, including but not limited to misconduct and assault and battery, abuse, culminating in inappropriate contact and the inappropriate. Oh, okay, hold on. Saw the judge there. I saw the judge pop in, but that was it. All right, judge popped in and then he popped back out again. We know there was a jury question about malice. I wasn't sure if they're going to show it or not. All right, we'll go back to this. All right, 20, let's see. Inappropriate conduct toward the body, misconduct, assault, battery, abuse, culminating in contact in the inappropriate undressing, touching, posing, photographing in provocative positions, various stages of undress. By their conduct and their dominant position as adults, defendant placed plaintiff in reasonable fear of bodily harm if she did not comply with the defendant's requests and demands. The touching of the plaintiffs by the defendants before, during, and after the photographing and videoing of the plaintiff in states of undress and in provocative positions was done with the intent of bringing about offensive contact upon the plaintiff. As a direct and proximate result of the above referenced acts by the defendants, plaintiff has suffered and continues to suffer economic and non-economic damages, including but not limited to medical, psychological, counseling, and related expenses, pain of mind and body, shock, emotional distress, fear, embarrassment, loss of self-esteem, humiliation, loss of enjoyment of life, damaged reputation, and other damages as yet undetermined. Plaintiff is reasonable. Oh, doggone it. Is he back again? Hold on. I could have sworn I saw his little head pop up. All right. Let's see. Damaged reputation, other damages as yet undetermined. Plaintiff is reasonably expected to suffer from such damages in the future. 24. The defendant's actions were outrageous, intentional, willful, wanton, and or reckless, for which punitive damages are warranted in an amount that will punish and deter the defendants and others from them, others like them from similar conduct. For a second cause of action, intentional infliction of emotional distress, outrage. 26. The defendant committed acts of inappropriate conduct towards plaintiff's body, including but not limited to harassment, misconduct, and abuse, culminating in inappropriate contact and severe emotional distress by virtue of photographing and videoing the plaintiff in provocative positions and in various states of undress. Such acts of the defendant were extreme, outrageous, intentional, and reckless. As a direct and proximate result of the above referenced acts, plaintiff has suffered and continues to suffer economic and non-economic damages, including but not limited to medical, psychological, counseling, and related expenses, pain of mind, body, fear, shock, emotional distress, physical manifestations of emotional distress, embarrassment, Oh, this judge. This judge keeps popping up. So we know there was a jury question. We're not quite sure if we're going to see it. This judge is funny, though. He keeps popping up. Yeah, I don't think I have to read much more. Invasion of privacy. Plaintiff 35, the plaintiff at all times had the right to expect that her unclothed body would not be exposed or seen by others. Plaintiff had a right to this privacy. 36, that the defendants coerced and forced the plaintiff to unclothe. Such coercion and force upon the plaintiff to unclothe was intrusive upon the plaintiff and her right to privacy. 37, that the defendant's intentional photographing, videoing of the plaintiff while unclothed further violated and invaded the plaintiff's right to privacy. 38, that the defendant's intentional distribution of the photographs, videos of the plaintiff while unclothed further violated and invaded the plaintiff's right to privacy. Prayer for relief. Wherefore, plaintiff prays for judgment against defendants for the following. A, damages for mental anguish in the appropriate amount. B, actual damages in the appropriate amount. C, punitive damages in an appropriate amount. D, attorney's fees, cost, expenses, and disbursements of this action when allowed by the common law or statute. E, interest, and F, for such other and further relief as this court deems just and proper. Signed, Law Officer Rhett Burney. This was March 17th, 2022. Oh, I came back right in time, just in time. All right, looks like they're back.
Madam Foreperson, I've received a question from you. The question, well, it is define malice, and then the question is malice required for murder charge? And the answer is yes. Please listen as I recharge you on murder. The defendant is charged with murder, and the state must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant killed another person with malice aforethought. Malice is hatred, ill will, or hostility towards another person. It is the intentional doing of a wrongful act, and with an intent to inflict an injury or under circumstances that the law will infer an evil intent. Malice aforethought does not require that malice exists for any particular length of time before the act is committed, but malice must exist in the mind of the defendant just before and at the time the act is committed. Therefore, there must be a combination of the previous evil intent and the act. Malice aforethought may be either expressed or inferred. These terms express and inferred do not mean different kinds of malice, but merely the manner in which malice may be shown to exist. That is, either by direct evidence or by inference from the facts and circumstances which are proved. Express malice is shown when a person speaks words which express hatred or ill will for another, or when the person prepared beforehand to do the act which was later accomplished. For example, any acts of preparation going to show that the deed was within the defendant's mind would be express malice. Thank you. You can return to your jury room. You can put that back in there.
So that was a question from the jury, you guys. That was a question from the jury. Define malice. Is malice required for M charge? And the answer is yes. That was just a jury question. As Brat says, preparing beforehand is express malice. Boom. Just shows to go, planning and preparation. Prepared equals malice. Surely this judge won't let the verdict be on delay. I don't know. I don't know, you guys. Everything's delayed. I don't know. So, Gigi says, several jurors nod their heads up and down when the judge tells them, yes, malice is required. Jury has been sent back to deliberate. That was 15 minutes ago. Julie Schwartz, he admitted he went there prepared. Lily Wayne says he planned, gun, knife, time when she would be alone. Yep, agreed. All right, so, Capri Law, thank you for sending that. Sorry, hold on. For sending us that that complaint, that summons. Jury trial demanded. So she's Eden Rogers as guardian ad litem for the minor child Jane Doe. She amended summons, jury trial demanded, and that was from March 17th of 2022. Right, Super Bowl? What do you think? She's taking a bath. So yeah, that was interesting. So the rumors are true. A lot of people were talking about that. A lot of people were talking about that. Even though it wasn't introduced into this trial per se. All right, well, it becomes a real moral question, you know. If you knew that, would you do that? If a friend, not even a friend of yours, just, I mean, Melo wasn't even, I mean, he was kind of a friend. He was like an acquaintance, but would you guys do that, you know? Super Ball has all the right answers. She's taking a bath right now. Well, I'll wait to show you what she's actually doing. Yo, kid, Super Bowl. You're a good girl. She's getting a sun bath and a regular bath. Kitty. Kelly White, heck no. Kitty? Kitty? Yes, Father. Kitty. It's a good girl. All right. Who is she accusing? Lily Wayne. Yes, Post and Christina Parcell. That this child, Jane Doe, went over to spent time with the daughter, and it was Christina and Brad Post that did this to her child. Groovy Cheryl, wish we could have a Zoom day and share our kitties. Mel Stiller, what a gorgeous cat. Yes. Capri Law, Post and Parcell are in the photos. All right, so then the next thing is, what would you do? Okay, so now that it's a foregone conclusion that this happened, well, we don't know that for sure. It's being alleged until we see that evidence. What would you guys do? Sarcasm, because it is currently just allegations. If Post had already been convicted, I think they could have brought it in. Brad Caldwell says, prosecutor didn't address the malice that defense raised in closing. This was a mistake. Nanar, his definition of malice didn't exactly say it meant prepared, so I don't know if the jury will get that or think he had to have hatred. I don't know how they couldn't get to ill will, though. Julie, if that is the only question they have, they could come back with a verdict. Kathy Smith, Red Rum is wrong. You go to the police and CPS with information that can be validated. I thought CPS is required to check all complaints, so did he actually contact them? He says he did. You're welcome, Lily Wayne. You are welcome. Julie, I do not know how, after listening to him, they could come up with anything other than guilty. Yep, Rachel B., you call the cops, you call CPS. Mel Stiller, what would I do? I certainly wouldn't take the law into my own hands, that's for sure. I agree. Rachel B., he had hatred for this woman because of what she did to the child. Absolutely. Gladys, how are you? Haven't seen you in a while. Post has been charged with SA against the child, but not. Well, it was all those images, 16,000 plus images. It wasn't just a few. I mean, it was 16,000, right? Bratt says, judge's example of preparing beforehand as express malice should defang the misunderstanding of malice in the law if they were listening. Groovy Cheryl, if it was your child, you just might take the law into your own hands. But that woman didn't. Well, she was acting as ad litem, so who was that child's? Yeah. Trial Junkies United, hello to you. How are you doing? It's been a day, that's for sure. We just finished reading the allegations against Post and Christina. If you missed that, rewind about 20 minutes or so. Not even, 20 minutes. I just read through them. Julie, he is not what he considered to be the hand of God. Kelly White, you can't bring in those things that no one was convicted on and no proof. Agreed. Lily Wayne, Hughes probably knew more than he was allowed to say, but he tried. He did. He tried 3 times, I think. He tried three times to say it. He did say it, and then he said, what the state is not telling you. Sarcasm, that POS makes me think of Stephen Stearns. I hope that trial is streamed too. Yeah, we do too. We'll cover it. Kelly White, it wasn't his child, so that makes a big difference. Right? Hellcat says the same thing, but it was not his child. Just shows to go, yeah, if it were my child, that would be different. Follow, not his kid, not his info. Only fan expressed malice as the prep. Lily Wayne, if you take the law into your own hands, your family, children, parents, etc. suffer while you sit in prison. It's a slippery slope, you guys. I mean, think about it. Hey, Trial Junkies United, here's your moment of Kitty. Here's your moment of Kitty. She's taking a bath. She's waking up too. There's your moment of Kitty. So, slippery slope, right? I mean, who then are we to say that this is okay to do, but that's not okay to do? You know what I'm saying? Like that just becomes a very slippery slope in my opinion. Trial Junkies United, he was also telling you what Melo told him. Everything came through Melo. That was part of what the state said in their closing. Not a single shred of evidence came in because they didn't want it to come in because that's what they argued at the beginning of this trial. Defense wanted all kinds of things about Post to come in, and the state was like, nope, nope, nope. So the state kept it out. And then I lost my train of thought. Oh, yeah. So the state kept it out, and then the state said not a shred of evidence came in because we kept it out. So this all came from Melo. Dreamer Landry, the state should have brought in Grace. I agree. That would have been really, I think that would have been good. I would have liked to have seen Grace as well. Kathy Smith, the father should have contacted everyone instead of handing it off to this guy. That's a good point. Elizabeth G., if you're convinced a child is being essayed, you don't make an anonymous call to CPS. You go into the office and present what you know. That is true. And lie, then. You say she's being verbally and physically, I mean, he lied, and he admitted it. He admitted that he lied. And Rachel agrees, yes, and then you follow up if they don't do anything. Dwayne, you have to look up Stephen Stearns, see what he's accused with. He's a lot, a lot. It's a very ugly case. Just be prepared, my friend. It's a very ugly case. Hellcat, I'm not saying it's okay. If it were my child, I just couldn't say what I'd do if it were. You would be angry. There's no question you would be angry. You would be upset. You would want vengeance. You would want to do something for sure if it's your child. But this wasn't his child. This wasn't his child. Melo manipulated him to say, go do this. Because Melo, why couldn't Melo take care of his own house, basically? Why couldn't he handle it himself? Why did he have to drag this guy in? Why not take care of your own house? Take care of your own stuff, man. Why bring somebody else into it? Trial Junkies United. Just what I needed. Love you, Super Ball. It is one thing if he had walked in on someone doing harm to the child and reacted. He took time to plan this out. I agree. I think that's the difference. If you walk in, if you see somebody, it's your obligation to help. If you see somebody get hit by a car or being stabbed or a child, yeah, I think it's your obligation. But when you're going off of somebody telling you things, then it becomes a very slippery slope. Kelly White, I've watched many trials where they aren't allowed to take notes. I know, I agree. Trial Junkies United, how did Melo see the photos? We don't know. Just shows to go, yeah, he barely knew this child. Fala, I firmly believe no one knows what they would do in any situation, big or small, until you are in that situation. I agree with that. That is true. Rachel B., I'm saying, how did Melo know this was happening? We don't know. We don't know. That's the thing. We don't know. Rachel B., if Melo had hard evidence, he should take it to the police, and it's done. I agree. Groovy Cheryl Post shared them. He shared them with who? They did say in that thing I just read from Capri Law, it said that he was sharing them with people, but how did Melo find out? Right? Nunya Bitness. No one saw the CP photos except police and maybe the child's ad litem or whatever they're called. Melo and Hughes did not. Yeah, you're right. I think it's LITEM, but close enough. Bad Moon 101. How are you? Thank you for joining the chat. Is she assistant DA? Who are you referring to? Help me understand that question, and we can answer it for you. Rachel B. Okay, if he shared them, call the police. They will find them. Then it's done. Julie, I am almost in tears over this. This has been my hardest case to date. Brett says, there's no evidence that Melo saw anything. Remember, he accused the guardian ad litem, who was apparently innocent. It could just be a coincidence that Post truly had this. Lily Wayne, wait till Melo's trial. We will learn more. And Post. I think April 25th, something's going on with Melo. I think that's his first hearing, if you will. Hold on a second. I want to pull this one up. OnlyFan, if Melo has CSAM on his devices, I'll bloody laugh at the irony. Oh my God, can you imagine? Rachel B. Okay, well, this is just shady all over the place. We don't know the whole story. That is true. That is true. Care Bear 05, I hope post-trial will be shown. We do too. We would then have answers to a lot of our questions. Yes. Butterfly Dana, a person just can't take the law into their own hands and commit the unaliving of another person or persons. I agree. Mel Stiller, speaking of Stefan Stearns, would you be interested in reading a poem that I wrote from Madeline Soto's point of view? Absolutely. Yeah, send that along. Your poem the other day was spectacular, so yes. Mel, please send that along. Kelly White says, if there was photos and evidence, then CPS would have done something, not brushed it off. He said on stand he called CPS and made a false accusation. That is true. Trial Junkies United. Interesting. When Melo was arrested, his neighbors didn't even know he lived in their neighborhood, which is odd. They described that house was spooky, but the child was happy at her aunt's. Yeah. Kelly White. Yep. No attempt to actually provide any evidence as if they had any, but instead made stuff up. Makes me suspect they had nothing. Gladys says, did the judge say how long the jury can stay? Not yet, but we're a half hour behind. So it's 5:20-ish, 5:30, basically 5:30 Eastern over there. So have not heard. Well, let me check Gigi. Let's see what Gigi's saying. Let's see what Miss Pretty Lies and Alibis is saying. Nothing yet. Speaking of, I need to reach out to her. All right. Sorry, guys. All right, so we are experiencing some internet issues, so hang tight with us. We are experiencing some internet issues. Just hang tight. Our internet is experiencing issues right now. Just hang tight. If you do get booted, just refresh or just come back in. Quit out of the app, just come back in. But we are going through some stuck with you. Thank you, Julie. Yes, and I am happy that you are stuck with us. Refresh and move on. Yep, just refresh, move on. Kind of sorry. Yep, not going anywhere. No, appreciate it. I wish our internet would stop acting up. All right. Shirley Roth Hughes has mommy issues. He's got something, right? He's got something. UDEF, you demand a recount? Has everyone still going? Oh yeah, the poll is still going. All right, so those that guessed between 1 to 0 hours, 8%, you guys are out of the running. Those that guessed 1 to 3 hours, 66%. I'm going to end the poll for those that have not voted. We have 108 votes, so I'm going to end the poll. All right. How long will the jury take to deliberate? 65%. No, wait. 8% said 0 to 1. 1 to 3 was 65%. 3 to 5 was 19%. And 6% of you said a hung jury. I went with 1 to 3. So that's we're in the running now for 1 to 3. Shirley, you went with 3 to 5 hours? Went for 3 to 5? Julie, my vote was not today. I know I would have liked to have added that, Julie, but YouTube only allows you 4 slots, four areas. Because I wanted to do 0 to 1, 1 to 3, 3 to 5, 5 plus, and then hung. I wish I had more. Trial Junkies United, when he described Grace as evil, a narcissist, and a manipulator, I think he was talking about himself. Yeah, I think Rachel, didn't you say that? Or Kristen, one of you said projection or whatever the proper is. Yep, agreed. S, thank you for joining our chat. Defense wanted to use South Carolina's self-defense alter ego rule with respect to others. It was denied as lacked required element of imminent danger when claiming one is standing in the shoes of another. Elizabeth G., the question about malice has me worried. Just shows to go, yeah, I'm going to go with Monday. Wow, that's 2 days then? That's 3 days. Groovy, Brat, but the judge leaving it out of his defense opened the door for the possibility of it being open later. The defense warned judge of this at sidebar if post-case brings new info out. Up 48 seconds ago, we have another jury question. All right, another jury question coming in, guys. One more jury question. There is another jury question. Irish Amy says, the length of deliberations is really worrying me. Trial Junkies United, it looked like she was commenting on a video on YouTube from Court TV. Where was the post from Grace found? It looks like it was from a Court TV video. Lily Wayne, the jury is sure looking it over. That's good. Oh, I just got...
I just don't know.
I know.
I don't know what it is.
Sarcasm, if they ask him to define reasonable doubt, I'm done with the internet for the day. Only fan, the time delay is silly on Verdict Watch. I know. I agree. I know. This stinks. We gotta wait. Yeah, it's 5:30 real time there, so. I'm sorry, that didn't make sense. It's 5 o'clock there, but we're on a delay. So now we have to wait like a half hour to hear this question. Ugh. Thank you, Julie, for the buy me a cup of coffee.
Back to green. So
All right. Where do we stand? S is saying, in respect to acts in defense of others, aka alter ego rule, South Carolina has incorporated it with 5 required elements, one of which is imminent danger and resulted in judge denying use as a defense. Julie requested that you sit still, Fala. Just shows to go, no, this is South Carolina. Greenville, South Carolina. But Julie loves you, Fala. Apparently you're requested to sit still. I don't know why. Kelly White, still don't get to just unalive someone. I agree. You still don't get to just... Again, I'm going to just harp on that. We cannot have a vigilante society because it's a slippery slope. Because one day I'm saying I'm doing this to save a child, but the next day I'm going to say, well, I'm going to do this because I'm saving... I didn't like the way that person looked. You know, it's a very, very slippery slope. Father, sitting still, well, arms and mouth aren't still because I'm stuffing pizza in it. Oh, I had pizza today. Aaron and I had pizza today. Brat says, okay, Groovy Cheryl, let's say for the sake of argument that we knew that he had an actual photo, that would not make it legal to go out, buy supplies, wait for a day, you know she'll be alone. Yeah, Curvio, exactly. Saving healthcare, free Luigi. Is that, you know, that's going to be, oh, we got judge. We got a judge. Whoop, whoop, whoop. We got the judge. I'm just saying it's a slippery slope, and Luigi is another good example. You know, what he did was wrong, whatever the justification is. Because then the next, you know, Curville, then the next thing is like, well, I don't like the way you look, or I don't like the color of your skin, or I don't like your hair. You know, where is it going to end? Where will it end? That's all. Tennis girl, that jury question is so concerning. I think they fell for the BS. They may have. Shirley Roth, baked lasagna with tomato sauce. That sounds good. Question has not come up yet. Just come back in. Remember, we're on a 30-minute delay, so the question has not been asked. You haven't lost anything. You haven't missed anything. The question... the question was just asked. Well, it came in 11 minutes ago, so we have to wait like another... this is killing me, Judge Fant. The question, because there's really no spoiler at this point. So the question was, and we'll show it. We'll show it. We're just on a delay, so just hang in there, guys. But the question was, can you explain the difference between first-degree harassment and second-degree harassment? So that was the question. Explain the difference between first-degree harassment and second-degree harassment. Here we are.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I received your question asking about first and second degree harassment. Harassment first degree. The defendant is charged with harassment first degree. The state must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant engaged in a pattern of intentional, substantial, and unreasonable intrusion into the private life of a targeted person that served no legitimate purpose and caused the targeted person and would cause a reasonable person in the targeted person's position to suffer mental distress. Intentional means willful, intending the result which actually occurs, not accidentally or involuntary. Intent may be shown by acts and conduct of the defendant and other circumstances from which you may naturally and reasonably infer intent. The state may prove harassment first degree by showing that the defendant engaged in a pattern of 1. Following the targeted person as the targeted person moved from location to location. 2. Initiating, maintaining, or repeating visual, physical, or verbal contact after the defendant was notified that the contact was unwanted. 3. Surveilling or the maintaining a presence near the targeted person's residence, place of work, school, or another place regularly occupied by the targeted person. Or 4. Committing vandalism and property damage. These are only examples of harassment first degree. You may find that other conduct of the defendant which caused the targeted person mental distress would be harassment first degree. A pattern means 2 or more acts occurring over a period of time, however short, evidencing a continuity of purpose. Harassment second degree. If you find the defendant not guilty of harassment first degree, you may consider whether the defendant is guilty of harassment second degree. A defendant is guilty of harassment in the second degree if the state proves beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant engaged in a pattern of intentional, substantial, and unreasonable intrusion into the private life of a targeted person that served no legitimate purpose and caused the targeted person and would cause a reasonable person in the targeted person's position to suffer mental distress. Intentional means willful, intending the result which actually occurs, not accidentally or involuntarily. Intent may be shown by acts and conduct of the defendant and other circumstances from which you may naturally and reasonably infer intent. The state may prove harassment second degree by showing that the defendant engaged in a pattern of verbal, written, or electronic contact that is initiated, maintained, or repeated. These are only examples of harassment second degree. You may find that other conduct of the defendant which caused the targeted person mental distress would be harassment second degree. A pattern means two or more acts occurring over a period of time, however short, evidencing a continuity of purpose. Electronic contact means any transfer of signs, writings, images, sounds, data, intelligence, or information of any nature transmitted in whole or in part by any device, system, or mechanism, including but not limited to a wire, radio, computer, electromagnetic, photoelectric, or photo-optical system. Okay? You may return to your jury room.
All right. Dreama Landry, thank you so much for supporting us through Cups of Coffee. Appreciate that. That was very, very nice of you. Very sweet of you. Thank you so much. All right. So that was another jury question. First and second degree harassment. Trial Junkies United, objection. Luigi didn't even have United Healthcare. If they fell for a story for Red Rummer, then shame on them. Yeah. Therapist, jury question. Can you explain the difference between first and second degree harassment? Oh, geez, I'm way back. Okay, I'm sorry. And Julie thanks you as well, Dreama. Aw. Thank you, Dreama. Appreciate it. Curvio, I think they are already agreed on the major charges, just figuring out the rest. Sarcasm, she went to the police because she was being harassed. Anger is still mental anguish. I'm pretty sure that's what she was feeling. Therefore, no tears, even though I tend to cry when I'm super mad. I think it's a foregone conclusion that you have mental anguish. Just to go to the police because you've got, I think I would think that's a foregone conclusion. That there's mental anguish. What, are you just going to go skip down the street and go to the cops and say, hey, guess what? I've just got the envelopes of myself nude, naked photos of myself. I mean, of course she had mental anguish. I don't get that. I don't get that at all. Dreama, the question was, what's the difference? First degree and second degree harassment. Just ask the judge to define that. Define that. And what's the difference? What's the difference between? All right, the good news is, guys, that question came in 8 minutes ago. So I think we're actually live, to be quite honest. I don't think we're on a delay anymore. Because Gigi posted that 8 minutes ago jury question. So I think we're pretty close to being live. That's a good sign. I don't think we're on a 30-minute delay anymore. I think. That's the way I'm interpreting that. Yes, there was M charge and harassment. Yeah, it's not. There is no lesser. There was no lesser. Curville, yeah, once the libs start, the delay usually is eliminated. Thank you. Yeah, we were concerned about that because it's like, why continue on with the delay, So annoying. Brat says the defense argues that if she wasn't wailing in anguish in the public square, then she clearly wasn't bothered. Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's sarcasm, especially when those photos were taken by Melo and distributed at his request. Definitely harassment has been proven. Besides, Dumb kind of admitted that on the stand. Irish Amy, does anyone know what happens if there is jury nullification? I do not. Plus 6 months for contempt. That's true. Add in that 6 months. Life without parole plus 6 months. If he gets it. If he gets it. So the question that came in was, please define the difference between first and second degree harassment. Can you explain the difference between first degree and second degree harassment? And then the judge goes into define it as it relates to this law or this case. Care Bear 05, I believe jury nullification means he's acquitted even though they believe state proved the case. They're coming up on 2 hours, you guys. 2 hours. We don't know how long they're going to give people to get into the courtroom either after a verdict is reached. Usually they'll say, you know, we'll give you 20 minutes, 15 minutes, whatever it is. So... Right, I wish they would give us. I wish they would give us a. You know, hey, we're going to give you 20 minutes. You know, I think they're just going to show up. Yeah, I agree, Dreamer Landry. Oh, sorry, hold on. This is the one I want to pull up. Dreamer Landry, this trial has been a wild ride. I will agree with that. 100%. Sarcasm, I'm really starting to worry here. I know, right? Sarcasm, jury nullification occurs when jurors, based on their own sense of justice, refuse to follow the law and acquit a defendant even when the evidence presented seems to point to an incontrovertible verdict of guilt. Bratch says, I think if they moved on from M to harassment in their questions, then we have a conviction on M. I cannot imagine 12 people agreeing to acquit with a confession on the stand that quickly. Just shows to go, yeah, I don't recall how many charges, but I wonder if they're going to ask for definition. I think there were 3: harassment, straight up lines. Harassment, burglary, and M charges. So there's 3 charges. So harassment, burglary, and the M. So those were the 3 charges, nothing lesser included, just straight up those 3. So did he harass her? Did he burglar her? Did he delete her? So those were the 3. Julie Schwartz can't predict what a jury will do, but most likely he is going to be found guilty on the first charge if they are already on the next charge. Widespread Panic, how are you? Good to see you. Thank you for dropping in. I hope you watched yesterday. My goodness, you're vacationing, I get it, but holy moly, yesterday was amazing. Julie, there's no way they could acquit on deletion. He admitted it. Lily Wayne, yes, there was a second jury question. What is the difference between first and second degree harassment? That was the second jury question. Widespread Panic, I think if he's exonerated, he'll probably be exonerated on all. If the jury is going to nullify, they'll go the full Monty. Brat says, burglary is inevitable. If they convict on M, by his own words, he forced his way in with the intent on doing something that would have concluded was a crime. Okay, Julie just answered it. Awesome, awesome. Julie gets a cheesecake for that. Points to Julie and a cheesecake. And yes, we've had 2 jury questions so far. Therapist you know is getting heartburn. Turn on some lights here. Let's see. Yes. No. There you go. There you go, Julie. That's funny. Brat, you get a cheesecake and you get a cheesecake. That's funny. S says, anyone else find it odd that Hughes testified he was trying to find an attorney for Melo in 2021? Melo had been fighting for custody for years without an attorney? Good question. Right? It's a good question. Lily Wayne, I think judge might delay verdict announcement in case someone in gallery has an outbreak. Widespread Panic. To be honest, though, I fully expect a hung jury in this case. It just takes one juror, and there are a lot of folks in North Carolina raised the same way that Hughes was. Granted, this was South Carolina, remember, but same.
Well, they're right on the cusp. Like,
Are they right on the border?
On the border, yeah.
So they're right on the border, yeah. Yes, widespread panic. We feel that it's on border of North and South Carolina.
It is.
It's Greenville, right?
Yeah. It's on the very upper northern county here.
So there's Asheville.
Here's the border right here. So it's right here.
Yeah. Yeah, it is right on the border.
I'd say it's about a half hour away from the border.
Yeah. It's near Spartanburg. It's west of Charlotte.
Right by Tennessee.
And there's Asheville. That's North Carolina. Oh, that's, yeah, Charlotte. That's all North Carolina.
Yeah.
So I see it. Yep. Yeah, it's the northwest corner of South Carolina, real close to North Carolina. Trial Junkies United. I can't rewind at this time, so do you have what Grace supposedly said on her post? Yes. All right, while we wait for any kind of activity, this is what Grace allegedly said on her post. This really, and it was under Elena Loves. This really made me so upset. Why did no one try to find me to testify against him? This family is the worst, and I wish I never said yes to being adopted. Me leaving, I thought it would make my life better for my siblings, but instead they found me and told me that it gets worse for them when I left. Zach, you blaming me is so pathetic when you were so upset that your parents brought us and had to give us more care and attention due to our trauma. You need help, and I will never forget what you put me through. You watched your parents abuse us, especially me, as I was more rebellious, but I just needed some therapy, which your dumb parents didn't believe in. I called the attorney office, and I hope they let me testify because I want everyone to know what all of you did to me, but also to my siblings. I've had a really hard life after your parents gave up their rights to me and grew up in foster care. I have so many health issues now that could have been prevented if I got the right doctors to see me when I came to this country, but I never hurt someone. I had to survive out here over and over again as I never was informed of any type of help until I was in my 20s. But I worked hard and I have wonderful support system now. I work hard for everything in my life. Shame on you. This deserves a DP. Christina didn't deserve to be stabbed 35 times because what you scared of me. 4'10", 140-pound sick me. The parents just standing by him claiming to be Christians is absolutely hypocritical. I'm Grace Elena Hughes, and I will help district attorney put you behind bars. So, that was a post by Grace, allegedly. I sure wish she had. I wish she had testified. Drunky the Bear. Ooh, this is tough to hear. I wish she had testified. Capri Law, the same name in Instagram, has her in a name tag with Elena Hughes. Pretty certain this is her. Yeah. I mean, it's easy to verify. If you were the state, you could just call her up, but they didn't want to bring her on, which is a shame. I wish they had, to be quite honest. So we're over the 2-hour mark. Care Bear says, Hughes said that he went to her door, gave her the roses, then pulled his pew-pew out and told her to get inside, and he fouled, so forced his way in. Yeah, absolutely. He absolutely forced his way in. Dream Landry's state dropped the ball on calling her. Shirley Roth, possibly she did get in touch with them. Yeah, maybe. And maybe they just didn't have time, because she just posted that yesterday, I think. Therapist, then he flicked her on the head with that pew-pew like a 4-year-old. Julie says, I just want justice for Christine. I know. But then reading that, I don't know what that call for a jury trial that we read earlier that Capri Law found for us. Oof. Trial Junkies United. I did some research on the Russian. Oh, I see a judge. Hold on. What's this? What is this? What's going on?
Jury has another question.
Another question coming in. Another question. All right, so they are not delayed, you guys. They're not delayed, which is nice. So we have another jury question. Another jury question. The good thing is, you guys, that we're caught up, or there's no delay. That's the only positive I'm taking out of all of this. There is no delay. Drunky the Bear, I have 42 minutes to win this poll. Yes, Dream of Landry, justice for Christine. Dude. Dude. Super Bowl. Meanwhile, Super Bowl's doing like yoga over here. Yeah, right. Therapist, explain the difference between first and second degree conspiracy to commit harassment. Hold on a sec. Just shows to go you. What is the definition of burglary? Widespread panic. The first one was define malice, and is malice required for the M charge? And then the second one was define first and second degree harassment. Those were the two. Elizabeth G. I take the jury didn't get a copy of the jury instructions. All right, yeah, we might as well. Okay, so then she put him on a plane back to Russia with a note in his pocket. She found a man in Russia. She sent $200 for him to take the child to the authorities. The child didn't understand what was going on. You'd have, jury, explain the difference between guilty and not guilty. Yeah, Joko girl. All right, so the jury question came in a minute ago from Gigi, so we'll see how far behind we are. I think we're fairly caught up. Let's just see.
You seem to be focusing on the harassment quite a lot.
2 minutes, yeah. The second one is explain the difference between first-degree conspiracy to commit harassment and second-degree conspiracy to commit harassment. So they're stuck on this harassment. That was 2 minutes ago. We'll see how far behind we are. Julie Schwartz, you broke into your hidden stash of chocolates? That's funny. Second question was about second-degree harassment. Explain the difference between first and second-degree harassment. That was the second question. Now this question, we got another question coming in.
Really?
Well, it hasn't come in yet. Dream Melandry, yes, he did. The judge did go over the verdict form. Who read the jury instructions? I guess, wasn't the verdict form in there? I think the verdict form were in there. Irish Amy, how many charges are there for them to decide? 3. Harassment, burglary, and deletion. Those are the 3. Fala, jury is going to have to question how to remove my foot from their arse if they don't wise up. Julie, I hate this system of question after question after question. Curviel, are you pulling from Gigi? Here's the third question. Explain the difference between first-degree conspiracy to commit harassment and second-degree conspiracy to commit harassment. So we're waiting for that to come in. I want to see how far behind we are. 4 minutes. So Gigi posted that 4 minutes ago. I thought we were close to being caught up. Seems like they still have it on a delay. Dream Landry, he did the jury instructions. I guess the form. He read the form too. I think he read the form. My eyes kind of glaze over. Sorry. Oh, little Rafa. Little Rafa Bino. Come in, buddy. Come on. Yeah, it's like, oh boy. I gotta deal with the pipes tonight.
Yeah.
I gotta find time to do that. In between this and some Intili, so I'm gonna need like a half hour. Oh, meow. What's up, buddy?
Sweet boy.
Rafa. Rafa. Did you guys hear that? Rafa is expressing his opinion. Yeah, Groovy Cheryl, I do need a kitty door. We do need a kitty door. Well, I thought we were caught up to court. I didn't think we were on a delay. But apparently we are. At least a 5-minute delay. Curville, you're watching messages from Russin, Wood, and Gigi? Yeah. We all are. I am too. 6 minutes now. Dang it. I thought we were not on a delay. Rafa has a lot to say. Little bean boy.
Super Bowl's making her move.
Yep. Super Bowl's over there. Gordon, room for one more?
Yeah, we don't know where Polly is. Keep an eye over there on Super Bowl. She's
Hey.
getting ready to pounce on the young man.
Yeah. Keep it moving. Keep it moving.
She's just not a fan.
None you bitness. We had a Russian blue and he never meowed, and when he tried it sounded like mama sometimes. That's funny. Mel Stiller. That's a kitty with a great voice box. Absolutely adorable. Oh, trust me, he meows. When he meows, he's like, meh.
Refresh your GG page.
New GG post. All right. So 8 minutes. All right. I'm not going to read it because I don't want. I want to actually see this in real time, or not in real time, but on our time. Thank you, therapist. But we're going to let that go. Tennis Girl 101. Well, if he's found not guilty, then Sheriff Steins in Kentucky will know exactly what to do. Very concerning. Oh, okay. Here we go. All right. So.
Madam Foreperson, I've received your question concerning conspiracy and as it pertains to first and second harassment. Conspiracy. The defendant is charged with conspiracy. The state must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant combined with one or more persons for the purpose of committing an unlawful act or of committing a lawful act by unlawful means. There must be a mutual understanding, agreement, or common intention and plan. Mere passive knowledge of or consent to the criminal conduct of another is not enough to make a person a conspirator. There must be guilty knowledge and participation. Similarly, the mere fact that the defendant may have associated with another person or met with another person and discussed common aims and interests does not necessarily establish proof of the existence of a conspiracy or that the defendant was involved in a conspiracy. On the other hand, it is not necessary that the agreement be a formal one, that it be in writing, that the persons hold a meeting and expressly state the terms of the common plan, or that the agreement be stated in words between them. The agreement of a criminal conspiracy may come into being through an implied mutual understanding. The willful, intentional, and knowing adoption by two or more persons of a common plan is sufficient. No overt acts need to be shown to establish a conspiracy. A conspiracy may be shown by circumstantial evidence and the conduct of the parties. In order to convict the defendant of conspiracy, the state must prove beyond a reasonable doubt not only that the defendant knew of the unlawful conduct, but that the defendant agreed to combine with the other person for the purpose of accomplishing the unlawful conduct. That's the charge on conspiracy, and I would ask you to go back and then look at the verdict form for your direction. Thank you. You can go back, and if you have another question, I'm sorry, I just need to abide by procedure, okay? All right.
Yeah. Irish Amy, you missed Judge Biscuits. Yeah, he was good. And Tennis Girl, you missed Judge Kranick. Judge Biscuits was Natalie Cochran. Right, Judge Biscuits, that was Natalie Cochran. All right, so third jury question. At 222, explain the difference between first-degree conspiracy to commit harassment, second-degree conspiracy to commit harassment. Yeah, I would put Kranick in my top 2, to be quite honest, if not my top. I think he's just fantastic. Green-eyed cat, yep, top 3. Hope we see him again. I really liked Kranick. I thought he was really, really good.
Yeah, he was cool.
Ashley, seems like being they couldn't take notes. Maybe Zachary's testimony and what all he addressed blew them away. All prior thought, poof. Wait a minute, they could take notes, right? I thought they could take notes. Could they not? Hold on a sec. Oh, yeah. No note taking.
That's not fair.
I know. No notes, yeah. No notes. Joanne Jedi. Platypus. Therapist, you know, personally, I love Judge Canoni. Ashley, I heard they couldn't, but that was chatter, so I could be wrong. No, you're. I was wrong. You were right. They are not allowed to take. Not allowed to take. Sarcasm. Tell us how you really feel. I cannot stand Anti-Bev in the Reed case. That whole case is a joke. Tell us how you really feel, Sarcasm. Therapist, you know, just want to see if anyone was paying attention. You'd have. I like Judge Canoni as well. Green-eyed cat. I am perched to see a judge for Corey Richins. He is fire. Oh, wow. Camera's moving around. Let's zoom in on on his head. There you go. I think he's not Moyer. Who's that judge? Or who's that? That's Andrew Mormon. Let's zoom in on Andrew Mormon's head. Poor guy. Let's zoom in there. Oh, let's zoom in back on the seal. Sarcasm. I will always share my true feelings. Well, with a handle like Sarcasm, I would think that you would get you would get it. Groovy Cheryl, empty chair. Curvial, bald spot. You'd have. It's really rocking that bald spot. Yeah, Lily Wayne, no defendant. Maybe he's going to the restroom. Monkey butt. Gina Farley, the no notes would mess me up. It's great to refer back to. I agree. Sarcasm, yes. Curvial, not sure if you saw what I wrote earlier. I did not, sorry. I think we're in real time. We are just not getting to see the question discussion until jury is brought in. Okay. I feel like we were 8-minute delay, but after Gigi said the jury question, it was like 8 minutes later, but I hope we're at least close to, well, 8 minutes, at least we're close to real time. So 14 minutes ago, they were sent back to deliberate. Therapist, no notes, no written jury instructions, and listen to 839,472 minutes of law talk. Of course they're going to have questions. Sarcasm. Every time I see no notes, I think of Harry Potter and the Chamber of Secrets. Ken Rosenberg, the no notes thing is dumb, and the no witness instruction thing, the no written instruction thing is just insane. I know. Curvio, but if you look at the time she said the judge was bringing the jury out and what he was going to do, it was like 90 seconds. Okay, when we saw him address the jury. All right. Oops, bless you.
Sorry.
It's okay.
Stop it.
All right, that's good to know, Curvio. Thank you. That's good to know that the judge has taken away the delay. Fala still going to be here on phone, so limited chat. I got to charge Lappy Toppy. Therapist is begging, Fala, don't leave me. Therapist, says bless you.
Thank you.
Dreamer Landry is going to be 23. Yeah, you're in Baton Rouge. We're going to be 33. We have a freeze warning. Oh, everybody's saying, Irish Amy, bless you. Gesundheit. Fala's not leaving. Curvio says Gesundheit.
Thank you, everyone.
Therapist, God bless you, because I'm not the Lord. Just shows to go you, but the foreperson tried to ask another question, and judge said it needed to be in writing, so another one is coming. Oh, great. Oh, Dreamer Landry, bless you. Shirley Roth, bless you, Aaron. Therapist, Whispers, welcome. Elizabeth G, bless you, Aaron. Nanar, sarcasm, I love reading the Harry Potter books and the movies. While not as good, we're still fun to watch. Ashley, in my opinion, all jurors should be able to take notes. All that info to retain, plus possible inconsistencies they need to be aware of. That just gives a lot of latitude for jury theory or filling in blanks. I agree. Irish Amy, 100% agrees with you. Mel Stiller, no note-taking and no written jury instructions. Well, what's the point of words being exchanged during a trial? I know, right? Julie Schwartz, 19 degrees here. Curville, yeah, they had another question and judge said they had to follow procedure. Drunky the Bear, if I don't win this poll, I am hanging up. Widespread panic. I've only been gone a few days and I'm seeing new faces all over the place. Welcome to everyone whom I've never met. Green-eyed cat. It was 11 when I got up. 21 now. Heat wave. Yes, therapist, widespread panic. We have missed you. We have missed you. There's so much you've missed too. It's amazing. It's amazing what happens in the span of like just a couple days. Okay. Dreamer Landry, I wish this jury could have asked questions. I'm not even sure how to... What do I do with that one? Sarcasm, we got about a half an inch of snow of ice yesterday. All right, sarcasm, I got to look at what's your profile picture? What is that? What is your profile picture? Oh, Green Bay. Okay, so you're Packers. You're Green Bay. Gotcha. It's cool. Cool profile picture. It almost looked like snakes in this small little window here. It almost looks like snakes or an octopus or something. Care Bear, 14 degrees tonight. Oof. Yeah, we gotta drip our pipes and cover our pipes. Therapist, I don't need to tell you. I don't need to say anything more about that, but we have to drip our pipes so we don't have our pipes freeze. Bellatrix, Gigi just tweeted it. What did Gigi just tweet? Nope, verdict. We got a verdict. All right, verdict. Verdict is in. We have a verdict. Verdict is in. Yep. Yep, yeah, do Twitter, just do breaking. All right, verdict is in. Verdict is in. Okay, whoop, whoop, whoop. Let me pull this up. Verdict is in. Verdict is in. All right, we'll see how far behind we are. All right, I don't want any, no spoilers. No spoilers, you guys. No spoilers, no spoilers, no spoilers. No spoilers. No spoilers, guys. No spoilers, no spoilers, no spoilers. No spoilers, guys. Do not spoil. 2 hours and the verdict clock is still going, so we'll let that go.
They never stop it.
And they never stop it. So yeah, we're gonna say 6:08, but we might be behind. We might be behind. So we could be behind you guys. We could be behind.
I'll go back to Gigi. I hope she holds it for everybody.
I hope so too. I'm not going to. No spoilers. Yeah, I know the clock is still running. Oh, then they stopped it. So when did they stop it at? They just took the clock off. Well, I'm going to say 6:10 for me. 6:10 stopped. Oh, when did they take it off? So they took it off at 2 hours and they literally just took it off. 2 hours and 42 minutes, they're saying? 2 hours, 42 minutes?
35 seconds.
And 35 seconds?
Yeah.
All right, so for all that said, what did I say? It was 0 to 1 and 1 to 3. 65% of you said 1 to 3 hours. Drunky the Bear, are you happy now? Drunky the Bear, are you happy now? All right, do not spoil it, you guys. We'll be really, really upset if you guys spoil. If you guys say anything, we will not be happy. All right, please, no spoilers. How about just don't look, do not drop anything in the chat, you guys.
Just don't spoil it for everybody.
Drunky the Bear, you have no idea. That's funny. Drunky can live to see another day. We're on somewhat of a delay, you guys, maybe 5 minutes or so. We're on a 5-minute delay, so do not spoil it for us. Kelly White, you picked 1 to 3 as well. Cool. Thank you for all you guys. Lots of new people. Ateeg. You're the last to know anyway. And no hints either. Yes, Ashley, no hints. Just keep it to yourself. There's no benefit to telling the chat what happened, okay? So just let it ride. Watch with us. How about that? Just watch with us. You shouldn't be watching somewhere else anyway. If you're here, you're here. If you're somewhere else, go somewhere else. But if you're here with us, stay with us. Father, I am serious. I will block you and actively recruit others to block you if you spoil. Gordon, you win the internet. You got it right. What do you win? You win the internet with 65% of us. Justice Obsessed. You did 3 to 5 with the wrenches thrown in. All right, here's the judge.
Actually, hold on for just a second. Before the jury gets in here and the verdict's read, I say this in every trial, that there are a lot of emotions, and I would just ask right now, if you cannot control your emotions, I'm going to give you an opportunity to leave. Otherwise, you're more than welcome to stay. But I just, for everybody involved, please control your emotions, okay? If anybody needs to leave, they can. All right, bring the jury. Madam Foreperson, I understand that you have a verdict.
That's what we have.
If you can please stand to the table. Madam Clerk, get your case published.
Your Honor, these are case numbers 2024 GS 23 2194, 5425A, 5413, 5412. As to the charge of murder, we, the jury, find the defendant guilty. As to the charge of possession of a weapon during the commission of a violent crime, we, the jury, find the defendant guilty. As to the charge of burglary first degree, we, the jury, find the defendant guilty. As to the charge of harassment first degree, we, the jury, find the defendant not guilty. As to the charge of harassment second degree, we, the jury, find the defendant guilty. As to the charge of conspiracy to commit harassment first degree, we, the jury, find the defendant not guilty. As to the charge of conspiracy to commit harassment second degree, we, the jury, find the defendant guilty. Signed by our foreperson. Ladies and gentlemen, if this is a verdict you reached in your deliberation room and this is still your verdict now, please raise your right hand. Thank you.
Anything from the state?
Nothing from the state. Nothing as relates to the jury, Your Honor.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, I've told you this before, and on behalf of the state of South Carolina and Greenville County, I want to thank you
for all of your service for the last 2 weeks. I know this has demanded a lot from you. You all have been extremely attentive. I know that this has not been easy. I'm going to ask you now if you will go back to the jury room, and I will be back there in just a moment to talk to you, okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
Your Honor, this time I was just making a request that sentencing be deferred to give defense counsel more of an opportunity to present mitigation.
State.
Your Honor, we would oppose that request. We would ask that you would proceed to sentencing as soon as possible.
I'm going to give 15 minutes. Fill out them kind of sentencing sheets. Do you feel like you need a little bit more? But I'm going to sentence them within the next 30 minutes.
Thank you, Your Honor. The other thing I would, on behalf of the jury, for reasons related specifically that that the state did not produce sufficient evidence on each and every one of the elements of the offenses for which the jury convicted, or on which the jury convicted Mr. Hughes. For that reason, we're committed for a trial.
Okay. And your motion is denied. You're protected on the record. The only other thing that I need to do is just, and I had discussed this with counsel, as far as the verdict form up at the top, it just needs to be amended to read 2022 GS 23002194, and then it will be 2024 5425A, 2024 5413, and 2024 5412. I just wanted to make sure that that was on the record. It was just more of a typographical four instead of the two.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir. We have no objection. No objection. Yeah.
What? And I'll just write on here. Thank you. All right. We'll be back in 30 minutes, 15 minutes.
15 minutes we back.
Okay. All right. All right, so there you go. Guilty on deletion, guilty on weapon, guilty on burglary, not guilty on harassment of the first degree, guilty harassment of the second degree, not guilty on conspiracy to commit harassment on the first degree, but guilty on conspiracy to commit harassment second degree. And yes, they are coming back in 15 minutes. So those must be some of his siblings, I'm guessing, right?
And it must be sentencing tonight. I guess that's what they're I think, is that, are we reading the tea leaves? I think that's what's going to happen, right? It seems like they're going to sentence him tonight. Well, I would say this does not bode well for Mr. Melo. Right? If I was John Melo, I would definitely be not. I would. This does not bode well for him. Because he's essentially a co-conspirator, and if they found Hughes guilty of conspiracy to commit harassment, and then I'm thinking Melo is he's definitely. So those I guess those are his siblings. I'm thinking, right? Maybe his parents. Could be his parents. And also, if there's a press conference, we'll do a press conference as well, you guys. If we can find one. Elizabeth G., I think first-degree harassment was more like stalking, so I can understand not guilty on that. Yeah, justice obsessed. There's never a winner in these trials. It's hard on all the families involved. So true. Sarcasm. Melo should be very worried. I agree. Fala, it's okay for them to cry for him. I would cry if it were my family member too. Doesn't mean they agree with what he did. We have that conversation a lot. Like, I think even therapist Juno and I, we had that when she was on a week or so ago. Like, okay, so now for victim impact statements, would you stand up and would you say, you know, don't send my brother, my son, my husband, my child, don't send him away. You know, please have mercy on him. Would you guys go up and would you say yes, he may have done this horrible thing, but don't send him away for life without parole. Give him something. What would you guys do? Kelly White, Melo's trial is going to be insane. I agree. Oh, Trial Junkies United. Wait, what did you say? You asked something about what you sent earlier. Which part? Vinny's show or something else? Remind me. Sorry. Remind me. Hey, Denny Dawn, how are you? Haven't seen you in a while. What's going on? Can't go around taking others' lives, and she's not here to tell her side of the story. And if she was guilty of something, she could have been taken to court. I dislike those who hurt children, but Britt asks, was Melo on the witness list? I don't know. I never did see the witness list. Trial Junkies United. It was the woman went on the date. Oh, yes. You know what? Mod Chat already knew about that, but we can read that. We'll read that. Let's see. Let me find that. Oh, where the heck was it? Hold on a sec. Why can't I find it? Hold on a sec. All right, so there was something that was posted on Reddit, and I'm having a really tough time finding it right now. I can't find it. Child Junkies United, if you can send that to me again. I know we had it in our mod chat too, and I can't find it there either. All right, I'm not going to take up any more time. If you can resend that to me, I appreciate it. But Only Fire Alarm. That's a great handle. Where are you? I got to welcome you in. Where's Only Fire Alarm? All right, Fala, have a good night. Thank you for joining us as always. Appreciate you. Sandra says, I wonder if it means the CP evidence won't be allowed in Melo's trial since his charges are before the fact. Possibly. Fala, good night. Thank you for being... Oh, you're talking to the fire alarm on the screen. That's why I can't find you. That's why I can't find you to welcome you in. Denny Dawn, interesting. They are having sentencing already. Most don't do it right away. Yeah, it's true. Some do. Most don't. Some do though. Natalie Cochran, they had the jury. They did the sentencing right away. That was pretty wild. Lily Wayne, I was looking for that handle too. Thank you. I'm glad I wasn't the only one. Therapist, you got me. Capri Law, I spent way too long looking for Only Fire Alarm. That's funny. Yes, good night, Father. Have a good one. Groovy Cheryl, average time for appeal in South Carolina is 2.5 years. Yeah, it's a long time. It's a long time. Julie Schwartz, I wonder if Hughes will be a witness against Melo. Possibly. All right. Trial Junkies United. Awesome. Thank you. Okay. All right. So this came from Trial Junkies United. So this was a text that was on Reddit, right? So I once went out for drinks with Zachary Hughes, the pianist who just turned himself in for the brutal deletion of Christina Parcell, a vet tech from upstate South Carolina. I'm not sure how much national media attention this case has gotten, but back around 2015, I met Zach Hughes, a famous pianist who turned himself in the other day for the brutal October 13th deletion of Christina Parcell, a vet tech from upstate South Carolina. I only met him once several years ago. I was a waitress at the Flying Saucer, a craft beer bar that had over 70 different beers on tap. We'll get back to that. I was very curious about the group and their show at the Koger Center of the Arts, as I am a huge fan of classical music and I used to play the clarinet. After talking to the group, Zachary Hughes insisted I meet up with them at Bar None for drinks later. I agreed and told them I'd meet up as soon as I clocked out for the evening. I drove myself to the bar they asked me to go to. Zach bought me 2 drinks. Over those 2 drinks, all he did was brag about himself. I got bored and insisted he was ready to go home. He walked me to my car and swooped in for an unexpected kiss. I accepted the kiss, but still insisted on going home. I guess he got upset, not sure really, but after I told him all right, let me start that over. I guess he got upset, not sure really, but after I told him I was for sure going home for the night and not to his hotel, he turned the kiss into a quote-unquote bet for his friends, saying he won the bet since he kissed the girl. He also, for some reason, made a jab at my new to me 2008 Toyota Yaris, which I was proud of buying at the time, as I drove some super shitty car or something. And I saw yesterday that he deleted a 41-year-old woman in a very brutal way. I apparently went out for drinks with a murderer. He was a famous musician. Blah, 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 blah. Okay. So, thank you for sending that again. Trial Junkies United. Mel Stiller, it makes absolutely zero sense that a talented pianist threw his life away like this. I agree. Groovy Cheryl, maybe someday we will directly hear from her the way they wanted to do, but the judge stopped it. Oh, Green-Eyed Cat? Nice. Cool, I met my husband at the Flying Saucer in Nashville. Well, you know, Aaron and I were talking about that, and it's like, why would you say, okay, the one thing was like, I was a waitress at the Flying Saucer, a craft beer bar that had over 70 different beers on tap. Like, why would you say that, right? That's, to me, it kind of makes it seem like, and Aaron said it, she's like, that sounds like an ad for the bar, right? Doesn't that seem a little weird? Seems a little odd to me. Trial Junkies United, I think it goes to the character of who he was. But do you think, I don't know. I guess I don't know. It just seems like a little weird. Drunky the Bear, I think Zach is a spoiled brat who hated Grace and the rest of the kids who took away his parents' attention. I think that's probably it. Groovy Cheryl, the elephant in the room, no safety valve for the child. Irish Amy, advertising. Yep. Therapist, you know, she's advertising. Green-Eyed Cat, commercial. I know, that's why. Did that actually happen, or is that just somebody writing for that craft bar with over 70 craft bars? Gina Farley, feels like he let his strong emotions guide his actions. Sarcasm, I hope Hughes feels very vindictive and just offers to testify against Melo so he's not the only one spending the rest of his life in prison. Just shows to go, yeah, that's it. He hated women. Boom. Etig. Gigi from another channel said she met him on the street when he was playing. He was nice and articulate in that interaction. Yeah, now that the trial is over, we reached out to Gigi last week, and we wanted her to come on and talk about this trial. So we're hoping, she said she was interested, so we are hoping that Gigi from Pretty Lies and Alibis will come on and we can talk about this trial with her. I think that'll be really, really cool. I would love to talk to her. Groovy Cheryl, the jury is deciding sentencing now. Is that confirmed? Is that what they're doing? So does this jury decide sentencing as well? No. Well, according to Gigi, 4 of the deliberating jurors came and sat on the bench, sat on the back row to watch sentencing. So I don't think the jury, Groovy Cheryl, it seems like the jury is not going to be deciding the sentencing. It's going to be the judge in this case. Denny Don, let's get Melo trial. Someone need to be held accountable for what was done to this precious child. Denny Don, did you were you with us when we read Capri Law sent us what was that called? The motion? No, it wasn't the motion. What was it? We read this earlier in the day. It was a men's summons. A jury trial was demanded by Eden Rogers as guardian ad litem for the minor child Jane Doe. So we thought, we heard a lot of people talking about this, but there is a plea from March 17th of 2022 where Brad Post and Christina Parcell were taking care of, this kid came over presumably to play with the daughter of Christina, and they were taking pictures of her. She was undressed. They were doing they were doing nasty things to her. So I really want to watch Melo's trial, and I want to watch Brad Post's trial. Those are the two ones. Yep, jury was dismissed. Judge said all the thank yous, and he said, I'll see you in the back, and say, yeah. So the judge is going to do the sentencing. Groovy Show, the judge told they had 15 minutes to deliberate, sent back the papers. He said, go to the back and I'll say goodbye to you. But Gigi just said 4 of the deliberating jurors came in and sat on the back row to watch sentencing. So I'm pretty sure that the jury is not going to do the sentencing, but we'll watch. Let's watch and find out. And why would a jury have 15 minutes to deliberate? That doesn't make sense either. But let's watch and find out. Melo's trial should be very interesting. I agree. And then Post. I hope they show Post trial. That would be really interesting. Widespread panic. I know not a lot of people understand Christians these days, but I was really conflicted as to whether deletion to protect another person was justified. I gave up and just prayed for the right verdict. And I accept this as an answer to my prayer. Call me crazy if you will, but I believe in God and trust that He knows better than I do. He said, thank you for this stage in the trial. Yeah, Brad Caldwell, I doubt they will stream post-trial, too much sensitive data. I know. That stinks, right? I would love to, we'll find out what happened. Whatever happens, we'll do a post on it, or we'll talk about it, or we'll do something. Yep, Joanne, Jedi Platypus, Gigi said 4 sitting members of jury are in the gallery of court to watch sentencing. Yes, she did. Irish Amy, is it a case of life without parole or with parole, or are there shorter options? I'm not sure. We'll have to. We'll just have to wait and see. Yeah, I'm not sure what. What's our description say? Let's go to our description. Sometimes that helps to read your description. We don't have anything in the description. I guess we have to have impact. We have to hear victim impact statements, right? I mean, he can't just sentence him without hearing some kind of, right? Julie asks, are some so deeply rooted in their faith that they cannot see past the guilt? Sarcasm, they would have a whole entire sentencing phase with possible witnesses and such, so that would have been scheduled for tomorrow because it's so late tonight. Oh, the complaint, okay. Brad Colwell, could you reach out to Elena and see if she could come on your channel? Yeah, absolutely. We will try to find her. Elena, if you're watching, please, open invitation to come on our channel. We'll try and find you as well. And yeah, we're not going to do Monica tonight because it's almost 7 o'clock our time. So we're going to have freezing temperatures here, or very close to freezing. So I got to go outside after this and take care of our property. So no Monica tonight. If you guys are looking for Monica, what we are going to do though tomorrow morning, we'll pick up on Monica from today. So we'll probably be able to squeeze today and tomorrow in with Monica. So no Monica tonight. Squeegee has to take care of possible freezing pipes. So no Monica tonight. Oh, Groovy Cheryl. Elena should not be interviewed while these cases are pending. No attorney would allow that. But she's not being called as a witness. She begged to be called a witness. All we can do is reach out. Yeah, Kerrville, she's not part of the case. I would lean in that direction, but we can reach out and see what she says. Mel Stiller. Oh, there's the judge. I need to get some work done around here. Unfortunately, I don't have a self-cleaning kitchen. Yeah, I'm sure they
Council approach, briefly. Stay. Okay, I'll hear from the state.
Thank you, Your Honor. Please, court. We're prepared for sentencing. That's what we're here for today. You've heard a long 2-week trial. You've heard the actions of the defendant. stipulated to premeditation. The jury's found him guilty. Your Honor, the state will be requesting a life sentence for the murder and for the burglary first charges. But before you switch over to the defense, I have Tina Parcell here who would like to address the court, which is the sister of Christina Parcell.
Thank you, Ms. Parcell.
Thank you, Your Honor. I will apologize in advance. I didn't expect to actually reach this point today. This is my second victim statement in 24 hours. Yesterday was reliving the two worst days of my life. Between hearing the step-by-step account of my sister's murder, Mr. Melo's 2 new charges, his bond hearing, and my niece being put into emergency protective care again. So I am exhausted, and I'm going to do my best to express myself appropriately. So with Your Honor's leniency, just give me a bit of grace. My understanding is this conversation is with you. This isn't with the defendant. This is not with counsel. This is not with the gallery. So this is a conversation with you. And I've had 3 years to try to articulate how this has impacted me, and I still have yet to find the words, and it won't happen tonight either. So I've decided instead to talk about what logically should be taken into consideration for any sentencing, which is remorse, rehabilitation, and recidivism. This defendant sat on that stand with full disregard for the authority of the law when it came to his actions outside of this courtroom, in blatant disregard for the authority of law inside this courtroom. He recounted step by step in excruciating detail everything he did. And if I may paraphrase the defense counsel's closing statement, did he cry? Did he shake? Did he look visibly distressed? He said the word repulsed, but did he once look repulsed? He said the word vomited. Did he ever once look nauseated as he described dragging my sister through my living room? Cold doesn't begin to describe the lack of emotion. And if I may be blunt, if we're going to argue somebody has to have malice and hate in their heart to be capable of murder, then one could also argue that anyone medically diagnosed as antisocial personality disorder is therefore not capable of committing murder. I think that is a logical fallacy, is asinine, and the fact that I'm tired, I will no longer go down that, but there has been no remorse once shown by this defendant in this courtroom. Without remorse, you cannot have rehabilitation. Rehabilitation requires acknowledgement that I have done a wrong, I have a debt to pay, and I can improve to become a better member of society. It begins with remorse. Without remorse, there is no rehabilitation. Without remorse, without rehabilitation, you have recidivism. This man, no, I'm sorry, this defendant wanted to kill someone. He joined the Marines, specifically the infantry. He wanted to kill someone. He was given a target on a silver platter. He was given an address, a date, a time, and he planned it. Because he knew that if he planned it just enough, he would never get caught. He planned it so much that he thought, well, even when I got caught, I got this. I can still get out of this. Without remorse, without rehabilitation, any person that goes through that effort to commit a murder would absolutely do it again to see if they could. You're left with either two options. Either he is a weak, easily manipulated man who would kill anybody that anyone asked him to, or he's not a weak and easily manipulated man. And if that's the case, then he absolutely would do this again to see if he's smart enough this time, to see if he can beat it this time, because he has shown no respect for the law of this courtroom. The only thing that I will say about this situation overall is that all of these men did nothing but use my sister. John Melo used her to create a whole new family when he had a wife and children already. Brad Post used her. This defendant used her. All of them used her for their own twisted personal gratification. He would do it again. Without remorse, without rehabilitation, you will have recidivism. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, ma'am. Anybody else from the state? Okay. Defense.
Your Honor, may it please the court, Your Honor's presided over this trial. Your Honor is aware of the evidence that was presented at the trial. Your Honor is also aware of the evidence that was proffered. We do believe that could go to mitigation, so we would ask Your Honor to consider that very carefully. Zach has no prior criminal history, and he stands ready for sentencing. Your Honor, I would ask for Mr. David Hughes, Zach's father, to have the opportunity to address the court briefly.
Just stand right there.
Thank you, Your Honor, for the opportunity to speak a few words on my son's behalf. The trial is over. A verdict's been rendered, and we accept that. But what I want to speak to, because I understand this is the sentencing phase of the trial, where you have some parameter of your sentence. My son is probably, in my lifetime, and I've run into some pretty amazing people, and this is going to be seen as a bias from the father, but he has got such a strong moral compass and fortitude and desire for the truth in his life than really anyone I've ever met. He actually eclipses a lot of those things that I aspire to myself. It's what makes his music so incredibly meaningful, because as a musician, and there are some world-class musicians sitting here today, colleagues of Zach's, what makes a musician's art come through is what's the essence of who they are. It's not something you can fake. When you hear it, you know it's a fake. When you hear music that causes people in a room to weep, you know it's coming from something inside that person that you cannot describe. Zach was not born with a silver spoon in his mouth. I want to tell you that. I taught all my children, Zach being the oldest, the value of hard work. He might have been the only person at Juilliard to show up without manicured fingernails and calluses instead. He worked hard. I pushed him hard. Fathers and parents tend to do that with their firstborn child. And maybe I pushed him, a little hard at times. But it made him the man he is today. I want to address something, and Mr. Wilkins?
I got to just address the court date. I'm sorry. Address the court.
That Zach is a cold-blooded killer. I am sorry. Zach wrote his mother and I a letter delivered to us through his attorneys approximately a month ago. In that letter, he described basically what he did in that chair over there, only in a little more detail. Why he did what he had to do, what he felt he had to do. You heard him say in that chair, he wasn't going to go on a cruise ship to Bora Bora, where he was headed, and look at himself in the mirror at night after playing beautiful classical music for rich people. He couldn't do that. Zach has been brutally honest in his life. So much, sometimes to the detriment of his own career. Everybody in the piano world wants to be a soloist with an orchestra. But it's a very small amount of room on the head of that pin, and that's where he was headed. But he had people in his life, donors, rich benefactors, who made demands of him artistically in exchange for their financial benefit, and he walked away from it to the detriment of his own career. Why do I bring that up? He has such a strong moral compass and a desire for the truth that sometimes he actually hurts himself. His friends here, all these people in this courtroom for the last 2 weeks have been here day in, day out. Some as far as from Seattle, Washington. They're here because they grew up with Zach in the music world, and they saw something in him they didn't see in anybody else. He has got a loyal circle of friends that I never had. I told my kids when they grew up, if you, at the end of your life, you end up with 2 or 3 people in your hand that are really there for you. That's the guy I want in the foxhole with me. Consider yourself lucky. Zach's got a dozen of those. Why? Bettina, I'm sorry for your loss. I'm not supposed to mention her name. I'm sorry. But I want you to know, Zach felt compelled to do what he did because of what he would quote Edmund Burke on this. The only thing necessary for evil to prosper is for good men to do nothing. Okay. His desire for the truth and his truthful telling of what happened. I mean, he sat there and he didn't hold anything back that would benefit his portrayal to this court. He's just as brutally honest with himself as he is with other people. He has no criminal record whatsoever before this event. The only thing I know of is an outstanding traffic ticket in Italy somehow he rang up when he was there with Melo. And several of the guards in the detention center, where he's been for 3 years, he's been an exemplary inmate, have told him that they were going to come to this trial to support him. When you gain the silent respect of law enforcement officers, they see something in you. They see it all. And they see a guy that's respectful for 3 years without a single incident. I think that counts for something. So I'm just here. I'll wrap it up. as you determine your sentencing, I would ask you to consider what type of man he is, and take that into consideration. I love my son. I'm proud of my son. Thank you, Your Honor.
Anything else from the state?
No, Your Honor. Your Honor, just for the purpose of the record, I don't, would Your Honor want to inquire Zach as to whether or not he wishes to speak?
That is up to you. Sorry, I thought that you had indicated that.
He does not wish to speak. I just want to put that on record.
Okay.
Zachary David Hughes, indictment 2022 GS 2302194, indictment for murder. You're to be committed to the State Department of Corrections for life. Indictment 2022 GS 2302194. You're to be committed to the South Carolina Department of Corrections for 5 years. That is to run concurrent. Indictment 2024 GS 2305425A for burglary first degree to run concurrent is for you to be committed to the South Carolina Department of Corrections for life. The other two indictments, 2024 GS 2305413 for conspiracy to commit harassment second degree is 30 days time served. Indictment 2024 GS 2305412 harassment second degree, 30 days time served. You're to be dismissed.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Well, I didn't hear parole at all, so it seems like he got it. All right, we're going to try and find a press conference, so hang with us. So he got life for the deletion. He got 5 years concurrent. Not quite sure what that was for the second charge, whatever that was. Burglary, concurrent. He got life there. He got the harassment, 30 days, time served times 2. All right, so we heard from the sister Tina. She said she's been at Melo's bond hearing and the niece is being put back in protective custody again. She says, I'm exhausted and this is a conversation with you, not the gallery, not the lawyer, not the defendant. She says you have to have remorse, rehabilitation, and recidivism. Did he cry? Did he shake? Did he look visibly distressed? Did he once look repulsed? Was he nauseous? And this is while he was on the stand. While you were dragging my sister through, and then she screams or shouts it very loudly, my living room. No remorse once was shown by this defendant in this courtroom. Rehabilitation begins with remorse. He was given a target on a silver platter. If he planned it just enough, he'd never get caught. Without remorse, any person that did this would absolutely do it again. Either he's a weak man or he would do it again. Would he do it again if he would do it again to see if he was smart enough to beat it? Melo used Christina. He had a family already. Post used her. Hughes used her. And then Zach's father gets up and he says, we accept the verdict. My son has such a strong moral compass and desire for the truth. And he says, as he looks over at Tina, this will be seen as a bias. But there are world-class musicians sitting with him here today. Let's take a look at some of these world-class musicians. So there's some of the world-class musicians. Here, let me just do this. So there are world-class musicians sitting here today. When music makes you weep, it's coming from inside. I guess that's it for them. He said he wanted to address the attorney Wilkins and then whisper, no, you have to address the court. He says he was going to go on a cruise ship to Bora Bora. He wasn't going to go on a cruise to Bora Bora and look himself in the mirror night after night, playing beautiful music to people he didn't know. He has a strong moral compass and desire for the truth. He says, Tina, I feel sorry for your loss. I know I'm not supposed to mention your name. Zach felt compelled to do what he did. Then he references an Edmund Burke quote, and he's told to wrap it up. He said the only time he's gotten in trouble or whatever was a traffic ticket in Italy. He said he's gotten silent respect from the law enforcement in the holding cell. He's been there for 3 years. They were going to come to the trial. I think that counts for something. Consider what type of man he is. I love my son. I'm proud of my son. Zach did not wish to speak. So... all right, so let's see if we can find some kind of, what do you call it? Press conference. I'm going to try and find a press conference. If you guys find one, let me know. If any mods are out there still, let me know if you find a press conference. Or if anybody else finds a press conference, let us know. Let's see here. trying to find a press conference for you guys. If anybody is out there. That's a good question, Atig. Curious, do y'all think he'd become a killer if never under the influence of Melo? I think so. Kelly White. Well, now that this is over, what's next? Monica Sementili is going on, but I got to deal with our house because we're under a freeze warning. So we're going to end here soon, and then we're going to pick up on Monica Sementili tomorrow, and then the next trial. We got to find the next trial. We're going to continue on with Monica, but we got to find the next trial. All right, I'm not really seeing anything, so I think I'm going to call it a night. What do you guys think? What are you guys talking about here? Ashley, was there court today for Sementili? Yes. Yes, they are active. We're going to pick up on her tomorrow morning. So they're into day 14. So we'll pick up on Monica Sementili tomorrow morning. At Drunky the Bear, you're retiring tonight as a winner, a pole champion. Thank you, Dream Landry. Thank you so much for your support. Denny Dawn, and we don't have people in here that keep saying free so-and-so, meaning a defendant, like in other chats. Yes. Drunky the Bear, Irish Amy. Excuse me. Butterfly Dana, everybody take care. Be safe out there. Hug your loved ones. Thank you, all your mods, Trial TV Live, and great chatters. Mel Stiller, thank you so much for another great live stream. Thank you, guys. All right, guys. Sorry, that was probably really loud. Sorry. Thank you to Aaron. Thank you to OnlyFan, Therapist You Know, Julie. Thank you to Hellcat, Widespread Panic, Brat. Thank you to Rachel B., all of our great mods, Julie, Florida PI Sam. I don't know if you guys were in the chat, but if you weren't, thank you for everything that you guys do. Thank you to our chat. You guys are the best. Appreciate it. Here, I'll leave you with Super Ball. Oh, there's little Super Ball curled up. Sweet little Super Ball. All right, guys, thank you so much. Join us tomorrow. We're going to be covering Monica Sementili. Today, she's live. We'll pick her up tomorrow, and then hopefully, I think we'll be able to cover both Thursday and Friday tomorrow. So thank you guys so much, and we will see you guys tomorrow. I think we'll probably start around 8:45 or so, 8:45, 9 o'clock. I'm not sure when we have it when we have it scheduled for yet. But anyway, check us out tomorrow. Love you guys. Take care of yourselves, and we will see you tomorrow. Have a good night. Bye.